Okay, welcome, folks. Welcome. This is Dr. Anthony Criniti IV. Welcome to the Finance Club. What is the secret to attracting money with Dr. Joe Vitale? Folks, we'll be getting started momentarily. We got Diamond closing down the other room. We're going to be starting up in just a moment. So, guys, if you can just stay patient, we're going to build this room. We're going to have an awesome room tonight. We're going to have a really, really big room. We got Rex in the house. Rex is the man tonight. Rex is the main, uh, I guess, co-host. He's helping out with because he made a lot of great connections here. He connected to Dr. Joe Vitale, among so many other things. Rex is just amazing. He'll be here as a main guest speaker actually next month. So Rex, we got Cheryl on stage. I'm going to be bringing everybody up, folks. If you just hang tight. In the meantime, Rex, you want to introduce yourself to everyone and just tell them a little about yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Finance. I'm Rex Sikes. I've been around forever. I'm ancient in that regard. I'm primarily known for my work in neurolinguistic programming for the past 40 years. Whole brain learning, accelerated learning, and the law of attraction has been my domain. I'm the developer of something called Mind Design, the Attitude Activator, and many other things. But I have spent my life, and then I'm in the movie industry. So I've spent my life surrounded by really incredible minds, uh, those who are uh, the kind of people that we all want to learn from, as well as millionaires and billionaires and famous people and celebrities. And so what I like to do is I like to consolidate everything that I've learned and present it to people. And I've known Joe. Joe and I've known each other about 25 years, maybe longer than that. And I'm really thrilled that he's going to be here tonight talking on Clubhouse with Dr. Finance. Dr. Finance obviously is an incredible resource for all of us, and he's created these incredible rooms, these powerful places for people to hang out and learn and grow and develop. So I'm thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to. I'm also teaching a course right now, so I'm teaching. On an exclusive Zoom meeting, and I'll be back and forth. But at a certain point within the next hour or so, I should be able to break free, and I'll be here regularly. But strap yourselves in because we're going to have a really wonderful ride tonight. Thank you, and I'm Rex, and I'm complete.
Thank you, Rex. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you being here. Rex is awesome. Became a great friend. We talk a lot these days. We got so many ideas for future rooms. Rex is an amazing connector as well. So I want to just do some quick intros while I help build the stage. Diamond's actually in the other room, bringing everybody over here. So in the meantime, while she's doing that, I'd like to just say hello to many of my friends on stage. We're assembling the Gold Badge Mod Squad here, starting with Cheryl. Welcome, Cheryl. Glad to have you join us. Hope all is well. Happy New Year. You want to give us a quick, 30-second intro?
Sure, Dr. Finance. I'm so happy to be here with you. What a great room. I cannot wait for tonight. And Rex, so good to see you. Yeah, just a quick intro. I have both the business background and then I've done the deep dive into the healing arts. So close to 30 years in the business world, a three-time entrepreneur and senior executive, but I'm also an integrative hypnotherapist, multiple modalities that I practice, NLP master. Nice to meet you, Rex, because you're the real master. Energy healing, and then I also did a clinical certification in stress, anxiety, and self-regulation, and am completing an advanced certification in cognitive behavioral neuroscience. Just to say that I like a nice large tool belt because I like to have more tools in the tool chest, so to speak, to help my clients and just really to help whoever I can have impact with to really find their manifestation, figure out where their beliefs need clearing, like the great Joe Vitale teaches, and how to get their thoughts aligned so that they really can manifest like a magician. So this is Cheryl, and I'm complete-ish for now because we are never complete.
Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stage. And Cheryl, by the way, yes, I know the space you're in. It's highly correlated to Rex. Rex is unbelievable what he does. He's been doing it for like 40 years, and it's amazing. I mean, just look at I had him on my podcast. We spoke over 3 hours. I had to cut it short because we could probably have talked for 24 hours. He just knows so much about his space. It's incredible. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of overlap with what you do. So definitely stay tuned. Rex will be joining us a lot more. And welcome to the stage. All right. We got Ella up next. So while we're building the stage, Diamond's in the other room, bringing some of the people over to here, folks. So for now on, what I might be doing is having a little pre-show. A few hours before. I had a big snowstorm that hit me off guard this morning here in Philadelphia. So I was trying to start it earlier, but it worked out well. So welcome, Ella. How are you? Welcome. You want to give us a quick 30-second intro?
Hello, Dr. Finance. Yes, I'm good. Thank you so much. Yeah, really looking forward to this conversation and excited to be in the same space as Dr. Joe Vitale, of course, from The Secret and the Law of Attraction and all that great stuff. And so I have a real interest in this because I believe that peace starts with the individual. I have a background in strategic policy development, specifically gender equality, which has evolved into sustainability, working around peace, justice, and strong institutions. And I also work with gender diverse leaders and entrepreneurs to regulate overwhelm with their own emotional intelligence and our collective ancient wisdom. You can clearly see more from my profile of what I'm involved in. However, I've got a specific interest in this because for many years I, in fact, worked with thought leaders around the world organising their events and all that great stuff. And I'm now moving into the area of being a thought leader myself. I'm in the process of writing a book, Ancient Wisdom for Modern Lives, amongst a few other strings to my bow. So, yeah, very much looking forward to this conversation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I am complete.
Thank you, Ella. Appreciate you being here. And folks, I have a little bit of a sore throat. You probably can't even tell it anymore. It's back, but had a little bit earlier. So definitely, have a little mercy on me tonight. That's why I got people, a lot of you guys helping out in the background. So I appreciate it. If you see any hot mics or whatnot, or trolls, moderators, please definitely correct that. Well, thank you, Ella. Welcome to the stage. Always appreciate you here. All right, we got Billionaire S up next. Billionaire S, welcome. How are you? By the way,
Well,
speaking of Billionaire S, I had a billionaire on my podcast yesterday. He's coming in 2 weeks from now, and actually, his name is Rami El Batrawi. And another week after that, we're gonna have. I'm sorry, a week before that, we're gonna have another billionaire. His name is Joe Foster, founder of Reebok. So, folks, this is like Billionaire Month, and we got tons more lined up. Billionaire S, you're gonna love it, so stay tuned. Welcome, Billionaire S.
how you doing, Dr. Finance? I'm excited, especially about tonight. Dr. Joe, the tally. Oh my God. So anyway, I'm billionaire Michelle McBride. I'm a business coach. I help businesses start and scale their businesses to the next level. Absolutely love working with female entrepreneurs in particular. I have a background in sales and marketing as well as banking, finance, and operations for over 20 years. And I just love this platform. And I have a room. So, Dr. Finance, I've been pinging you for the last 2 weeks. You got to come in my room. And today I'm celebrating my 1 year anniversary on Clubhouse. Yay! So with that, I'm complete. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Billionaire S. Yeah, definitely. I'll come check out your room. At the same time, folks, I'm extremely, and I don't want to use this as an excuse, but in behind the scenes before Friday to get all these events going. There's a lot of time spent networking and doing all these other things. But definitely, Billionaire S. I'll come check you out for sure when I get around to it. Appreciate it. And welcome to the stage. And we got Fred up next. Welcome, Fred. How are you, sir?
Hello, Dr. Finance. Hello, everyone. Good to be here in the room tonight. Wow, yet another wonderful guest scheduled for today, Dr. Joe Vitale. Really looking forward to the conversation and the interview. Um, you keep outdoing yourself every week. I love it. So this is going to be such a fantastic discussion. Really looking forward to it. I am a investment fund manager and focused in mortgage notes and real estate. And as a fund manager, I think that um, this is such a relevant topic, attracting money and having the right mindset around money. It's something that's relevant to every single person, everyone. It doesn't matter what career you have or what business you're in. It's relevant for you. So we're really looking forward to this discussion. I will hand the mic over back to you, Dr. Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Appreciate you being here. Fred's from Philadelphia. He is an awesome supporter of this community, and appreciate you, Fred, every week coming here faithfully. So thank you, Fred. All right, folks. So just before we go any further with intros, I just want to step back. We got a lot of new people come to the room. Let you know what's going on. So we got Dr. Joe Vitale. He's one of the main stars on The Secret. He's one of the head member. Well, the leading. Person behind the mastermind, the mindset and law of attraction. He's a leader in that field. Has so many books. Just this incredible man. He's coming here in about 40 minutes. So we're doing a quick little intro, getting to know everybody. So about 7 o'clock Eastern time, about 40 minutes from now, he'll be here. So just a couple quick announcements, folks. We have amazing guests lined up for January and February. I just gave you a few of them tonight. I want to surprise you a little bit for February and some et cetera, March, et cetera. But for right now, just to give you a heads up. So next week, we're going to have Rami Al-Beltrawi here, who's a billionaire, amazing guy. He actually wrote Can You Think and Grow Rich, which was endorsed by Don Green, CEO of Napoleon Hill. And he was the backer behind the Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus book with John Gray. So John Gray actually wrote the foreword for his book, and we might even get him one day. So he's coming next week, folks. We got incredible people. Joe Foster, again, from the founder of Reebok, will be here the week after. It'll be a little early because he's from UK. So we might even get a second guest on that day. So stay tuned. Actually, I forgot to add it to the schedule. I'll do that later. And then, we got Ryan Blair, New York Times bestselling author, coming at the end of January. That's going to be incredible. So stay tuned, folks. That's just a handful of people. I made some serious big connections the past couple of weeks who are going to give me some other possible big speakers coming here. So just stay tuned. You're in the right place. This was the original Friday night room, starting about like 9 months ago. And we're going to continue the tradition of 2021. We're going to do it here in 2022. Just bring great value to you guys. We're all going to grow together. So with that said, we got Joe up next. Welcome, Joe. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for having me, Dr. Finance. It's good to see everybody here this evening. Excited about the topic and the speaker, obviously. My name is Joe. I am a former pastor turned high net worth financial advisor. I ran a small family office of about $1 billion of assets under advisement, and then shifted into private real estate investments and running a fund after the financial crisis, and just went from there. To these days, I'm dealing with basically a passion project. I am really passionate about helping entrepreneurial-minded, faith-focused, purpose-driven Christians achieve financial independence so they can pursue their God-given purpose instead of a life-sucking paycheck. With that said, my name is Joe with a blue background, and I sure do appreciate the opportunity to be here, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stage. Love it, love it. So let's do a quick reset. Diamond, you want to reset the room? By the way, so we got amazing co-host, of course, my partner here, my amazing co-host, permanent co-host, Diamond Diva here, folks. One of the top, I almost knocked the cup over here. Sorry, folks. Diamond Diva in the house, one of the top influencers and hosts here on Clubhouse. She's my permanent co-host here. Awesome. Always adding extreme value. We got Rex today, Rex Sikes. He's one of the leaders in his field, and Rex is actually going to be helping us today because that's his buddy, Dr. Joe Vitale. Diamond, you want to do a quick reset and welcome everybody?
This is Diamond and absolutely Dr. Finance. Welcome everyone to the Finance Club. Click on that greenhouse and join the club today. And today's special event is What is the Secret to Attracting Money? Interview and masterclass with Dr. Joe Vitale. And I tell you what, I'm super excited right now. Cannot wait to hear his insights. Thank you so much for joining us today. Make sure you take the time to connect with Dr. Finance, the founder of the Finance Club and the curator of this space today. If you PTR, you will see him in the first position. Make sure tap it on his profile, giving him a follow, ringing his bell, and setting it to always. So you're always notified when Dr. Finance opens up his clubs and hosts these amazing events every single Friday. And while you're at it, make sure you're taking the time to also connect with him on his Instagram and his Twitter that are linked today. I also like to share with you some amazing statistics for Dr. Finance. Over on his podcast, the Dr. Finance Live podcast, he has over 7 million views on his YouTube channel for his podcast. Isn't that incredible, guys? So make sure you take the time as well to connect with him on his YouTube channel. Subscribe to the YouTube channel and subscribe to the podcast so you don't miss the in-depth interviews that Dr. Finance has for many amazing guests, including our guest of honor today, Dr. Joe Vitale. You can see why once you connect over there that he has 7 million views and counting. It's absolutely incredible the work that he's doing. He also has over 680,000 followers on his Facebook community as well. So make sure you're tapping in with Dr. Finance on his Facebook. You will see all the value that he's bringing on those platforms as well. And you can see why he's growing at an extremely rapid pace on all platforms. I also like to encourage you to PTR right now, and you will see the link at the top of the screen for Dr. Finance's YouTube channel where he hosts his Dr. Finance Live podcast where you can see all of his amazing interviews and so much more. And while you're at it, take the time to connect with Rex, our moderator on the squad today. He's absolutely brilliant as well. Give him a follow, ring his bell, set it to always, and make sure you're connecting on his social platforms as well. If you open up his bio, you will also see that he has linked his Instagram and his Twitter. So make sure you're following on all platforms as well. He brings so much value, and I cannot wait to hear his insights for our special guest today. Also on the panel, we have an amazing gold badge mod squad. We have Cheryl and Ella, and billionaire celebrating her anniversary today. We have Fred, Joe, Vinny, Yesham, Joan, Tracy, Tian, Frankie, Ha, Dr. Claudine, Dr. Femi, Daria Cardone in the building, Nivea, Dr. Laura, and we have Ari Spado. Wow, what a lineup. D and Dr. Felicia in the building. Wow, so many amazing
And the
guest
one
speakers
and
on the panel
only
today.
Diamond.
Thank you so much, Yeshua. You're absolutely brilliant. Make sure you're connecting with each and every one of these speakers. They are rock stars. They are leaders. They are the people on this platform that you want to know. And you want to make sure you don't disconnect here on Clubhouse. Make sure you're tapping in on their social profiles as well. Read their bios and slide into those DMs and make those meaningful connections happen today. And while you're at it, let's tap on that plus sign. This room is growing rapidly because we're going to have an incredible guest tonight. And we want to make sure that everyone knows that we are here. So if you go to the lower right-hand corner of your screen, you will see a plus sign. Tap on that plus sign, and every single face that you see, they'll receive a special invitation from you to come join us in this room right now. I want to say thank you to everyone who's curating this space today, supporting this movement. Take the time to connect with the Finance Club today and enjoy this wonderful interview. This is Diamond, and I am complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate you. Awesome introduction and awesome reset, folks. As Diamond said, you are in the Finance Club, folks. We're going to be doing this every Friday night, as we've been doing the past 6 to 9 months since the longest running room on Clubhouse. That's how we got these Friday nights started. It was a one long, warm spring day back at the end of April, and 12 people were in the room, and I turned it to 500 with some major help from all the supporters in the room. And next thing you know, it was 84 days long. And this Friday room has been basically going ever since. We've had every kind of major influencer from Grant Cardone and my mentor Sharon Lechter on these stages, and we're just going to keep doing it. We're getting better and better guests as we go. So stay tuned, stay with us, so we can build this community together, folks. Let's get some introductions. So as Diamond said, we had some amazing people here. I definitely want to welcome everyone that Diamond said. But let's do it one at a time. We got Dr. Joe Vitale coming about a half hour, so we can get a good 30-second intro from everyone on stage, our gold badge mod squad. In the meantime, we got Vinny Cool up next. Vinny, you want to give us a quick 30-second intro, and then we'll continue on our introductions. Welcome, Vinny. How are you?
Hey, Dr. Finance, you said Winnie Cool, so I would take it, but my name is Winnie Call.
Oh, I'm sorry. I say
And
water. I'm from
no,
Philadelphia.
no, 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 that's quite all right. And the way Diamond introduces, I don't know if I can justice to my introduction, but I'm gonna try and try quickly. Hello, everyone, and happy New Year to all of you. My name is Winnie Call. I'm a corporate executive, business leader. I had sales and new business development for Fortune 100 company. I'm also on the board of Harvard Women's Association. But I do a lot of things. I wear a lot of hats. Right now, I'm working for refugees of Afghanistan, and it's a pro bono work. And I have learned quite a bit. So happy to be here, and I can't wait to hear from all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinny. Appreciate it. And how do you say your last name again? I want to
It's
make sure I
like
get it right.
make a
Cole?
call, Winnie call.
Oh,
Yeah,
call.
yeah.
Okay,
Call
cool.
to action.
Easy. Okay, cool. Thank you, Vinny. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stage. Love having you here. Awesome. And Vinny, where are you from again?
I'm
What
a
location?
born Kashmiri, and I've lived in been in like all 6 continents and 7 continents, so pretty global.
Oh no, I mean like where are you at right now? Are you in
Connecticut.
United?
I'm right now in Connecticut.
Oh, Connecticut. Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay, thank you, Vinny. Appreciate it. All right, folks. We got a lot of people here. I just want to welcome. So, Vinny, welcome again to the stage. We got Yasim. Welcome, Yasim. How are you? You want to tell us about yourself? Quick, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. Hello, everyone, and happy New Year. First of all, I am an Instagram and LinkedIn strategist. So I help business owners and entrepreneurs attract their ideal clients online, especially Instagram and LinkedIn. And I also help them showcase their thought leadership on social media so that they become a really a client magnet, and they can also crash and get those incredible interviews that like our Dr. Finance does, so that like you can be invited to the interview, speaking at conferences, things like this. Wow, I thought I was international because I spent half my life in Europe and the US and the rest in Turkey. But Vinny, you definitely passed me, so we definitely have to chat. And yeah, so very excited about this interview, Dr. Finance, and thank you so much for bringing those incredible guests to the room.
That's awesome. Thank you, Yasim. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, welcome. All right, let's get this party started. We got Joanne up next. Then we got Tracy, TN, Frankie, How. We got Dr. Claudine, Dr. Fami. Dory Cordova's in the house. DC Dory Cordova. Thank you for joining us, Dory. I know you're extremely busy on Fridays. Appreciate you being here. I know you're gonna love it. Dory is, by the way, give her a follow. She's an expert in the entrepreneur space, the money space, and she's the founder of Money and You program. She's a superstar, basically, in what she's done. Many of the major celebrities that come to the stage have been through her program, so including Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen, and you name it. So definitely give Dory a follow. Appreciate you, Dory. We got Nivi, we got Dee, we got Dr. Felicia, Lady Jules, Kareen, Deborah, Dimple, and then we got Curtis here, the fastest running man in the world. And we got the accidental gangster Ori. By the way, I listened to you on Wednesday in Diamond Diva's room, folks. We're doing a room in Diamond has a room on Wednesday. I've been supporting her. Ori took the show there. Unbelievable. It was incredible. You had a lot of cool stuff to say. Ori has a fantastic story. So let's get some more intros in. And we were up. Joanne was up next. Welcome, Joanne.
Hey, Dr. Finance. I'm super excited. My name is Joanne. I'm in the real estate space. I'm currently doing wholesaling. And yeah, I'm just super excited to learn. And just like Fred said, I think you outdo yourself every single week, Dr. Finance. And like I say, I've been saying it for a long time. I look forward to these because I know that, at the end of this, I'm gonna have a total different perspective and outlook. So thank you for making this happen.
Thank you, Joanne. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, that's the whole idea behind this. I think Doria said this best. Doria was a guest speaker like a few months ago as the main speaker, and she said it best. I mean, basically, we're here to elevate each other. This is a positive environment. We got, I do have rules in the club, but I do that like in Ivan Meisner's style. He has rules for the BNI, and it works because try to create a positive environment so we all can learn and help uplift each other. Build a community. It's a team effort. I totally live by that philosophy. So thank you, Joanne. Appreciate you being here. We got Tracy up next. Welcome, Tracy. You want to give us a quick intro?
Hey, Dr. Finance. Hi, Diamond. Hi, everyone. It's Tracy from Australia. I've been missing for about a month. There's been
Tracy, you went silent, or is that me?
Oh, can you hear me?
There you go. We got you.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So basically, I help entrepreneurs learn how to tap into their intuition to go further faster. I've been missing for about a month, but I'm really glad to be back. Dr. Finance, Diamond, thanks for having me. Can't wait to listen to what Dr. Joe has got to share. Thanks, guys. I'm Tracy, and I'm done.
Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate that. Welcome to stage. Appreciate you being here. Folks, help us ping in all our friends into this amazing room. Believe me, this is going to be the best room on Clubhouse tonight. As always, we're finally getting kick-started, folks. A few weeks ago, I went on my own, opened my own clubs. I'm sure you all know by now. But, as you can see, it's starting to warm up. People are starting to find this again. They were stuck in the metaverse and all that stuff. But they're here now. They're here, and we're building up. So ping your friends in. This is the room you're going to learn. You're going to uplift. You're going to elevate. This is it. This is every Friday night. We're going to be bringing in the best speakers. And by the way, I'm looking for a few speakers on my bucket list. I haven't been able to solidify yet, but probably pretty soon. But if you can help me out with that or help the club out, let's see. We need, I was looking to get Bob Proctor on here, and we might have Brian Tracy come up soon. Who else? Any big, we can get Tony Robbins, folks. Anyone know Tony Robbins? Send me a DM if you can get Tony Robbins on here or anybody big. Let's bring them to this room. All right, folks, we all know people. Let's help each other out, okay? So with that said, let's move on. We got TN up next. Welcome, TN. How are you?
I'm good, Dr. Finance. It's amazing being together this evening. Happy New Year. And yeah, I'm so thankful. My name is Tian Demon. I'm an entrepreneur, helping entrepreneur to use the first 2 seconds to 2 minutes because life is very busy. There is no one who want to listen to what you say unless you have to take the first 2 second to 2 minutes because we all always use our time to benefit everything. So I'm so grateful to be with you, Dr. Finance, because the interview with our very, very respectful guest benefits a lot of things and continue to learn more. Before the Shabbat come down, say shalom to everyone. So I take this opportunity before I go to church to listen to your room because I know always you hang with amazing people, OQP, unrequired people. Thanks so much. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, TN. Appreciate you being here. TN is part of the community. He's been coming for a very long time. Definitely give TN a follow. He was part of. Now, some people, folks, you got to understand this is how this app works. Some people might not have a lot of followers. That doesn't mean that they're not big on Clubhouse. Okay, like I only have probably a little bit over 8,000 followers here. I could have had easily over 100,000 if I wanted to fall asleep on the longest running room, which basically had over 1 million people. So TN only has about a little less than 2,000 followers, but he's been here coming faithfully for months and months. So and he goes to all the major rooms. So definitely TN, give him a follow. Appreciate you being here, TN. Thank you, folks. Thank you, folks, for supporting this club. We got Frankie up next. Now, Frankie, I believe you are a fellow co-author with the 13 Steps to Riches book that we're in with Eric Swanson. Is that correct?
That's right, Doc. Yeah, we haven't had a chance to meet yet. We've been missing each other at the book signings. But hey, everyone, my name's Frankie. I'm a retired platoon commander from the Marine Corps. I've been helping for the last 16 years people retire with dignity. And I've taken a lot of those lessons learned over the last few years. And now I teach them to children of all ages. And that's how Doc and I are involved in a best-selling book series based on the 13 Steps to Riches that Napoleon Hill writes about. So I heard Sharon's name earlier, as well as John Assaraf from The Secret. And these are all celebrity authors who are involved in this writing project. So it's been an amazing experience, and I'm very happy to be able to be here today. So thanks, Doc.
Thanks, Frankie. Appreciate you being here, and pleasure meeting you. By the way, finally, the books we're going on. We actually our fifth book is due this week, but the fourth book is published. So, folks, we're talking about the 13 Steps to Riches in Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich. He actually put 13 Steps to Riches. This is famous. It changed presidents. It changed major CEOs all over the world. Hundreds of millions of people have been impacted. And Eric Swanson put this book together where we've got all the top celebrities out there in this space, basically a lot of them. One major one per book, and Frankie's part of that. So, and Doria is actually one of the celebrities in one of the books. So, coming soon. Appreciate that. All right, Frankie, nice meeting you. Definitely come every Friday. We got these rooms going between about 6 to 12 p.m. Eastern time. Guest speakers usually 7 to 9. But thank you, Frankie. And we got Ha up next. Welcome, Ha. How are you? Give us a quick 30-second intro.
Hi, Dr. Finance. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. My name's I own Dynasty Ventures. I provide funding for startups and franchise and projects from 10 million to 5 billion. My sweet spots are solar energy, oil and gas, cannabis, technology and SaaS, and real estate. So back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ha. Appreciate you being here. Folks, definitely give Ha a follow. Ha is an awesome supporter of the community and has amazing contributions when it comes down to the Q&A time. So welcome, Ha. We got Dr. Claudine up next. Welcome, Dr. Claudine. You want to give us a quick intro?
Yes, Dr. Finance, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. I'm so grateful to be here. Yes, I'm so happy to see TN, one of my supporters to my charity, and then Diamond. We are planning to host a program to inspire all friends to shift their mindset from a victimhood to create income generating activities. So it's an honor and privilege to be here. Thank you very much for having me. And then if there is anybody who wants to write a book in 10 days, send me DM. I would be more than happy to coach you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Claudine. Appreciate you being here and welcome to the stage. And then we got, of course, I mentioned already, famous Doria Cordova. Welcome, Doria. You want to give us a quick intro?
Aloha, everyone. So happy to be here with you, Dr. Finance and Diamond. I just wanted to say that I am one of the OGs in the entrepreneurial experiential transformational training industry. We've been doing the Money and You program, which, many of the big names that you mentioned have been graduates of. And my whole thing is about transforming educational systems around the world, all over the world, and eradicate poverty and hunger by churning out social entrepreneurs, by bringing in the beautiful people like yourselves who are there to make a difference, to solve a big problem, and also have profitable businesses around them. So, my net thing that I do is to empower human beings to create an economic engine around their life purpose. Thank you for having me. Aloha.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Doria. Thank you for supporting us. I know you got a lot going on right now, but you still manage to come here every Friday. So thank you. Appreciate that. All right, folks. So we're going to be continuing our intros. Dr. Joe Vitale's coming in about 15, 20 minutes. I want to get everyone on stage to at least say hi. In the meantime, also, if you guys can hit that plus sign, ping in all your friends. You are in the Finance Club. So, folks, definitely, I would say follow the Finance Club for sure, my other clubs. But the reality is, we may be switching clubs on Friday nights depending on the theme. Like I have the author club earlier today. So the best thing to do is to hit the follow button for myself and Diamond and hit it to always. I can't explain as well as Diamond. Diamond, can you explain that, how to do it? It's very simple, but Diamond knows how to say it a lot better. Diamond?
This is Diamond and absolutely Dr. Finance. So if you take the time to PTR right now, you'll see Dr. Finance's profile. When you want to follow, you want to tap on the person's profile. It will open up and you will see a follow button in the upper right hand corner. Tap on that follow button and then a bell will appear. Click on that bell and set it to always. By tapping on always, you'll always be notified when Dr. Finance opens up a space and when he's speaking on stages. This is extremely important because here on Clubhouse, you will not see the rooms unless you are following. So take the time to both follow and tap on that bell. I also encourage you, once you tap on the profile, to tap it again and it will open up fully. Scroll to the bottom and you will see the social medias connected. In this case, Dr. Finance has both his Instagram and his Twitter connected. Tap on both profiles and select follow here today. This is a great way to connect with amazing people to see what they're doing both on and off the platform. This is how we build relationships, and that's also how you curate your experience and your hallway here on Clubhouse. This is Diamond, and I'm complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate that. And folks, definitely give Diamond a follow. So she'll be doing the Wednesday night room. Well, she's been doing. She was the original on Wednesday, and I'm supporting her. So you got two options these days. You got Wednesday Diamonds, and then you got this room here on Friday. So if you want to be part of this community, we're going to keep building it up more and more as we go. I'd like to just talk quickly about the moderating badge. So folks, those of you who don't know, to me, the moderating badge just means we got to do the job, right? Like that's just task stuff. It's nothing big. So don't worry about the green badge. That's only for people that are doing the admin stuff. And by the way, those who have the moderating badge on stage, you guys are just there really to help with the hot mics and to invite people into the room. Anybody that you want to come to the stage, just let me know first, and definitely don't mod anybody else. And it's for the guest speakers, and this is all for you guys because going back in the summertime, I actually had everyone going as moderators and people were getting kicked off the stage, but we've had no incidents since then, so it makes the room so much smoother. So everyone on stage actually has a badge that Clubhouse should have. It's called the Gold Badge Mod Squad, only found in this club. Okay, so the Gold Badge Mod Squad's actually it's a badge. It's invisible, but if you're on stage, it means you've been hand selected to be there. So definitely give everyone on stage a follow. And please don't take it personal about the green badge thing. It's just for administrative purposes. When I come in your room, believe me, I don't even want the green badge. I just want to sit on stage and relax. It's such a nice feeling to not have that pressure. Somebody else do the work. So we got you tonight. We're doing the work for you. Just sit back, and our panel will be answering all the amazing questions when we get to that point for Dr. Joe Vitale. So thank you, folks. And who was up next? We got D. Welcome, D. How are you, D. Medrano?
I think the accidental gangster was before me.
Oh, let me do a quick PTR. I don't know if that changed. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I PTR. You are correct. Thank you, D. And Ori is up next, the accidental gangster. Welcome, Ori. Appreciate you, man. And by the way, you had some awesome commentary in Diamond Diva's room on Wednesday. Awesome story. You want to give us a quick 30-second intro? Ori, are you there? All right, take your time. Ori, when you come back, we're ready for you. D, you are up next.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Happy New Year. Thank you for the space, Dr. Finance and Diamond Diva, my inspiration. Hi, everyone. My name is Dee. I am from Houston, Texas, where it's hot one day and cold the next. Literally, it was hot yesterday, and today it is freezing. I am a jack of all trades. I am a realtor, investor, author, and a fitness guru. Looking forward to learning about the topic. Excited to be here. This is Dee, passing the mic.
Thank you, D. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stage. Happy New Year. All right. We got Dr. Felicia up next. Dr. Felicia, and I see you have a balloon. I'm assuming that means 1 year anniversary. I haven't made it that far yet, but happy anniversary to Clubhouse. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. It's Felicia Watson. I'm a licensed realtor in Florida as well as New York. To my girl Diamond Diva up there, love her. She is everything. I'm actually en route to Miami. I'm headed to a mastermind. My flight was canceled, so I jumped in a rental car and I'm headed to Miami now for a mastermind through the Real Estate Cafe. I'm also a business purpose loan broker. So if the banks say no to you for non-owner occupied investments, including commercial investments or residential investments, you back channel me quick, fast, and in a hurry. I got you. Felicia Watson, I'm signing out.
Thank you, Felicia. Appreciate that. And you're new to the stage, so I gave you a follow. And I know you're with Diamond's company, so I definitely gave you a follow. Appreciate you being here. And again, happy anniversary to being a Clubhouse. That's a big thing. 1 year on Clubhouse. That's awesome. All right. Well, thank you, and I hope your ride goes smooth while you're listening to us in the background, folks. You never know how many people are listening. I mean, we got 138 people here right now, but these 138 people might have the phone on or whatnot, and there might be 20 people in the background. It could be tens of thousands of people listening. Who knows? So, welcome again. We got Dr. Joe showing up about 10 minutes. I do want to get a hello from everybody. So, in the meantime, folks, keep pinging and follow everybody on stage. We got Lady Jules up next. Welcome, Lady Jules. You want to give us a quick intro?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Dr. Finance, for picking me in. Always a pleasure. Grateful for you. Grateful for every single person in this room. Thank you all for being here. This is Lady Jules sending you love and gratitude from London. Yes, the grey and rainy, freezing London. I am in real estate development and I'm also a transformation coach. Real estate has gone down 25% or so, prime estate in London. So it is already starting to appreciate. So if you are keen to invest in London, particularly West London, and you might want to connect with me, just back channel me and happy to connect. Otherwise, I'm also a transformation coach. Looking forward to connect with more details to confirm. But otherwise, I'll just yield the mic for the next speaker since we're running out of time. God bless you all. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Lady Jules. Happy New Year. Appreciate you being here. And I really like the new picture. I like that design when people have it, like the portrait design. I believe, who is it that does it? There's somebody that does it here all the time, full
It's my
time.
new NFT
Um,
look. Woohoo!
oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. I like it. All right. Well, welcome.
Mr. Larry.
Mr. Larry. Thank you, John. John the Bomb's here. Awesome. Thank you, John. All right. Kareem. Kareem, welcome. Welcome. How are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you so much for having me and for all the green bean holders up there. Appreciate the hard work and the space and the rest of the team up on stage, including everybody on the listening lounge. Thank you all for being here. My name is Kareen Mills, and I bring the heart to, aka the how to, into an overwhelmed female solopreneur's journey, trying to do it all the things, chasing all the wrong benchmarks, making very little money. I discovered 3 lies and I want to share it with you because I don't want you to fall trap. There's a method to the madness. Don't fly solo forever. Again, my name is Kareen Mills. I bring the heart to into your business. Thanks, Dr. Finance.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Green. Always a pleasure having you here on stage. Welcome, Happy New Year. And wow, I'm so excited. A lot of the community from before I switched over to these clubs, you guys are back. I love it. You know, you found your way. I mean, I thought you were lost in the metaverse for some time, but you're back now. And I appreciate you being here. You know, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, we came in. We've been doing the same thing we've been doing for 9 months, except we're doing it in my club now. And we got so much potential lined up for this year 2022. It's just amazing. I mean, all the top speakers, we got 2 billionaires coming just in January alone. It's amazing. New York Times bestsellers, #1. Ryan Blair's coming the end of this month. We got Joe Foster, Reebok founder. We got Rami El-Batrawi, who was basically John Gray from uh, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. The 50 million books sold. He was the backer behind that. He's a billionaire. He's coming next week, thanks to Rex. So we're hitting it up. We got a lot of major speakers coming. Just stay tuned. All right, thank you, Kareem. We got Deborah up next. Deborah, I just want to get everyone to say hello. So maybe 20, 30 seconds each, and then we got Dr. Joe coming soon. Welcome, Deborah.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. Hello, happy, prosperous new year to everyone. Excited for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Welcome to the stage. All right, all right. We got Dimple Dang up next. Welcome, Dimple. How are you? Marketing expert. I
Uh,
love that title, by the way. That's perfect for a marketing expert.
Thank you so much. And you curate the most amazing speakers here. So I love coming into your club. Everybody, make sure you're following the club and follow all the moderators. So, hi, everyone. I'm Dimple. I'm a marketing expert and the host of the Mesmerizing Marketing Podcast. And I also have 3 other shows. You guys can tap my profile to get more details on what those are. And thanks for having me. And I'm really looking forward to this speaker.
Thank you, Dimple. Appreciate you being here and welcome to the stage. All right, we got my good friend John the Bomb here. John, faithfully supporting every Friday. John has been with us for many, many months, basically since the beginning of when I was growing up here on Clubhouse. Sharon Lecter, she invited me February 2nd, folks. I'm going on my 1 year anniversary in about 3, 4 weeks, and I met John around that time, maybe a month or 2 after. So welcome, John. How are you, sir?
getting myself stuck in.
You're stuck in the
Open the
in
door.
the Matrix
Oh,
or
in my own
the
car. No,
metaverse. Which one is
no,
it?
no. We dropped off my Explorer at the dealer, and they gave us this new Bronco to drive around for. And apparently the kids in the back don't get to open the door. So bottom line is, they left the light on, and I go to be in there, and I just lock myself in the doors or inside the car. So anyway, but that's my 20 seconds. Dr. Finance, always great to be here. Excited to be here, and I guess I'll give you a piece of interesting news. You know, when you're 46 and you think you still have it as far as body wise because you stayed in shape and you still look good and feel good, but you go to play with D1 soccer players and you try to become that old 20-year-old that you used to be. You tear your ACL fully ruptured. As of Wednesday, I found out I've torn ACL, but hey, life keeps on going. Our goals never stop. Let's go get it. Support Dr. Finance. Let's roll.
That is awesome. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. All right, welcome. Yeah, the torn ACL thing. It's a bummer, but believe it or not, from what I hear, you can actually work it back in about 18 months. I had some torn knee problems, old wrestler stuff, but it comes back. Just not a lot of exercise. Well, anyway, wish you the best with that, John. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed the lovely evening tonight. So we got Gary up on the stage here. Gary, you want to give us a quick 20, 30 seconds? We got Dr. John in the house. So we figured about another 5 to 10 minutes before we start. Let's get some intros. I want everyone to just basically, tell a little about yourself in 20, 30 seconds. And then we're going to learn about what is the secret to attracting money with Dr. Joe Vitale. We got 147 people in the room, folks. Let's build this up. Do you know how hard it is to get Dr. Joe Vitale here, folks? He is indeed, this is his debut. It's his first time on Clubhouse. Think about that, folks. We got first timers, major celebrity from The Secret here on Clubhouse. I mean, what other room does this, right? So welcome. Let's start pinging people in. Let's make this room great and give Dr. Joe a warm welcome with a lot of awesome people in the room. So welcome, Gary. Gary, you want to tell us a little about yourself in 20 seconds?
Hi, Dr. Finance. I want to say hello to all the mods on stage, all the speaker, everyone in the audience. It's definitely always a pleasure to be here. My name is Gary Thompson. I'm a business development consultant by profession and humanitarian by nature, and I'm the self-published author for several books, including 10X Branding and Marketing Blueprint. That's Gary Thompson, and I yield the mic.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stage. All right, we got Victoria Finch here. Welcome, Victoria. Actually, Victoria, I'm glad you're here. Victoria was on many, many stages from the past as well, and she is Les Brown's advisory team. Definitely welcome you, Victoria. We had Les Brown on about 2 months ago, folks. We had probably, I was calculating it the other day, I think it was over 10,000 people in the room where we introduced Les Brown to his hero, Dr. Bernie Siegel, on stage. Victoria, welcome. How are you?
Hey, Dr. Finance, thanks for inviting me up and for these fabulous rooms you're doing. Diamond Diva, Giuseppe, Rex, I love you. Thank you for being here. I won't take much longer. I'm Victoria Finch, and I am now actually a board member for Les Brown Enterprises, and I own Avalon Virtual Assistants, one vision, one team, one mission and vision. That's yours. And your vision, we make it happen so that you can live your big dreams. Leave the small stuff to us. I'm Victoria Finch. Thanks, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Victoria. Appreciate you. And by the way, Victoria, I think you were tagging me up on Instagram. I appreciate that. Instagram is one of my weak spots, folks. So if you want to come check me out on Instagram, give me a little boost. I'll give you a boost back. Just still learning that platform. I only got about like 4,000 or 5,000 followers over there. But Victoria came over there and was tagging up likes all over my page. I like to thank you, Victoria.
Hey, we got to
Appreciate that.
build one
And I
another
returned
up.
the favor.
One another up. Together we rise, my friend.
That is 100%, Victoria. I appreciate that. You were right on the money. So welcome to stage. Happy New Year. We got Mac Tight up. Welcome, Mac Tight. How are you?
Hey, doing good, Dr. Finance. Thanks for bringing me up on stage, first and foremost. Excited to be here. Me, myself, Mac J, CEO of Mac Tight Radio, as well as Mac Tight Entertainment, and host of the Ready to Learn show and Ready to Learn podcast. Excited for the speaker tonight. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mac Tight. Appreciate you being here. All right, welcome to the stage, folks. Just want to talk about modding real quick. So I only have just a handful of people to help me out. We got a winter storm here, and that's only for administrative reasons only. And of course, we got our main speakers and Rex, which introduced us to the amazing Dr. Joe Vitale. Other than that, folks, everyone on stage has what's called a Gold Badge Mod Squad. So most likely, I'm not going to be adding any more mods. So don't worry about that. The green badge means nothing in this room. If you're on stage, you're special, okay? Everyone in this
Dr. Finance, you're in the
hours.
matrix.
Some
We've lost you, Dr. Finance.
yes.
We lost you.
Who's that?
You're
We
back.
lost you for a
You're
minute.
back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. And that's exactly what I was saying. I was saying we have a I have some mods on the stage to help me out because we do have a snowstorm here. So just in case that happens, they will step in. But other than that, thank you. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you,
Yes, you're
Dr.
clear.
Finance.
Right on. All right, let's rock this Friday night. We're gonna have some fun. Welcome again. We got let's see, the voice up next, the voice of love, Ao. Welcome, Ao.
Oh, sorry.
You want to just say hi real quick?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
10
Hi,
to
good
20
evening,
seconds. We
everyone.
got a big stage here. Welcome.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry. My apologies. Sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Io Vaughn, also known as the Voice of Love. I'm from New England. I'm an education major. I work with students and the elderly. I think, you know, okay, the question is, what is the secret to attracting money? I think it's just for me, it would be networking, um, expanding your ideas, talking to people who have, um, more knowledge, more information than you. There's always a saying that you are surrounded, you do become the people that you surround yourself with. So, just connect and interact with like-minded people, and I think you'll be set.
Okay.
This is Io.
Sounds good. Thank
Thanks.
you. I appreciate that. Welcome to stage. Welcome to be here. I just want to get everyone to say hello real quick. So, folks, we only got about 5 more minutes until Dr. Joe starts. So, if we can just get a quick hello. Welcome again, Io. We got Beverly up next. Welcome, Beverly. You want to just say hello, maybe 10 seconds or so?
Yes, hello. This is Life Coach Beverly, and I'm glad to be on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beverly. Welcome to the stage. We got some major players here, and then we got Richard up next. Welcome, Richard Stockstad. You want to
Hey,
just quickly say hello?
it's
Welcome back.
it's been a while, Dr. Finance, but I'm excited about this year. I am the futurist in one of the futurists in Clubhouse. I'm excited to hear Joe Vitale. Thank you for bringing him over and bringing me up. You can check my bio out, folks. My word for the year for everybody is exponentiality, and I'm talking about money. So please check out my bio because that's what I'm involved with. Thank you. Full disclosure, I also am an advisor to Club Annabella. If you're interested in them, come over and visit us too. But I'm excited to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stage. Glad to have you back here. All right, we got Renee up next. Renee Godfrey. Renee is an unbelievable speaker, folks, professional speaker in real life, and he just has an amazing career. Knows a lot of people, well connected. Definitely give Renee a follow. Welcome, Renee. How are you, sir?
Hello, everybody. Good to be here, and I'm so ready to listen to Dr. Vitale.
Thank you, Renee. That's awesome. Welcome to the stage. We got Megan DiMartino up next. Welcome, Megan. How are you?
I'm well, Dr. Finance, and Happy New Year. I'm so blessed to be here. I'm a hope and possibilities girl, and it's never too early or too late to create the life of your dreams. And I am so excited about listening to Dr. Vitale. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance, and be blessed.
Thank you, Megan. Welcome to stage. Happy New Year, Megan. Hope all's well. And we got Alistair up next. Welcome, Alistair. Alistair, you want to say hello? Going once, going twice. All right, Alistair sells major yachts, folks. If you want to check him out. Kimberly, welcome, Kimberly. How are you?
Hello, Dr. Finance. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. And I'm excited to be part of your room today to kick off another year altogether. And I, too, am really looking forward to the interview and exchange with Joe Vitale.
That is awesome. Thank you, Kimberly. Kimberly King, give her a follow, folks. She's a major influencer in Clubhouse and is doing some great things behind the scenes. Welcome. Thank you for your support, Kimberly. And by the way, I'm pretty sure many of you probably know Dr. Joe. So if you want to just say hi when it's your intro, feel free to. All right, we got Michael up next. We got Michael Fake. Welcome, Michael. How are you, sir?
I think you're talking about me. Yeah, I'm great. Thanks, Dr. Finance. Great to be here. Looking forward to the Dr. Joe Vitale show today. And yeah, I'm just, I'm going to listen. I don't really want to talk about myself. I'm here to listen today. Thanks.
So, sorry, Michael. I got stuck in the
Oh, I was, I
metaverse
don't know
world.
if you
Oh,
heard me.
yeah.
I said, I don't want to listen to I don't want to talk about myself. I want to listen today and,
Yeah.
hear what Dr. Joe Vitale has to say. And of course, you have an amazing room all the time. So I'm really glad and honored to be here.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, the metaverse got me. Apologize. I'm here. Welcome, Michael. We got okay, Yassine, we already had you up here. We got Ryan was up next. Welcome, Ryan. How are you, sir? Welcome. Ryan's a superstar on an influencer on Clubhouse. Honored to have him here. I'm always in his room. How are you, Ryan? You want to tell us a little about yourself? Ryan Pinnock? All right, whatever Ryan's back. Ryan, you're more than welcome. We got Safoa up next. Welcome, Safoa.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Finance, for having me. I'm a fashion designer and industrial garment manufacturer. So what I'm trying to solve is to retain the manufacturing in Africa to grow the economy of Africa. So anything to enhance my knowledge about how to go about it, I'm here for it. Thank you for having me. I'm done speaking.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here, Safoa. We got Kyle up next. Folks, in a few minutes, we're going to be introducing Dr. Joe Vitale. Amazing, amazing person. Kyle? Kyle, you want to just say hi, maybe 10, 20 seconds?
Hey, Dr. Finance, excited to be here from one doctor to the next. Dr. Joe Vitale, I'm looking forward to his talk today. Just appreciate you guys putting it together. You'll find info on me. You can look at my bio. I sell companies, I buy companies, and I do business valuation. So that's my space, mergers and acquisitions. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate that. And actually, let's see. I forgot to introduce. So Giuseppe is up here as well. Giuseppe, you want to quickly give an intro? Giuseppe's going to be helping us out. He's been helping
Yeah,
behind the scenes the past few weeks. Appreciate that, Giuseppe.
yeah, I'm very honored, Dr. Finance, to be here because, I'm a real estate investor. I'm Italian. I live my American dream because I passed in 60 years to live in the car. Today, I'm owner 600 property. And Joe Vitale, I'm very honored to be here because I'm old school. Joe Vitale, Les Brown, Zig Ziglar, Brian Tracy. These people change forever, not my life, million and million and million of life people. For this, I'm here, I'm silent, and I want to learn from him. Thank you so much. This is Giuseppe and I'm Zan.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Welcome to the stage. Appreciate you helping out in the background tonight because there is a little bit of a snowstorm here. So we need all hands on deck. We got Noah, who is actually comes in. She's the third wave. We usually hold these rooms till after midnight. So yeah, probably about, I say about 12:30 tonight. We'll see. Welcome, Noah. You want to just quickly give an intro? We got Dr. Joe coming up next.
Hi, Dr. Finance, Diamond, Josephi, Rex, and all the rest of you beautiful people on stage. I'm excited to be here with you tonight. I live in Boca Raton, Florida, and I'm an author, a speaker, and I love connections. So grateful to be here with all of you. Have an amazing night listening in tonight. And I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Noah. And then, of course, Ryan. Ryan, are you back? You want to give us a quick intro? Ryan Pinnock? Okay. Whenever you're ready. All right, we got Josh here, and then we got two more, and that's it. So welcome, Josh. You want to give us a quick intro?
Dr. Finance, thank you so much. Josh Payne here from sunny Silicon Valley, California, 13-year financial industry leader, mentor, and just happy to be here and excited to listen and learn. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance.
Okay, great. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you being here. And we got Edna up next, folks. Edna is a senior member of the community. She is specializing in many types of investments, particularly energy. So welcome, Edna.
Hey, Dr. Finance, so happy to be here. Super excited about tonight's talk.
Looking forward to it. As always, you guys bring down the house with amazing content. And for those folks, if you're not following the Finance Club, you got to definitely be part of this. You're going to learn such amazing things and how to, um, you know, level up your 2022. So thanks for having me, Dr. Finance. As always, happy to be here and happy to support. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Edna. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stage. All right, I think that's it. And is there anybody else I'm missing on the stage to say hello? Anyone who hasn't said hello already?
I haven't said hello. How is
Oh,
everybody?
Ori, you're back. Okay, yeah, we had jumped over you for a second. Well, welcome, Ori. You're back. Okay, welcome, Ori. How are you, sir?
I'm good, my friend. I'm sorry I was tied up. Did you call me earlier?
Yeah, no worries. I was saying how amazing you were. I was in Diamond Diva's room on Wednesday. I'll be supporting it every Wednesday from now on, and I heard you. You had an incredible story. So you want to just say hello real quick?
I just want to say hello to everybody, and I'm looking forward to hearing Joe Vitale here. I want to ask Joe if he knows me. I know a Joe Vitale, but he's not a doctor.
Well, we'll find out in a little bit for sure, Ori. As soon as we'll welcome him, and yeah, we're gonna have some Q&A. So if you want to stick around, we'll definitely put you on the queue for that. But Ori, folks, definitely give him a follow. He's got an incredible story and an incredible book out there, as his title of his name implies, The Accidental Gangster. So check it out. He's doing good things, trying to help out young people get their life in order and all that good stuff. So welcome again, Ori.
Thank you, doctor. I appreciate that. There. Hello, Diamond. How you doing, honey? Good to see you.
Hello, all right, love you lots. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure, honey. Alrighty, I'm complete.
I'm
Thank
going to
you.
say hi to Ori. I
Thank you,
want to
Ori.
jump in and say hi to Ori because I just left Ori.
Oh, Rex,
Yeah,
yeah,
I just left
Rex and Ori are good
Rex.
buddies. Go ahead, Rex.
We had to do something together, and so it's great that Ori's here and that I'm here and that everybody's here. What an incredible uh, bunch of people who are assembling to catch Joe. So that's awesome.
All right, thank you, Rex, and thank you, Ori. All right, we're gonna get this party started. Who's ready to get this party started? Can everyone come off the mic and say, "Let's get it started"? If you're
Woohoo! Let's
ready for
get
today's
Let's
this
get
topic.
party
started.
Yes.
started.
Woo!
All right, all right. Welcome to the Finance Club. Oh, we got the bullhorn. I love it.
Dana's in the building.
Is Dan in the building? Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. Welcome, welcome. All right, folks. So what we're going to do here is we're in the Finance Club. It's my main club I have here. We've just been starting this a few weeks ago, coming out of the old club, coming back into the new clubs. I got 8 clubs here. I could be possibly popping in every Friday night on a different club. So the best thing to do is follow myself and Diamond. Hit that follow to always to make sure you're always going to be in this room. And we get great speakers like Dr. Joe Vitale. So what is the secret to attracting money? That's the name of this particular room. So follow everyone on stage, folks. They are superstars at Clubhouse. And ping in your friend by hitting the plus sign at the bottom and just start going crazy. Anybody you think will be great to add to this room, hit that plus sign, put their name in here. Okay, let's build this room up. With that said, folks, I'd like to introduce the amazing Dr. Joe Vitale. Can everyone come off the mic and give Dr. Joe a warm welcome debut, Dr. Joe?
Yeah. Welcome.
Welcome, Joe. Welcome.
Welcome, Dr. Joe. How are you? We've got 200 people in the room. How are you, sir?
I feel warm. I feel loved. I feel appreciated. I am grateful to be here and to hear all these wonderful voices and the vibes behind them all. Thanks for the introduction and thank you for having me here.
Oh, always an honor, Dr. Joe. Appreciate you being here. And we're actually going to put up the link to the interview. We had that earlier planned in the author club. So, Dr. Joe, the way we're going to set this up, so Dr. Joe is new here, so folks, and I know there's a lot of new people out there in the audience, so don't worry, we're going to have a lot of patience with you. We're going to tell you exactly what you got to do to enjoy this room tonight and every Friday night, all right? So, basically, folks, we're going to do an interview, maybe 20-30 minutes. I'm just going to interview some topics I have off the top of my head with Dr. Joe, and I'm not going to hog the floor at all. That's not why I create this room. I want to make everybody rise up as a community together. So I'm going to open up the floor after that to our amazing Gold Badge Mod Squad, and everyone's. I'm going to try to get as many people as possible to get questions up here. We'll do one at a time, and that will take the second segment. Okay. Then after that, after Dr. Joe leaves, or he's welcome to stay as long as he wants. We usually have a third segment where we're just analyzing and just having a great conversation about what we learned and about the topic itself. So stay tuned, folks. We got an amazing night lined up. So with that said, Dr. Joe, all right, so let's get started. Dr. Joe, you want to tell us maybe a quick snapshot of yourself, because there may be people in there who don't really understand who Dr. Joe Vitale is. Just a quick 30-second profile snapshot, and then we're going to get into your story.
Give me a break. 30
Maybe
seconds.
a minute.
I'd have to catch my breath before I even start. I would need 30 seconds. Okay, I'm an author. I've written 80 some books. I'm a musician. I have 15 albums. I've been in a bunch of movies, about 20 so far, including The Secret. I was known as a marketing copywriter, hypnotic writer, until I was thrown into the self-help spirituality world with the movie The Secret. And from there, I've created 200 and some products. I've been around the world on stages in countries I didn't even know existed when I was failing geography, when I was growing up. I have coaching programs, mentoring programs, and because of COVID and pandemic, pretty much living my life online these days. Never done Clubhouse before, have no idea what I'm doing here, but Dr. Finance has taken me by the hand, brought me in, and here we are. So there you go, 30 seconds or less.
Well, hey,
Wow.
Dr. Finance, can I jump in and say
Oh
something
my
about
God, Rex,
that?
I totally forgot. Yes, actually, I did this backwards. I apologize. Rex was supposed to give you a serious warm up, and I didn't do that because we were introducing the unbelievable panel we have. We've got like 100 people on stage. Go ahead, Rex. Please tell us all you know about Dr. Joe in a couple minutes.
I'll tell you everything I know
Uh-oh.
about this guy, this character, this guy. I knew Dr. Joe before. I think before you were a doctor, and
Right.
before you were famous in the way that you are famous today. We go back 25 or 30 years, I think. And the cool thing about Joe is that when I first met him, he had maybe 2 or 3 books, and now he's got what 85 books. He So what reason why I say this is because if anybody exemplifies the ability to transform your life, to go from marketing guy to international success and fame as the go-to guy on the law of attraction, it's Joe Vitale. You know, he has um, you just said it. I mean, you've accomplished so much, and you've done so much, and you have 15 albums of music. You've been in all of these different movies. You're doing all these different things. I sometimes just sit back and go, I don't know how he does that. I can't imagine. I mean, the work ethic, and the manifestation power that Joe brings to the table is just absolutely awesome. And I'm proud to know you, and have known you all these years. I call you a friend. I consider you a friend. And I'm so happy that you're here this evening, Joe. So I'm going to
Hmm.
pass it back off to you and say thanks for showing up and for being here for all the people.
I'm smiling and my heart is beating a little bit faster now. Thank you very much, Rex. You are correct. We go all the way back to the last century and me finding my way in many ways at that point. And you also helped me during that point because I learned NLP, and some of the communication material came from you. And I was sitting at your feet and then learning how to apply it in my life and my career. So it's great to hear your voice, and thank you for making the introductions that has made this happen. Thank you.
It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And thank you, Dr. Finance, and everyone who's here. Thank you, Joe, for the kind words. And I'm passing the mic back now.
Mm.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, I apologize. I forgot to introduce two amazing people that's on our panel. If you don't mind, I just want to introduce you. We have
Hmm.
Diamond Diva, which is one of the top influencers on Clubhouse. She is my permanent co-host. We've been running these stages side by side for many, many months together. And also, I want to introduce right after her Forbes Riley, who probably wants to say hi. I'm sure you guys know each other. Another
Hmm.
superstar in the industry. So, Diamond, you want to just quickly introduce yourself, and then Forbes, same thing. Go ahead, Diamond.
This is Diamond, and thank you so much, Dr. Finance, for the kind words. Diamond Diva here, founder and CEO of Diamond Diva Entertainment and the Abundance Mastermind. Mindset is my jam. I'm a mindset coach with background in expert coach, NLP, and timeline therapy, and I absolutely love to empower individuals to develop a success mindset. And I have to say, Dr. Joe Vitale, I'm really excited to be here with you today. It's been your work that's been really transformative in my life and countless others.
Mm.
It really is an honor to share the stage with you, sir. Thank you so much. This is Diamond, and I'm complete.
Thank you, Diamond. Appreciate that. Diamond's a big fan. She loves the set space. That's her thing. So I mean, she's totally a big fan, and I appreciate you being here, Diamond, helping out. We got Forbes Riley up next. Forbes Riley, major superstar. The reason she became a permanent co-host here is because Forbes was actually part of the longest running room on Clubhouse that one Friday when basically I had a little team of about 12 people, and we all turned out to 500 people. Next thing you know, Forbes Riley shows up, and that became the longest running room in Clubhouse. Went for 84 days straight, and Forbes was one of the main forces behind that. So she's been there for many, many months, and she's here every Friday. So welcome, Forbes. You want to quickly say hello and also, introduce yourself, maybe 10, 20 seconds?
Hey, I love you guys. I love this room. I cannot believe that I
Forbes, you're in the
Forbes,
matrix,
you're in the
my
metaverse,
dear.
Forbes. There you go. The Matrix and the metaverse. Yeah, there you go.
How does that
Yeah,
work?
yeah, a little better.
Yes, can you hear me now? All right, that's so frustrating. You don't know. I decided, by the way, you guys can keep your metaverse. I'm doing the human verse. I am going to create and double down on the fact that when you're finished with your Oculus and sitting at your computer for 12 hours, NFTing your heart out, that you need to exercise, eat, and create healthy relationships. So I'm doubling down on being human. Dr. Joe, I wanted to say hi to you and Rex. I love you guys. And who knew that spending time on a Friday night would be like my favorite thing to do here? So just sending love to you guys. If you've ever turned on an infomercial, odds are that you've seen me over the last 25, 30, 40, I don't know how many years it's been. Selling you something from the Jack LaLanne Power Juicer to my amazing spin gym. And now on Sundays at 5 o'clock, and you guys can all come for free. Ask Forbes Riley, www. I teach you guys how to pitch because I don't care what you want to do in life. If you can get someone to want what you have and pitch them effectively, you get everything and anything that you want. I'm a walking, talking testament to it with over $2 billion in sales. And I love giving away my secrets. So reach out to me. And I'm excited, Dr. Joe, just to listen and be on a fly on the wall.
Thank you, Forbes. And thank you, Dr. Joe, for allowing me to jump in here. Just had to get a quick hello to our mega superstars here. But Dr. Joe, you are the main superstar. We are so honored to have you here tonight. Appreciate your debut to Clubhouse. We'd like to get to know you a little bit more. Can you tell us about your story? How did this all start? Where were you originally from?
I was born and raised in a small town in Ohio, and I decided I wanted to be an author when I was probably a teenager. It was during the phase when I was wondering, what do I want to be when I grow up? And I was considering being everything from an astronaut to a world famous magician following in the footsteps of Houdini to being a baseball player in the likes of Babe Ruth to being a detective because I watched too many black and white TV shows about detectives back then, but decided I love books so much that probably it would make the most sense to move in that direction. And I did, but I am by far not an overnight success because over the decades of trial and error, self education, persistence, failure, getting up, trying again, I also went through homelessness. I also went through 10 years of poverty. I went through the dark nights of the soul that probably lasted for decades. But I kept going. I had a play produced in 1979. My first book was in 1984, but both of those came and went without any sort of recognition or notation, except in my own memory. And then somewhere around the 90s, things began to pick up. I started to get published, started to make a name for myself, and the internet, of course, started to be known. And I was stumbling around on the internet and have become considered one of the early pioneers of internet marketing, even though all of us back then and even today were just clumsily trying things to see what would work. And of course, I got more books published. I learned more marketing. I applied that marketing to my books, which made me more successful online and getting my name out there. But one of my books got picked up by a woman who wanted to make a movie, and she invited me to be in that movie because of the book I wrote. And that movie ended up being The Secret. And all the success I had up to that point, which was getting noteworthy, just ended up being a speck of dust compared to what happened after The Secret came out. Who knew that that movie would become an earth shaking worldwide phenomenon? And it still is shaking people and awakening people now, I don't know, 15, 16 years later. But for whatever reason, there's 24 teachers in that movie. I seem to be one of the 5 or 6 that are remembered the most from it. And I've leveraged it well. I've bragged about it a lot. And it's gotten me a lot of doors and windows and everything else opened up for me. And I'm pretty sure because of that success and my other successes in the books I kept writing, and then the music, and then more movies, and blah, 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 that whenever they do land on Mars, they will know me there because the success has gone out into outer space and largely by good fortune. Yes, I've done the work. Yes, I've been persistent. Yes, I still am persistent, but I've had good fortune blowing good wind at my back. That's kind of a quick overview.
That is incredible, Dr. Joe. So we're going to dive a little bit more with that. I'm not going to go too deep, folks. If you want to listen to the real deep dive, I put this link at the top. This is the Dr. Joe Vitale interview on the Dr. Finance Live podcast. Just follow at the top, click to that. You'll go straight to the YouTube video. You can also find this on all the different major podcast directories as well. So just want to talk a little bit more about your books, Dr. Joe. You want to basically give us a quick summary of these books and maybe some information about your new projects as well, if any.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I've written 80 some books, so that's kind of an overwhelming question, or at least an overwhelming answer. I do have some standouts. In the business world, I wrote a book on P.T. Barnum that has done really well, and I'm very proud of. That book's called There's a Customer Born Every Minute. There's a customer born every minute. And that book talks about the 10 things P.T. Barnum did, but all the P.T. Barnums and Barnum like characters have done. So I'm talking about the most successful titans and tycoons from modern times and from history, just not Barnum himself. Barnum was kind of the touchstone and jumping off point. So I'm very proud of that book. There's a customer born every minute. I wrote Hypnotic Writing. Hypnotic Writing was my very first ebook, and it became a phenomenal success. It was later published by a noteworthy publisher. It's still in print. You can get it in paperback and audio and this, that, and the other. Hypnotic Writing taught people how to write everything from sales letters to their articles to actual books. And I'm proud to say a lot of people read it who had writing blocks or hadn't written in there since they were in grade school, because of trauma that they went through with an English teacher. And Hypnotic Writing opened them up. They were able to write again. And it's still a book I'm proud of. Then in the spiritual world, one of the books that has just torn down the walls of understanding possibility is my book Zero Limits. That's the book that describes and introduces Ho'oponopono to the world. And Ho'oponopono is a Hawaiian healing system that I had heard about, but nobody had actually written about it in a public way, in a mass market kind of way. And I ended up finding the man who was most famous for teaching it and using it. And he and I wrote that book, Zero Limits, which is still a colossal bestseller. And when it comes to the law of attraction, I wrote the book, The Attractor Factor. And the Attractor Factor, I have so many stories around it. From a marketing standpoint, I so believed in that book that I wanted to pull out all stops and make it a massive success. And so I put on my publicity hat and I took a few lessons from P.T. Barnum, and I made that book a #1 bestseller, I think in 2005, out of all books published. I mean, if you look at Amazon and they have different categories and departments, my book beat everybody. It was #1 in all products. And in fact, there was a Harry Potter book coming out, and the Pope had a book coming out, and both of them were neck and neck for first place. And because of the publicity I came up with, my, my book slid ahead of theirs. And I'm giggling because I'm kind of proud of the fact that I did it all by myself. And I did it on a book that I was teaching people how to create their own reality. So the Attractor Factor proved itself by becoming this huge #1 bestseller. So I've written lots of books since. I've got all kind of books on marketing, books on metaphysics, books on spirituality. The most recent book is called Karmic Marketing, and karmic marketing is really my secret to success. I've been using it for decades, though I never really wrote anything about it. I think you might find a blog post and you might find a video where I mumbled some description of karmic marketing, but it's my most recent book and I'm proud of it. As for a couple other things I'm proud of and that are happening, I now have my own online television show, and it's only weeks old, but is getting tens of thousands of viewers per episode. And it's being seen on Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Roku, YouTube, Lux Media Studios. It's called Zero Limits Living. Zero Limits Living. And I put a website up just for the TV show called ZeroLimitsLivingTV.com. And if that weren't enough, the Zero Limits Living TV show is there. I just started coming out with a podcast that's basically Zero Limits. So it's the Zero Limits podcast. And I just signed a deal to make a film about the book Zero Limits and the concept of Zero Limits, which probably wouldn't come out until the end of this year, the beginning of next. So this new year seems to be the year of zero limits. And Dr. Finance, that's quite a bit for a minuscule overview of what I'm up to and what I've written.
Wow, that was super, super cool, Dr. Joe. Folks, we got Dr. Joe Vitale here, Star Secret, one of the star secrets from this. I'm sorry, one of the stars from The Secret. He is the secret behind The Secret. And we're actually going to talk about The Secret in a little bit, but he's incredible. He has so many books out there. One of the leaders in the law of attraction space, mindset space, and the list just goes on and on. So, Dr. Joe, how does it feel to be a part of the incredible movie *The Secret* by Rhonda Burns that had some of the top people in the mindset space part of it, and you were a part of that? How's that feel?
It's ecstasy. It's ecstasy. I would have recommended that book, that movie, and the book, whether I was in it or not, because I thought the message and the medium that she used was timely. It was perfect. And I promoted the hell out of it. The fact that I got to be one of the people invited to be in it was a great honor. The side story is I almost didn't end up in it because Rhonda had read my book, The Attractor Factor. She called me from Australia. I didn't know who in the world she was. She said she wanted to make a movie. I was hearing from people all the time who said they'd do things, but then they never did them. And she said she wanted me in it. And I said, well, if you get it together, give me a call. And I thought I'd never hear from her again. A month later, she calls and she says, I want you in the movie. She said, I'm filming in Chicago. I need you to get to Chicago. I'll pay first class ticket. I almost didn't go. I was really busy and I thought, how in the world am I going to get to Chicago living in Central Texas when I got all these appointments? And she said that all you have to do is fly up in the morning. We'll film you for an hour or so and you can fly right back and go back to work. And I remember thinking to myself, a rule of thumb in life is to say yes. Say yes. Even when you don't know how to do something, even when you don't know how it's going to work out, even when you've got your self doubts and your concerns, say yes. So I said yes. And of course, I'm glad I did because the movie ended up being great. And it's still great. It's still being played. It's news to a lot of people in a lot of countries, even right now, today.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. That is incredible. What relationship does the movie *The Secret* have with Napoleon Hill's *Hidden Secret from Think and Grow Rich*? And I believe you have your own opinion of what The Secret is also missing. So now's a good time. What are your thoughts, Dr. Joe?
Well, I can talk about the movie The Secret and the marketing of The Secret for hours. First of all, I love the movie. And second of all, I can also criticize the movie. I think that there were some crucial things left out. And one of the biggest was not focusing enough on taking action. A lot of people watched the movie and just thought, oh, I just sit, I meditate, I visualize, I click my heels together, I go to the front door, and there's the love of my life, or there's my car, or there's a bag of money, or whatever. And I do believe in magic and miracles. And I do believe the doorbell can ring and there'll be something you've been waiting for showing up almost magically or miraculously. But more often than not, you have something to do. Life is a co creation. If I only thought or meditated or visualized books, but I never went to the typewriter in the old days or the computer in the new days, I wouldn't have any books written. I have to go and sit down and start typing. And it's the same with my music. If I never went in the studio, but I sit and visualized it, I wouldn't have it. So I think the movie didn't develop the idea enough that you need to take action. Ironically, there are skeptics and critics who say, oh, it's just magical thinking, and they don't talk about taking action. And yet, I am the guy in the movie who says it's your job to take action. Directly quoted from the movie, there's 2 or 3 lines where a whole passage, and it seems like viewers either fogged out, went to the bathroom, or went and got popcorn or something and missed that important ingredient. So I love the movie, but it was really just an introduction to an idea. It wasn't a collegiate course. This wasn't the graduate school course on how to manifest your reality. It was an introduction to the masses on a concept most of them didn't have any clue about. And that's the law of attraction, which is really about how you're using your mind and directing your mind. So I always wish she had come out with volume 2 or even volume 3. And because of all the movie footage she created in the beginning, she has enough footage even now to make 2 or 3 more movies that are follow-ups to The Secret and not have to film anybody else. So as for Napoleon Hill, I'm a huge Napoleon Hill fan. I'm sitting in my office with lots of Napoleon Hill books around me, all signed by him. And I actually was looking at a video footage from a TV ad that he gave, I don't know, in the 60s, where he was talking about his famous quote, if you can conceive it and believe it, you can achieve it. And I love the quote, and I've defended the quote because a lot of people will make fun of it, and they'll say, "Oh, that means I can be an astronaut and fly through space." And it's like, give me a break. Is that what you believe you can do that? No. Can you conceive of doing that? No. Well, you're proving Napoleon Hill's quote correct. So Napoleon Hill was a big believer in the law of attraction. He only hinted at it in his most famous popular book, Think and Grow Rich, but he wrote a giant volume called The Law of Success. It should have been called Laws of Success because there were so many of them in there. But in his giant book, Law of Success, he talks about the law of attraction. He talks about masterminding. He talks about persistence. He talks about action. In my mind, the book, The Law of Success, the 1928 version, not the 1925 version, the 1928 version by Napoleon Hill is the book to read. If somebody watches The Secret, the next thing they should go do, if they don't want to read one of my books or some of the other teachers that are in the movie The Secret, go read Napoleon Hill's mammoth, The Law of Success. You won't read it in an evening, and you'll need a highlighter, but that'll complete your training and understanding how to use the basic principle of The Secret to manifest what you want. And again, I can go on forever with this, but I'll be respectful and shut up.
No, that is incredible. Appreciate that, Dr. Joe. And yeah, maybe one day we'll have another breakout room just to like dissect the secret because I know that that's a topic that you really enjoy. But with that said, let's move on to the next question. I'm going to ask maybe 1 or 2 more, and then we'll move into our next segment because I do want to get a lot of the people on the stage. We got an incredible stage tonight. I think we just passed over 250 people, and 1,000 people have been in this room already. You can see that, Joe. So Dr. Joe, I just want to show you how Clubhouse works. If you look to the top left, okay, right
Okay.
there you have the number of people that have been in the room. It's a new feature they just added about a month ago, actually about 2 months ago now. And it tells you on the left the total number of people that's been in the room. It says 1,000. And then to the right of it says how many people are here now. It says 254 people here now. So that's what those numbers mean. and there's a replay. It says replays on because we're actually recording this. I never used to record it until recently. Mark Victor Hansen, he was in the room one time. He pressured me on it, and he had a great point. He's like, "Why aren't you recording this?" And he's right, because there's a lot of people who do want to listen to this. So,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, that's how the stage works. There's people in the audience below. We have the panel here. We got people who are connected to speakers. That's one layer, and then the audience, the general audience is here as well. So that's how the numbers work. I want to just ask you a couple more questions, then we're going to get our Gold Badge Mod Squad to join in. So what is the law of attraction, and how does it apply to people? I know this is a favorite topic of yours. You're an expert in the law of attraction. What is this law of attraction? I mean, I come from outside this space, so I'm having a hard time understanding the exact like officialness to this as a former finance professor. What is the law of attraction? How does the law of attraction apply to people, if applicable at all?
Well, it absolutely applies to people. It's the only ones that are actually going to use the law of attraction. So it's for people and it's a gift to all of us. But for most of us, we've never heard of it before. We weren't taught how to use it. So we don't know anything about it. It seems foreign. We're skeptical. We disbelieve anything that is brand new to us or seems woo-wooish to us. But for me, it's a basic rule of psychology. It goes all the way back to William James in his 2-volume encyclopedia about psychology in the 1800s. Basically, you get whatever you focus on. That's basically it. Now, to actually make it work in your favor, you need to understand how the brain works and how it works in conjunction with the law of attraction. You might think of the law of attraction as the law of intention. So, whatever it is that you are focusing on with intention and with emotion and with repetition, you will tend to bring into your life. Now, I'm pausing for people to take that in because the next thing I want people to be aware of is our own thinking. Our thinking is primarily negative, critical, judgmental, and repetitive. There are some scientists who say we have 50, 60,000 thoughts a day. Some of them say it's 100,000 thoughts a day. My question is, who the hell is counting all these thoughts? But whatever number it happens to be, they have said that the thoughts are the same ones. We keep repeating them, and they seem to be all negative. We're always focused on the what could go wrong kind of a scenario. So then stop and think, if most of your thoughts are negative, most of your thoughts are critical, most of your thoughts are skeptical, and most of your thoughts are the same thing, then what are you actually creating in your life? You end up creating more things to be concerned about, more things to be fearful about, more things to be critical about, more things to be skeptical about, because you are utilizing unconsciously the law of attraction or the law of intention. So, part of my life mission is to help us all, and I say all because it includes me. I'm part of the human experience. I'm not Buddha walking around on water or anything. I'm learning like everybody else. So, part of the human experience is to awaken to how am I thinking? What am I focused on? Oh, it's been the negative for most of my life. When I was homeless, what do you think I was thinking about? Where's my lunch? Where am I going to get out of this? And I was mad at the world, which just kept me in that deep, dark cycle of being in the mud of the human experience. So today I want to be aware of, okay, what do I want? Which is a fundamental question for anybody in psychology, metaphysics, law of attraction, or anything else. What do you want? We're in the brand new year. This is Renew You in 2022. Here's our most fantastic opportunity, which is an opportunity every day and every moment, but we're looking at the new year and leveraging it. It's our opportunity right now to say, what do I want? And then once we select what we want to do is add some sort of visual to it because the brain responds to images. So we need a visual representation of what we stated is our intention, the answer to the question, what do I want? And then we want to add emotion to it because we do not create without emotion. You generally attract into your life what you love, what you hate, and what you fear. Well, I would break that cycle and focus on what you love. So, what do you want? meaning what's your intention? What's the graphic, or can you create a graphic to represent what that is? Look at it with the feeling of passion, with the feeling of love, with the feeling of appreciation, and look at it with gratitude. In this way, you can redirect your mind. You're still using the law of attraction. You were using it all along, but you were using it unconsciously. You were living by default. You were living by a reflective mechanism in your own survival. But now we're saying, let's awaken and let's use the law of attraction consciously to go where we want to go. I know that was a mouthful, Dr. Finance, but I'm trying to be complete.
No, that was perfect. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Appreciate that. I got one more question, then we're going to turn it over to our next segment.
Mm-hmm.
Before I do that, folks, I know we had a lot of new people just walked into the stage. We're approaching 300 at the moment. I just want to say, folks, you're in the finance club. Okay, definitely give the club a follow. But more importantly, hit the bell to always for myself and Diamond, because we're probably going to be switching up. We got a lot of different clubs. We had the author club rolling earlier this morning. But this is the main flagship club for now on. And we got a huge lineup. So you definitely want to be a part of this. The title of this room is "What is the Secret to Attracting Money?" with Dr. Joe Vitale. And I believe, Dr. Joe, that was actually the title of one of your audio books. I believe that's where I got that from. Is that right?
It's the title of one of my books, one of my most recent books, and it is the title of one of my most successful early audiobooks. The audiobook in that case was even before The Secret, but the book's been within the last couple of years. But both are correct. The Secret to Attracting Money, book and or audio.
All right. Well, with that said, that would be the last question, Dr. Joe, before we move into the next segment. But before I was going to get you with that one. But before we do that, Dr. Joe, all right, folks, we're having fun. It's Friday night, right? So follow everybody on stage, folks. They are part of what's called the Gold Badge Mod Squad. It should be. Now, Dr. Joe is new to Clubhouse. This is his debut. So, Dr. Joe, you see that green badge next to everybody. That's just administrative stuff that I call in here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's for guest speakers to keep everybody at the top, the guests, to keep the main guest speakers at the top, and all the administrators that are helping me with the background stage. But everyone here is part of the Gold Badge Mod Squad. They've been hand selected, and I believe Clubhouse is missing this badge. It's real. So I have an invisible badge in here. So everyone here has this gold badge. So just imagine looking at the stage. Everyone on there has this little gold badge underneath, which is super cool because they get to participate. So with that said, Dr. Joe, so let's, folks, ping everybody in the room. We got Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, what is the secret to attracting money?
Yeah, I'm going to answer that in a second. I wrote a whole book on it and created a whole audio program on it. And so I have to give a soundbite now to sum it up. All right, I'm going to give you a turbocharged, condensed, but very practical answer. First of all, money matches mindset. Money matches mindset. So when I was homeless and when I was in poverty, my mindset pretty much sucked when it came to money. In fact, I wasn't really concerned about money, didn't really respect money, and obviously didn't have any money. So money matches mindset. So what does that mean? What we have to look at is what is our relationship and our understanding of money. I'm going to tell you what the biggest block is in virtually everybody on this call, in this clubhouse. And it's the same block I've seen in people in every country I have gone to. It didn't matter their culture, their religion, their media, their government. I was in the Ukraine, they had it. In Russia, they had it. In Italy, they had it. In Poland, they had it. In Peru, they had it. Canada, they had it. Obviously, the America, Bermuda, and everywhere else you can think of. I was in Iran, one of the last places I went before the pandemic. They had it. So, what is this belief that everybody has? It's the belief around money that is keeping them from actually receiving it. Arnold Patton was one of my favorite authors, and he said, "We don't create abundance, we create limitation." Think about that. We don't create abundance, we create limitation, which is suggesting that money and abundance and prosperity is all around you. The only reason you don't have it is that you put up the inner roadblocks. So, again, what's this big belief that is one of the biggest roadblocks when it comes to money, and change this belief and you can start receiving it? It's the belief that money is the root of all Now, every person here just said evil. Money is the root of all evil. Everybody here just said it. It wasn't in their conscious mind, it was in their subconscious / unconscious mind. So now think about it more deeply. If you are in sales, you're in marketing, you love what you're doing. I heard some of the introductions from these people. They're all wonderful people doing wonderful things. But if you're struggling in any way, shape, or form with money, you have this invisible belief that's still operating. Because a part of you says, hey, I got this cool life mission. I want to go out there and help people in all these different areas. And I have to charge, of course, for it because I have to pay for my marketing and pay for my house and pay for my bills. But then there's this other part of you that says, I don't really want money because money's evil and I don't want any evil in my life. And so now you have a tug of war. And very often I will say to people, have you ever noticed that you often get what you need money wise just in the nick of time to pay for whatever it is you needed to pay for? And then you're broke again, or then you're struggling again. And that's because you don't want evil in your house very long. So you'll push it off unconsciously until the last minute. Then, oh, yeah, you'll come up with a way to have some money. And then you have to go pay the bill. Well, there it went. And then you'll be broke again, or you'll be struggling again, or you'll be at whatever level of relationship you have with money right now. Money matches mindset. So what do? One of the easiest things to do is just get new information. And the new information is that abbreviated biblical quote, money is the root of all evil, is incorrect and part of a longer sentence. Many of you already know this. The longer sentence is the love of money is the root of all evil, the love of money. Now, the wealthy people I have met and interviewed, and I've met people who were homeless and became billionaires and people that are multimillionaires, and they're doing what they love and they're making a difference in the world. They're not in love with money. They're not in love with money. They use it, they appreciate it, they are grateful for it, they leverage it, but they're not in love with money. So I would say that given the brief time that I have to answer the question, when I've written, books on this subject, I would say you have to understand that you have beliefs around money, beliefs around deservingness, and beliefs around success. And all of those need to be cleaned up and in alignment so you have integrity about receiving. So, the Arnold Patent quote, you don't create abundance, we create limitations, is something you should be looking at to ask yourself, what might be my limiting beliefs around money? And if you nodded your head when I said money is the root of all evil, expand your mind to think, oh, it's the love of money. And then don't fall in love with money, but fall in love with the use of money. And that will help free you. So there you go. My $1.99 answer to the question, the secret to attracting money.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. I just want to leave off this one point before we start opening up to the next segment where we got our amazing, look at the stage here. We got an incredible stage full of amazing influencers here from Clubhouse and other spaces. Folks, Dr. Joe Vitale, give him a follow, folks. This is his debut. He's already up to 175 followers. Folks, let's get that number up. Come on, this is one of the top mindset, law of attraction people in the world. Let's follow Dr. Joe, give him our respect for coming here on a Friday night. All right, Dr. Joe, I just want to ask you a real fun question before we move into the next segment. It's about singing because I know that you also have a superstar band, and the more I thought about it, I just think it's super cool. Would love to have you come back with your band, folks. Dr. Joe's going to tell you about his band. Wait till you hear who his band is, and maybe just sing a few songs every now and then. I know you can't do it now, but at a future date, Dr. Joe.
Well, not now you will slightly embarrass me here because I'm a late bloomer when it comes to music. When I turned 60, which was now 8 years ago, it was on my bucket list to be a musician. And there's lots of stories about what I did to manifest that, but I also attracted, if you will, a band so good I ended up calling them the Band of Legends. And the Band of Legends are individually all legends. My drummer is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. My drummer is the drummer for Joe Walsh and Neil Young and every rock and roller since the 1970s. And my drummer has the same name as me, Joe Vitale. And I remember when I was making my first album, we had a drummer lined up, and I'm new. I don't have much experience. I have no musical training. I didn't know how to put the band together, and I'm relying on a producer. And we had a drummer, and he was a no-show. He got sick or something. And we thought, what do we do? And I thought, well, we're near Austin, Texas. There's a drummer in every house. But then I thought, wait a minute. What about one of the most famous drummers I've ever heard of? Because I had heard about him off and on throughout my life. I said, he has the same name as me. I don't know him. I don't know what he would charge. I don't know if he's available. I don't know if he'd be offended. I don't know if he'd go on a beginner's first album. And I thought, but let's just ask. And I found an email for him, wrote him. Long story short, I was able to hire him. And I will tell you, after the first experience, I will never record without him. He's a freaking genius. And not only is he a drummer, but he's a singer, he's a songwriter, he's an engineer, he's a storyteller beyond belief with all of these rock and roll legends he's been with since the 70s. So my drummer is in the rock and roll fame, Joe Vitale. My bass player plays for Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin and for the Dixie Chicks and for a lot of bands. He's working every night for somebody or other. Glenn Fukunaga. Glenn Fukunaga is my bass player, and he has dazzled me with some of the melodies and tunes and styles he's come up with. And my producer, who ended up being the co-author of one of my books because of a creativity method I saw he was using, but he never really articulated. He's also the lead singer for one of the most famous bands in Texas, Porter Davis, an award-winning band. And he's my producer. He is my friend. He is my mentor. He is my lead guitarist, and his name is Daniel Barrett. And these guys are the band of legends. And I just happen to be there, for
So,
comic relief. For comic
Dr.
relief, I think, yeah.
Dr. Joe, I just want to step back for a second. First, folks, I want to show you how incredible Dr. Joe is. And this is how important the secret is, okay? Dr. Joe, what you're not telling everybody is that you said at 60 years old, you set a goal, I'm going to start singing.
Right.
His singing career is only 6 years old. And he's already got, he did this at 60 years old. Wasn't a singer before this. And at 60 years old, he became a singer and had created an amazing band. You just heard him, Led Zeppelin, who was the other one, Dr. Joe?
Dixie Chicks, Robert Plant, Neil Young,
That's crazy.
Joe Walsh. I mean, Joni Mitchell. I mean, the list goes on. These guys have been around. I'm the newbie here, but they supported me. They supported me. And once the pandemic is free and clear, and we can do things offline more, well, you might see us at a clubhouse, at a real clubhouse near you.
Wow. And how many albums did you create? And this is while he's writing, 80 something plus books. How many music albums have you guys made in the only 6 years you've been doing this?
Um, Singer songwriter albums, we've made 7 of them. And then I made another 7 albums that are just instrumental albums that I did with my former guitar teacher, who became my partner in musical crime. And I learned how to play the baritone saxophone. And so one album is baritone saxophone music combined with affirmations and hypnotic poetry. And I can go on. I've been experimenting. But you were right. It was on my bucket list. And I looked around and said, at age 60, what else do I want to do? And I always loved music, but I had no musical training. I didn't sing karaoke, didn't sing in the shower, didn't sing behind the wheel of the car, didn't know how to put the band together, never was in the studio for music, was in the studio for audio recordings, never on stage as a singer songwriter, which is a completely different experience than being on stage as a speaker. And, had to learn guitar and saxophone and, and more.
That's incredible, Dr. Joe. Appreciate that. So, folks, the message here is that you can do anything you want. It doesn't matter what age you are. And if there was a dream you had from when you were a kid, and you're older, it doesn't matter. You can do it anytime you want. That's part of the essence of the secret. So, with that said, thank you, Dr. Joe. I appreciate it. We're going to do a quick reset because our numbers are building up here. We got over 330 people in the room at the moment, breaking 1.3 thousand. We just opened up about an hour and some change ago. So welcome, folks. Diamond, you want to give a quick reset before we move into our next segment? Diamond Diva in the house.
This is Diamond. and absolutely Dr. Finance. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Finance Club. Click on that greenhouse and join the club today. And today's special event is what is the secret to attracting money? Interview and masterclass with Dr. Joe Vitale. And I will tell you, it's been absolutely incredible. Please take the time to PTR right now to make sure that you have the updated list of moderators, speakers, and guests in the room. Our special guest, Dr. Joe Vitale, is on the second row in the third position. Please take the time to tap on his face right now and give him a follow. Also, take the time to click on that bell and set it to always so you can always be notified when this amazing human is here with us on the app. And while you're at it, take the time to connect with his Twitter. He has his Twitter profile linked as well because you don't want to miss a moment of Dr. Joe Vitale and all the great information that he has to share. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe Vitale, for joining us here today. This has been absolutely brilliant interview and masterclass. I also like to highlight our special host of the evening, Dr. Finance, the founder of the Finance Club and the curator of this space. If you PTR, you will see he's in the first position. Make sure you are giving him a follow as well, setting his bell to always, and making sure that you also connect with him on his social profiles. He has both his Instagram and his Twitter linked. You also want to take the time to connect with him on his Dr. Finance Live podcast. You will see that link at the very top of the screen. You'll also see that he has highlighted there the interview with Dr. Joe Vitale. Make sure you are subscribing to his podcast as well as his YouTube channel. He currently has over 7 million views. That's right, 7 million views on his YouTube channel where he hosts the Dr. Finance Live podcast. It's literally growing by millions every single week. And you will see why, because the amazing content that he has there. Rock stars like Dr. Joe Vitale and many other amazing guests. So make sure you're taking the time, click on that link, press the subscribe button for the YouTube channel, as well as the Dr. Finance Live podcast today. And I also like you to take the time to connect with Dr. Finance on his Facebook community. He has over 680,000 members there and growing every single day. Dr. Finance is doing incredible things on all his social platforms, so make sure you're connecting with him on each and every one today. I'd also like to introduce our moderator panel. We have Rex, Giuseppe, Noah, and as well as our special guest, Dr. Joe Vitale and Dr. Finance. Make sure you're tapping on each and every one of their profiles, giving them a follow, set those bells to always, and connecting on their social media platforms as well. I also like to highlight our amazing gold badge moderator panel as well. They've all been hand selected by Dr. Finance to curate this space today. They are leaders, top performers on the app and real life. So make sure you're tapping on each and every one of their faces, giving them a follow, setting their bells to always, and connecting on social media as well. Read those bios, slide into those DMs, and connect with every moderator and speaker on this panel today. And while you're at it, let's tap on that plus sign and bring some more guests into the room. We are still going and growing in this space. So tap on that plus sign and every single face that you see. Send a special invitation from you to invite them into this room today. We'd like to thank you and welcome each and every one of you into the Finance Club here today. This is Diamond and I'm complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate it, folks. Everyone give Diamond Diva a follow. She's an awesome co-host every Friday. She's been here since the beginning. I mean, way back in my early days in Clubhouse. She actually had one of the top Clubhouse rooms when I was growing up in Clubhouse. Only had like 20 followers, and she would invite me to her stage, and she had like over 500. I'm like, thank you, Diamond. And, you know, she invited me, so I appreciate it. Now she's here. We're going toe-to-toe on all these stages every week. So we got huge people coming, major influencers like Dr. Joe Vitale. Stay tuned every Friday, folks. Okay. One thing I want to say though, folks, can everyone come off the mic and just say thank you, Dr. Joe Vitale, for Friday night for coming here and holding this incredible room. We're going to have some amazing people. Or just say, thank you, Dr. Joe. Can everyone come off the
Thank
mic
you,
and
Thank
say
Dr.
thank
Thank
you?
you,
Joe.
Dr.
you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Joe.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Joe.
Joe.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
J.
you. Thank you, Dr.
See that,
Joe.
Dr. Joe? You got a fan club
I
already.
love it. I feel
We
it,
love
folks.
you.
I feel it.
See, we're trying to convince Dr. Joe to love Clubhouse because he's going to come back. He's going to bring his amazing band. Folks, did you hear his band? That's like I mean, if any of you guys like rock and roll or that stuff, that's legend. He's right. It's a band of legends. They can come back and, and sing a little bit. I mean, that would be pretty cool. We get to meet them. So, yeah, so with that said, we're moving into the next segment. Give everybody a follow. I want to welcome, thanks again, Diamond. We got Rex, we got Giuseppe here, Noah, Dr. Joe Vitale. Give him a follow. We got Cheryl and Ella. We got Joe, we got Vinny, we got Safoa, Tracy, and flash your mics, folks, when I call your name, because I'm excited to have everybody here. We got TN and Frankie. Frankie's now a co-author with me on 13 Steps to Riches, amazing celebrity authors, and talk about Napoleon Hill. That's the book we're talking about, the 13 Steps to Riches. We got Dr. Claudine here. Doria Cordova, oh my God, a superstar in the field. Thank you for showing up, Doria, and helping us out tonight. Appreciate that. And D, we got Dr. Felicia, Lady
Woo!
Jules. Yeah, say come on off the mic when I call your name. Just say hi. Corrine and Deborah. We got Dimple. We got Gary. We got Victoria here and Mac Tight and Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kyle. We got Megan. We got Alistair and Kimberly and Michael. We're having fun on Friday night. Welcome, Featree. Welcome, Storm. Ashley, Olga. We got William and Nunez here. We got Lorna. We got Mickey. We got Dr. Connor's here. Thank you, Dr. Connor. We got Shelly. We got Anna Esposito. We got Ann Landstrom and Beverly's here. We got Tim and Danny. Danny's here, part of the Grant Cardone team. Thank you, Danny. We got Anna here. Anna's amazing. Dr. Chandler and Savannah's here, always helping out. She's here on Wednesday night with Diamond Diva holding down her space. Join that as well. We got Michelle. We got Sandra here and Lynn. Sir Jude's in the house. Welcome, Sir Jude. We got Pauline and Kamakayas, and we got Ori, the accidental gangster. Check out his book. It's awesome. We got Georgina. We got Darlene. Kamal. We got
Woo!
Fred. Michelle. Yes, that's right. And Mustafa as well. So welcome, folks. You are here on Friday night. What an incredible room. Let's move to the next
Hey,
segment. We're going to
hey,
take some
hey, it's me,
questions. All right,
Michelle.
let's get some questions. So here's some rules for folks. Before we do the questions, remember one question per person, and you just say your name and you just go out right out with it. My question is, and just one question because we got everybody on stage. I'm sure wants to ask a question. All right, so we'll start over here with Diamond. Diamond, you have a question for Dr. Joe? So go ahead, Diamond.
This is Diamond, and absolutely. And I just have to say again, I'm a huge fan of your work. Dr. Joe Vitale, my favorite book is The Attractor Factor. Absolutely brilliant. And so my
Mm.
question, my question for you is, you were telling us about your story today about how at one point you were homeless and you had that scarcity mindset, and you weren't in touch with the whole law of attraction process at that time. And I would love to hear from you what advice you would have for people who are also facing maybe a pivot or transition or challenging times. What happened in your life that allowed you to shift your mindset to abundance and the law of attraction?
Great question. Absolutely great question. When I was homeless, I lived in the Dallas Public Library. And on one level, that was kind of cool. I was in the library. I had bathroom, I had water, I had air conditioning, and I had books. But on the other level was I was homeless, for God's sake. But when I was in there, I was reading the self-improvement books. I was reading the classics, whether it was Dale Carnegie or Claude Bristol, The Magic of Believing, and Napoleon Hill, and all the other ones that we would know of at these points. They're on the shelves. They're still on the shelves. And I was reading them to try to, I don't think I was consciously doing it, but try to brainwash myself or reprogram myself to start to think in a new way. I think we have it easier today because we have the internet, we have all these things we take for granted, all these things that are free, including Clubhouse. Back then, it was just you, yourself, or at least me and myself, and my books. So it was the ongoing, persistent self education and then my attempts to apply it. And it took a long time because I was doing it by myself. We didn't have self help coaches that I was aware of. I knew of little league coaches and baseball coaches, but not self improvement coaches. So the easy answer for me was it was a long, hard, slow road, but most of it was being achieved through reading and then doing my best to apply what I was reading to my best understanding. And I'm reading Catherine Ponder, and I'm reading Napoleon Hill, and I'm reading Eric Butterworth, and I'm reading the classics from the unity, prosperity thinking movement, all of that is what I would say was helping me make the slow change.
This is Donna, and thank you so much for sharing that. And I just have to tell you, your Attractor Factor book was one of the ones that really helped me shift from my
Mm,
scarcity to abundance mindset. So I just want to thank you for being
thank
a
you.
large part of my personal development. You're amazing.
Thank you. You've made my evening. Thank you so much for telling me.
Thank you, Diamond. Appreciate that. All right, Dr. Joe. Seriously though, Diamond mindset diva. She is incredible with the mindset stuff. I mean, I think, and Rex here. Rex. He's really amazing in that area. You guys all make a great team. Come back one day and we'll talk some more about. We'll just go deep dive with mindset. It'd be great. But thank you, Diamond. Appreciate the question. And we got. Let's see. Anyone? Just raise your hand. Rex or Giuseppe. Okay, Rex. Then we'll go Rex, Giuseppe. Go ahead, Rex.
Joe, it's so great to have you here again. I just want to say
Mm.
thanks for coming, and I hope you're having a marvelous time. I know everybody else is,
Hmm.
including myself. Um, Something that you said that I wouldn't, and not because you said it the way you said it, but I wouldn't want it lost on anybody because you made reference to the fact that you've got like a sound bite to give out information.
Right.
And the difficulty with the law of attraction, the way it's been presented in The Secret and elsewhere, is that if you want it and think about it, you can have it. And people forget, we constantly are reminding people that you plant a seed, it takes a while for it to grow. And you exemplify that. And when you were recounting your history in terms of the amount of time in the years that it took for you to get from your intention to be
Mm.
an author to where you are today and the hardship along the way is all part of the process.
Yes.
And that's what people don't get. I mean, we can say take action and then people think of it as something that they can do, which is a necessary part. But what you so elegantly demonstrated in your description of your journey is that journey, would you not say, is the law of attraction in action? And so it's not really adding anything. It's that you thought it, you did it, and then it comes about in the same way that you plant the seed, you nurture it, and it grows.
And I love that you're pointing that out, Rex. There's a couple of things I want to say. One, based on what you just said, and one is just coming to mind that I've always wanted to tell you. So, the first on what you just said, I think there's a real misunderstanding around the law of attraction and maybe just self improvement and goal setting itself. A lot of people will watch The Secret or any variation of the different movies that are out there, and they'll start to think, well, I got it now. I know how to make my life a breeze. I know how to make myself happy every day, follow my passion every day, dance through the streets every day, and life's going to be great. And the misunderstanding is there's still going to rain. There's still going to be days when the earth is going to shake. There's still going to be days when you have a disappointment or you get a little ill or you don't sleep well. There's still going to be moments of discouragement. And what needs to be understood is that's part of the life journey, part of the life experience, and not a reason to give up, not a reason to think, oh, the law of attraction doesn't work, self help doesn't work, and all of those other things. I think the law of attraction, The Secret, and some other things that are out there are incomplete. And I can tell a lot of stories to back that up. But I think I want everybody to understand that all of this stuff works. And if you wake up one day and you had a nightmare that night, or you wake up and you stub your toe, or the cat did something on the floor, just understand that day you have to adjust a little bit. You have to pivot a little bit. And you can still have your magic and miracles and your goals accomplished that same day. Just don't give up because of whatever took place during the night or that morning. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is more personal. You sent me cassettes, Rex, way back in the 1990s. And these were cassettes on communication and NLP. And we had exchanged some things and we had talked, and you were very kind to me and very generous with me. And I religiously listened to everything. I am always studying, always growing, always working on myself, and maybe even more intensely back then. And there was one moment when you talked about laughing at problems in life. And you said, think about Errol Flynn in the movie Robin Hood. When he stands on a hill, he puts his hands on his hips, he raises his head back, big smile on his face, and he just goes, ha 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 ha. And you were advising to take on that laugh at will whenever you needed it, no matter what was going on. I so took that to heart that I actually found a photograph of Errol Flynn, put it in a frame, put it in my office that I had at the time. I might even still have the picture somewhere. And every now and then I would look at it, and it's like, there's Errol Flynn. He was a bit of a character in real life, but there he is as Robin Hood, hands on hip, laughing at the things coming at him. And I always remembered it as a great tool. And I guess it's relevant to what I just said, that if you do wake up and you stub your toe, put your hands on your hip and laugh like Errol Flynn in the movie Robin Hood. Thank you, Rex.
Oh, my pleasure, my friend. And yeah, you can laugh your way to success, laugh your way to the bank, laugh your way out of trouble, and laugh your way into love. It's just a truly amazing thing when you celebrate everything. Thank you, Joe.
All right, thank you, Rex. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Awesome responses. All right, we're moving on forward, folks. I actually had a little bit of a cold, a sore throat. I don't like to use the word cold, but I had a sore throat. I think it's gone. I've been drinking so much ginger tea tonight, so thank gosh for that. But yes, hopefully you guys can hear me loud and clear. We got an awesome podcast. We got an awesome stage here tonight in the Finance Club. Definitely give it a follow, folks. Dr. Joe Vitale, give him a follow. This is debut here. He's from The Secret. He was one of the main stars in the famous movie The Secret. Okay, that had all the top superstars out there in the mindset, law of attraction space, etc. So give him a follow. This is his first time here. We're taking questions now, and I want to welcome. We got some new people that came to the stage. So welcome. We got Kamal and Dana and Mark here, and Kamikaism, Storm. We got Jackie here. Jackie Minsky's awesome. She's actually going to be helping us out. We got Ryan Bolaire coming in a few weeks, folks. New York Times bestselling author, an amazing entrepreneur who created a business, I think over $1 billion. I got to learn some more about that story. But welcome, Jackie. Thank you for your support today. We got Michelle, we got Dr. Rayo, and Michelle, Georgina Lynn, Sandra, Savannah, Dr. Chandler, and many more folks. Follow everyone on stage. All right, we're taking Giuseppe's question up next. Remember, one question per person because we've got a lot of people in question on the stage here who want to ask Dr. Joe a question. Go ahead, Giuseppe.
I'm very nervous, Dr. Finance, because Joe Vitale for me is my mate, and I'm old school, like I said before. And what I said, I would like to know what you think about the school of motivational speaker like you, Bob Proctor, Les Brown, and the today motivational speaker, because the difference for me, personally, what I said is old school teach me knowledge, its power only if you use it. Action. Today I learn more time. Take a positive thing, and was very different because I was homeless like you, Joe. For this, I love you, and you teach me in your book and your training that how is possible that today I'm owner of 500 property. Sleep in the car 6 years ago, find the food in the trash, and today I'm here. Thanks your school, thanks your book. What do you think? This is Giuseppe, and I'm complete. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on transcending what you were confronted with there, and thank you for the compliments. As I understand your question, it sounded like you were asking if there was a difference between the old school motivators that were more action oriented and maybe the new school motivators that seem to be more positive thinking oriented. And I might be misunderstanding the question, but that's what I think you were asking. For
Yes.
me, got it. Okay, good. Thank you for confirming that. For me, we gravitate towards what we need at the time. When I was coming out of poverty, not so much homelessness, but poverty, I really needed the action oriented motivational speakers. I needed the Dennis Waitley and the Zig Ziglar. I needed those guys because I needed to be propelled into taking action in order to manifest results. And so at that point in time, that was incredibly useful to me. It was priceless to me. And I'm still grateful to those guys. And through the magic of karma and timing and good fortune, I'm friends with those guys at this point, which to me is head spinning. You keep going forward, doing what you love, and some of the people you studied at one point become your friends, your clients, your mentors, and your drinking buddies at another point in your life. It's just amazing. But as I kept going in my life, a more spiritual view of life came into my awareness. And so I wanted to follow more of the spiritual teachers, and I wanted to be preaching more of a spiritual slant. So even though I talk about marketing these days, I mentioned earlier that my most recent book, only weeks old, is called Karmic Marketing. There's a sign right there in the title that I'm not just a marketing guy these days. No, I'm some sort of spiritually oriented guy who's applying spiritual insights to marketing. And I think the people who are coming to me at this point are a match to that desire. The people who still need the action and the kick in the butt, if you will, are the ones that are going to go to Jim Rohn and Dennis Waitley and Zig Ziglar. And thank God that they're out there for them. So I think we're all on different schedules. We all need different things at different times. We're all in an evolutionary process of awakening. And as our consciousness expands, we gravitate to whoever is teaching what at that point. There are times today where I don't think I need to read or reread Zig Ziglar, but I might reread somebody like Dennis Waitley just came out with a revised version of his winning book. It's the new psychology of winning. And there's quite a bit of a spiritual view to it. So I'm gobbling that one up. So I guess my basic answer is we gravitate towards what we need as we grow, which is really unconscious law of attraction at work.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Awesome question. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Appreciate that. I'm going to bump out
Thank
of
you.
line a little.
Thank
Thank you.
you so much, Dr. Joe. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Joe.
you.
And I hope I ask if I can deserve your follow too. I love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Giuseppe. All right, I'm going to jump out of line, and I might do that from time to time, folks, because I have my method to my madness. We have Dory Cordova here. Dory actually wrote the foreword, I believe, or vice versa. Let's see. She wrote the foreword for his At Zero book. So Doria, I know you
Yes.
got to get going in about 5. Well, you're going to be hanging out here, but she's attending some things. Doria, you want to speak to Joe? Ask a question.
Hi, Joe. How are you?
Hello, my long time friend. I don't even know what to say. I miss you. I haven't seen you or gotten a hug in years.
And years and years. Well, Joe, I am taking care of my 96-year-old mother. I'm still blessed enough, but
Oh.
I just wanted to say that I am absolutely in awe that the At Zero book has gone so far away, because part of,
Hmm.
my having met, Morna Simeona in 1984,
Yes.
who
Yep.
translated, the practice from the Hawaiian Huna, and that she wanted so many people around the world to have Ho'oponopono in their lips. And
Hmm.
and I'm known for, the Money and You program, my business schools, and this whole money side. And a lot of people don't realize that I am a practitioner since 1984, but
Mm-hmm.
also I constantly focus on adding value and insufficiency. Remember, Buckminster Fuller used to say that you cannot experience, abundance without experiencing sufficiency first. And so I've been
Mm-hmm.
really teaching that. And I think that I wonder what Morna would have said that you and Dr. Ihaleakala just put
Mm-hmm.
the word Ho'oponopono in the lips of millions. So for that, I
Mm.
think that she would be very pleased.
And that really warms my heart to hear that, especially coming from you since you knew her. It is great to hear your voice, and I long to see you again.
So I'll connect and thank you. And we're so happy to have you here for the first time in Clubhouse. And I'm sure
Mm-hmm.
you're going to become a Clubhouse rock star. Aloha.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Doria. Thank you for joining us on Friday night. I know you're really, really busy. Doria is the superstar. She actually is the CEO of Money and You, and the people that went through her program, included so many amazing influencers in this space. Doria, who can you name some of the names? I believe Jack Canfield, Mark Victor Hansen.
Yeah, Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins did it when he was
Oh yeah, I forgot
23. We
about Tony.
put him. We were his first promoters, and of course, Robert Kiyosaki was my business partner for 9 years of Rich Dad Poor Dad, and Sharon Lecter, which of course we love so much, and many others. You know, Paul Mitchell Hair Salon. He passed away in 1989, but
And the
the
one and only
original.
Forbes Riley. Shh.
I will. Not, I will. Is Forbes here?
You
Still
know I
here?
Yeah,
am, baby
Forbes is here.
girl.
I was just going to get to you. I was going through the years. Hi, Forbes.
Hello, my girl. I was about, this Friday night, I was about to say I'm right underneath you, but I think Joe would misinterpret that, think this was a strange room.
So, have you met Joe before, Forbes? Have you met Joe?
We actually had a conversation a little while ago where we run in very, very similar circles.
Oh,
What's the next
Forbes,
you're
you're
in the
back
the
in the
next thing
Matrix.
that's coming out that we can do? Oh, all right. I'm just gonna listen. My Matrix world is crazy.
Well, so just to come back, definitely Forbes has attended Money and You. I was going through the years. I was starting back in the early 80s. And then, of course, one of the ones that we really are so excited about is Ben Cohen of Ben and Jerry's. We met him when he was still doing ice cream in his garage. So we grew up the industry. My mentors literally created the what could be called the experiential transformational entrepreneurial training industry, which so many of us are now part of. And I inherited the work using the tools that Joe is talking about. And, I know 85%, 90% of the people in the secret. And, those tools is exactly what Joe was talking about is the action part is the part that we all must get up even today after listening to all of this. What are you going to do next? So, with that, I am Doria and I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Doria. Appreciate that. And Doria, I didn't realize the connection here. Wow, that's amazing. Incredible story. So thank you, Dory. All right, I just want to jump around real quick. We got Olga Brooks here. Olga says that she's co-writing a book with Dr. Joe right now. So, Dr. Joe, I don't know if you know Olga Brooks. Olga, are you there?
Hi. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much for bringing me up. Yes, Thrive. Uh, Thrive After Trauma, I think, something like that. It's going to be out in March. It's going to be co-written with John Gray, Marta Shimoff, and many others. I'm so excited. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it, this connection. Now it's going to be so much easier or maybe more difficult for me to write just because you're such an influence. And of course, I bought your courses. I just love it all. I have a question. When we stress out about money, it's our mind, but most of the time we feel it in our body, we feel it in our heart, we
Mm.
feel it in our gut. How do you work with your body? Is it, are these energies old or are they new? Like, that's the questions I have about that. Thank you.
Well, that's a great question. Because you're experiencing it right now, I'm going to say that they're new because they're current. And in many ways, it's overthinking it to say, well, it could be old because in some philosophies, it could be from a past life. I'm really of the mindset of who cares? What I want to do is get rid of it. So whether it's from a past life or whether it is from a new belief that has surfaced in my life, all I want to know is I want free of this. I don't want to be struggling. I don't want to be worried. I don't want to be in scarcity. So there's a couple things we can do. Now, we were just talking about the book At Zero, and I had mentioned earlier about Ho'oponopono. That is a Hawaiian healing methodology at its simplest. And I mean, this is very bottom line, fundamental, very simple and direct. You're saying four phrases within yourself as you're feeling this discomfort to your creator. whoever you believe that to be, which could be God, it could be cosmos, it could be the great something, it could be nature. And what you're doing is saying, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you. I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you. So as you're feeling the discomfort, you don't need to know where it came from. You don't need to know that it was a past life and you starved to death or you went broke and bankrupt and put to death because of debt. You don't need to know that. And you don't need to know that maybe you acquired it because your parents believed in lack and limitation. It does not matter. What Ho'oponopono does is help you erase whatever the root causes are. We call them data in Ho'oponopono. And so, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you is a kind of a prayer you're saying to your connection. And you're saying, I'm sorry for wherever the belief came from, whether it's this life or past life. Please forgive me for being unconscious to this belief operating in my system. Thank you for erasing this belief, for deleting this belief. And I love you for my life, for prosperity, for Ho'oponopono, for whatever you want to fill in the blank with. That, at the very basic minimum, is about Ho'oponopono. Now, obviously, I wrote 3 books about it: Zero Limits, At Zero, and then I wrote the 5th phrase. But you can take that and run with it right there. I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to say, and this is good for everybody, is I know all too well what it's like to struggle, starve, fall into scarcity, and pretty much stay there. So I remember when I was reading all the different books, they kept talking about gratitude. If you can feel grateful, you can change your life. And I remember thinking, well, yeah, give me some money and I'll feel grateful, and then my life will be changed. And people would say, that's not how it works. You have to be grateful now. And I did something that has now become famous. It's in 2 or 3 movies where I tell the story, and it's the pencil story. And I'm going to tell it real quick so that everybody gets it. And so I am sitting in poverty in a rundown dump in Houston, Texas. The bathroom and the TV were in the very same room. There was no room, and I could barely ever pay for it. I scrambled all the time, struggled all the time. And I wanted to be grateful and I wanted to practice this gratitude, but I am skeptical. I am critical. I am angry. I am frustrated. I am almost in a rage. But I pick up a pencil and go, okay, with this pencil, let's see, I can probably write a suicide note. I can write a grocery list. I could write some sort of hate letter. I could write a poem. I could write a song. I could write a novel. I can write a movie script. I can write a love letter, a grocery list. And as I went through all these different things, I actually started to feel different. I started to feel like, whoa, wait a minute. This is a pencil. I can actually change the world. I can at least change my life. I can write lyrics. I can write poems. I can write jokes. I can write letters. I can write, oh my God, I got excited. And then I looked at the other end of the pencil and there was an eraser and I went, oh, Jesus, that's genius. There's a piece of rubber at the end of this stick. And with this piece of rubber, I can erase all the things like the suicide note I didn't really want to write. And so I looked at the pencil and thought, this is an amazing invention. Oh my God, this invention. And it's so inexpensive and everybody's used it. And the whole point is I went from skeptical, critical, angry to grateful, prosperous, and happy in about a minute. And that minute with the pencil changed my life forever because it opened a window inside of me. I started to look out of that window. Instead of seeing lack and limitation, I started to see a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of opportunity. Nothing actually changed in the outer world, not at that point. I'm still broke. I'm still unknown. I'm still in the little dump with the toilet and the TV in the same room. But now I felt different. And because of the feeling different, that scarcity mindset left. And obviously, I had to do that 2 or 3 times, but I opened the door to prosperity with a pencil. So, those would be the 2 things that I would offer right now: pick up a pencil or anything. I was in one movie where I told the whole pencil story to this woman who was playing a role in the movie. And at the end of the scene, she said, "How much for the pencil?" And I said, "It's not the pencil. It's not the pencil. You can pick up eyeglasses. You can pick up your cat. You can pick up a shoe. I mean, pick up lint on the floor and just start playing with improvisational, gratitude." So Ho'oponopono and gratitude can help you shift no matter where it came from and how it's feeling in your body. Just what I just did there, I already upped my energy, and my energy was already pretty high just by reliving it. So there you go.
Thank you so much. Ho'oponopono actually was my beginning to my healing and transformation
Ah,
in my life. Yeah.
ah,
But we
beautiful.
kind of forgot the foundation, huh? So thank you for reminding. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Appreciate that. And thank you, Dr. Joe. All right, folks, we're going to bring it back for a moment. So we got a lot of new people just entered the stage. I want to welcome everyone. We're at the Finance Club, and the title of this room is "What is the Secret to Attracting Money?" with Dr. Joe Vitale. Just want to get a quick microphone check. I got a red bar at the bottom. Can you hear me clearly, everybody?
Yes, we
We
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
All right. Are you guys ready for a party on Friday night? Everyone come off your microphone and say,
Woo!
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yay!
Yes. Yes,
Woo! Love
sir.
Yeah.
That's
you.
how we say yes in
Yes.
Philadelphia. We say, yeah. Well, look. Welcome, everybody. Appreciate it. We're having a little fun. It's Friday night, right? So, thank you, Dr. Joe, for your support tonight and hanging out with us. So, what I'd like to do, folks, you're in what is the secret to attracting money with Dr. Joe Vitale is the name of this particular room today. So, hit that plus sign, ping all your friends that you want to enjoy the stage. Anyone stuck out there in the metaverse, ping them in. We don't want them in the metaverse. We want them right here. Okay, we're in the actual Clubhouse. Why would you want to go in the metaverse when we're on Clubhouse, folks? This is Clubhouse. This is the place to be. This room, let me tell you about this room, folks. We were the original Friday night community here. The people here on stage, we started. It was the original community. They never had a Friday night room when we first started this, which led to their longest running room on Clubhouse. This is a continuation of that room. So we've been going strong. We had the best speakers come through this room, from Grant Cardone to my mentor Sharon Lechter, from co-author Rich Dad Poor Dad. You name it, they've been here. And now we got Dr. Joe Vitale, and we're welcoming him into Clubhouse. It's his debut. He's one of the stars from The Secret. He's got over 80 books. He's got a band that's full of rock legends. He's got so many albums and so many just accomplishments. It's just amazing having him here today. So we're moving into the next segment. Before we do, follow everyone on stage. They've been hand selected, and also pinging all your friends, folks. All right, we're going to continue. I'm going to pull to refresh. I want to get some microphone flashes. Who would like to ask a question? I'm sure we're going to fill this whole stage up. So, Noah, did you have a question, Noah? I just wanted to give you the mic real quick because I know you're going to take over the stage later on for the last segment. Okay, I take that as a no.
I will ask in a little while because I'm in the store.
You got it, Noah. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we got Cheryl up next. Now, Cheryl, I believe, Dr. Joe, Cheryl, you're gonna like this question. She's in this space. She comes at it from a different angle. So, Cheryl, you want to tell Dr. Joe about yourself and your question? But remember, one question per person, folks. We got a full stage here, and we got a lot of questions to answer.
Yes, you bet, Dr. Joe. Wow. Thank you so much for being here and just being alive in your body of work and just the
Mm.
transformation, really. Not just that I've experienced, kind of like Giuseppe said, I'm grateful for the transformation that you've caused in the world, period, for everyone else, because we're all connected. Just very quickly, so you know, and you may not know how to use it, I did send you a message here on Clubhouse. It's that little airplane thing down the bottom of your phone, and if you click on that later, we're all
Mm.
there. It's over there on the side,
I see it. Okay,
So,
cool.
yeah, I know all this technology. Damn it. Um, so I love what you're doing. And in terms of money, one of the things I'd heard when I was quite young was that money was an energy, and that just stuck with me. And the person that said it isn't even someone really important in my life, but they said it and it stuck. And they said, if it goes, it can come back, and that's okay. And that stuck with me. And the other thing I heard when I was young was that, somebody looked at their debt as leverage, and money was just leverage, and not to get too upset about it. And those things have kind of taken me through some roller coasters for sure.
Hmm.
And the gratitude piece has also been big with me. It absolutely turned my life around when I was a, single mom. So that being said, one of your books, and it's not one that you mentioned, but one of the books that, and I haven't read all 80, but I've read a few, but the one that I absolutely love, and I'm actually looking at it and holding on to it right now, is Becoming Supernatural. And you talked about spirituality. I love the way you're kind of so grounded and so spiritual and you bring it all together, the energy, the neuroscience, etc. But I also understand that you've caused others to cause in themselves some um, spontaneous healings. And I was just wondering, just kind of throwing that over to you, if you could chat a little bit about becoming supernatural and this idea that we can actually heal very, very quickly. It may seem
Well,
almost instantaneously.
yeah. Well, thank you for all of that. I think you might be mistaking me for that book.
Oh
I didn't
shoot, I
write that one.
did. That did. Joe Dispenza. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
that's Joe Dispenza's book.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
And I love it. I love Joe and I spoke on stages in Russia and Ukraine. I love him. I love his work. That's one of my favorites books. Another book by him is You Are the Placebo, which I think is a real wake up call. It's a masterpiece of a book to read. But I didn't write them. I'd love to say I did, but I didn't. We have the same first name, not last name.
I'm so sorry about that, Joe. Yeah, I've read many of your
No
books
problem.
too, and I've actually done the belief clearing and the Ho'oponopono, which I can't
Yeah.
say right. But
Right.
yes,
Right.
beautiful, beautiful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Joe. All right. So yeah, Dr. Joe, I'll give you the rundown on how Clubhouse. I was giving you a little tutorial earlier, but there are
Hmm.
some other features like the DMs and stuff, and we'll go over that at some point, maybe next week or this weekend. But yeah, Clubhouse, folks, it's a very cool app. So you guys, there are a lot of people who are new here. So no worries, folks. What you need to do is you're in the right place. Okay, so that's half the battle of learning Clubhouse. Now all you got to do is hit that plus sign, ping in all your friends, and make sure when you click on our profile, click on Diamond and myself, you hit it to follow always, okay? Because when you do that, you'll make sure you're here every time we open up the room. So with that said, we're going to go into the next question and flash your mics, folks. I believe was it Ella or Ella? Okay, Ella, and then Billionaire S had a question. So folks, we're going a little bit chronological. I might be mixing it up, but remember, if you want to secure a good seat here, you got to get here early. Okay, we open usually around 6, and I might be opening up a room for just podcast pre-show. I did that today. I think I'll start doing it again maybe next week, about 2 or 3 hours early. So definitely want to secure your seat. The ones who are here and stay the longest, not just come here and jump out. I know that trick. Okay, you got to actually stay the whole time. You got a better chance of getting your questions answered to the main speaker. So go ahead, Ella. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Wow, what an evening. This is amazing. And thank you so much, Dr. Joe. And so, my question is this: we've been hearing a little bit about Honoponopono, and in traditional Hawaiian Honoponopono, there is this belief in a higher power. And I just wondered if you could speak to this a little bit. I have grown up in a Christian faith, Christian tradition,
Mm.
and over the years have researched myself other religions, and of course there are many, many similarities. But I just wondered if you could speak to this idea of having to have a belief in a higher power, and to be a co-creator, so that the law of attract action could work in your life. Thank you so much. I am complete.
That's a beautiful question. There is a lot of depth to Ho'oponopono, and most people don't understand there's two styles of it. The old school Ho'oponopono was more of a group ritual where people would get in a circle, and whoever had the problem, very often it was a family conflict or interpersonal conflict, would spout the problem out. And then there was a figurehead that was a leader, often a father figure kind of a person, who would help everybody in the circle get to some place of resolution. And that's the old school way of doing Ho'oponopono. It's more of a problem solving technique. It's often used in therapy and it's still around, it's still being used. But the new Ho'oponopono that Morna was inspired or enlightened and received and then taught is the one that I've written about in my 3 books. And the first one I wrote about with one of his chief disciples or aides. That was Dr. E. Haleakala Hu Len. And in the new way of doing Ho'oponopono, Morna said you don't need anybody else. You do it all inside yourself. Everybody else, in a way, is kind of a projection from your own mind. It's almost like there's a movie theater in your head, and what you projected out of your head are all the people and situations that you see. And so Ho'oponopono is a one person inside job, and you're basically cleaning up your perceptions. When you perceive that there's a problem on the outside, you've kind of tricked yourself into thinking it's on the outside because in reality, it's inside. And in fact, if you go deep enough with some reflection, you realize that the only place to experience it as a problem is inside yourself. So Ho'oponopono is an inside job. You're doing it completely inside of yourself. When you say the 4 phrases, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, which are the basic 4, there's a whole lot to Ho'oponopono, but that's the fundamental ground floor entry level. You're saying them to whatever you perceive your higher power to be. And you have the freedom to think that there isn't a higher power, but there needs to be the understanding that there is something greater than you. To think that there isn't is an ego trip. If you think that it's just me and I'm the one who has to solve all my problems and all my perceptions, well, you've fallen for a self sabotage trap. You have to at least acknowledge that you have a higher power to your own brain, that you have a conscious mind, you have a subconscious mind, you have an unconscious mind, and if you go with Carl Jung, you have a collective unconscious. But beyond that, you can at least say you're part of nature, that nature is your higher power. I find that Ho'oponopono works better when I acknowledge that there is something greater than me. And I turn to that great something to say, I can't handle this problem. I don't even know what the problem is or where it came from. So I'm coming to you and asking you to remove it. And that's the I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you as a kind of prayer slash petition to the great something. So for me, it's really a bit of a self sabotage to think that there isn't anything more powerful than the individual, because I don't think it takes a whole lot of reflection to realize we're part of a bigger community. We're part of consciousness. We're part of a cosmos. We're part of a universal intelligence. I allow people to call it whatever they want. That can be God, that can be, I don't know, Gaia. One of my last singer songwriter albums was called The Great Something, and that was a tribute to what I call it, the Great Something. But I don't think Ho'oponopono works very well if somebody is mumbling, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, to themselves, but not really expecting anything to happen from a higher power. So for me, a higher power, the understanding of it is necessary.
Thank you so much. I love that. And thank you very much
Mm.
for the confirmation as well that, it is a co creation and it is definitely about a belief in a power greater than self. I love that. Thank you so much. There's also the piece around nature and the metu neta, which is in
Mm.
some ancient wisdom of Africa as well. So thank you so much. I'm so glad I'm still awake to ask my question. Thank you from
Oh,
London.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Appreciate that. That was a great question. Dr. Joe, thank you for answering. That's awesome. All right, Dr.
Mhm.
Joe, I want to just get a quick check on your time. We've got a full stage here. I mean, we've got tons of questions, but I do want to respect your time. How much time do you have to stay with us?
About 10 minutes. That's what I had allotted. I will do my best to be briefer in my answers if that would help so I can please more people.
Okay, yes. Well, sounds good, Dr. Joe. Whatever you can do, we're here for you. We're just trying to create a great environment here. We're all learning. So, all right. Well, let's get some flash to the mics. Who would like to ask a question to Dr. Joe? All right, flash your mics. We were left off in Ella. Okay, we're going around. We got okay, yes. So the accidental gangster. Got it, Ori. You got a question?
No, no, I really don't have a question. I just want to say, Dr. Joe was awesome having you here and meeting you, and I commend you for all that you're doing and where
Hmm.
you came from, and and everything that you have accomplished in your lifetime. It's remarkable, and thank you. And I'm give the floor to other people that have more important questions. But keep up the good work, Joe. I appreciate.
I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ori. Appreciate that. Okay, we got Frankie here. All right, Frankie, just one question, and we figure about 1 to 2 minutes on each response, so we can get some more. We got a lot of people here who's got questions. Go ahead, Frankie.
Absolutely. Hey, Dr. Joe. So I meet a lot of people who want to do good in the world, and yet,
Hmm.
because of their mindset, they're more like a starving artist. And I remember a book because of the title of the room. I think it was called The Greatest Money Making Secret in History that you wrote, probably, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
And you mentioned, if you don't mind sharing with everyone what that secret was, and maybe even the one question, how you'll know if you're going to be rich or not.
I love it when I come across somebody who knows my ancient prehistoric work. Wow. That book came out in 2002. 2002, The Greatest Money Making Secret in History. The timing is very synchronistic, though, because I've been mentioning that my latest book is Karmic Marketing. Well, Karmic Marketing contains that book from 2002. So, in other words, Karmic Marketing is my latest book, and it comes in hardcover, paperback, and for the Kindle. The hardcover version of it has a bonus book in it. And the bonus book in it is that old book from 2002, The Greatest Money Making Secret in History. How cool is that? So, Karmic Marketing and The Greatest Money Making Secret in History are all on the same topic. And the question, how to tell if you're going to be rich, is answered by asking, are you giving? Are you giving money? Karmic Marketing and The Greatest Money Making Secret in History are referring to the fact that you need to give in order to open yourself to receive. And I remember way back in 2001, 2002, when I came out with that little book, that I was on stages telling people, and I think I sent out a postcard to everybody that said, how to tell if you're going to be rich. And then the follow up is the question, are you giving money on a regular, joyous, generous basis? Because if you are, you're either rich or you're about to be. So, karmic marketing in that book is all referring to the concept of giving. And I mentioned early on when Dr. Finance asked me a little bit about my story and my bio that karmic marketing has really been the secret of my success because throughout my career, I have given and I still give. I mentioned I have a TV show, Zero Limits Living. It's free. I have a podcast. It's Living Podcast. It's free. I have lots of books, the Miracles Manuals, the Miracles Manual, Volume 1, 2, 3, all free. I have the Abundance Manifesto, free. I can go on with all kind of things. I have found that giving, especially giving money, is a proven throughout history way to receive more money. Now, there's a couple of things you have to keep in mind. One is you have to have a good relationship to money. If you're giving away money, but you still think money's bad or evil, you're kind of blocking it coming back. And if you're giving away money, but you're doing it with a stingy consciousness, then you're not going to be setting yourself up to receive because you're giving from a mentality that's already closed down. So what I advise people to do, and this is just to fill out, I'm probably speaking too long about this, but you got me excited and the timing was great. What I tell people to do is think about where you were inspired. Who or what inspired you, motivate you, kickstarted you, made your heart race a little bit more in the last week or so. Whoever that is, give them money. Give them, the rule of thumb is 10% of whatever you've received most recently. And people say, is that before or after taxes? That's a self-sabotage question. It's a scarcity question. You give off the top. So you give 10% to wherever you received your inspiration, and you don't give it with expectation of return from who you're giving it to. They can do whatever they want with the money. It's now theirs. But you do expect the great something to bring money to you as money circulates. Money needs to circulate. You need to give it, you need to receive it. And that cycle will increase your wealth over time. And again, it's been the secret. Go back to the Stoics. Seneca wrote a whole book on giving. J. Paul Getty gave away dimes when he didn't have money, and he attributes part of that to his tycoon success. P.T. Barnum did it. I wrote about it in my book on him. I can go through a whole lot of things, but karmic marketing, the greatest money making secret in history, it's all about giving, specifically money.
Incredible answer, Dr. Joe. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I love that you knew the book.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. Appreciate that. All right, we got Dr. Claudine up next, and then D. So go ahead, Dr. Claudine. Let's make it as quick as possible because I definitely want to get as many people to ask their question as possible. Go ahead, Dr.
Wow,
Claudine.
thank you, Dr. Finance. Yeah, before I ask my question, let me say this. Joe, you just remind us the biblical saying that your gift will make room for you. So we know that about different gifts, but not about money. Thank you for clarifying that. Beautiful. So my question to you is for the orphans, survivors of genocide. I survived genocide in Rwanda. I'm so grateful to be alive today. And then I watched many of your videos in terms of overcoming scarcity mindset, how to create money, things like that. So the question about survivors of genocide in Rwanda who don't want to keep moving in their lives because they feel like they don't have their parents, they should be, successful to make their parents very proud of them. Now their parents were killed. They wonder why they should keep moving. They give up life. Do you have any suggestions you can give it to them in terms of, rebuilding themselves and then become successful so they can inspire many people? Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. I'm not sure I got all of the question or understood all of the question. I'm going to answer what I think I heard, and this is probably going to be relevant to a lot of the folks here. One of the best reasons to be successful, one of the best reasons to have more money in your life, one of the best reasons to be an inspiration to others is that you get to make a difference with your success. I've told people, look, if you care about people or you care about movements or you care about pockets of poverty or you care about causes in other countries or other countries in general, bring money into your life and then direct it where you think it needs to go. So instead of thinking that you're doing this just for your own success, you're doing it for your own success but by extension, you're directing it to have success touch others. And in fact, kind of a hack to creating more success for yourself is to trick yourself into thinking it's not really for you. It's really for the people and the places and the causes you believe in. When you feel like what you're doing is kind of a life mission, it's a cause, you have this big why, you're doing it for others, you actually take off some of your own limitations. You take off some of your own blinders because you're no longer thinking, oh, this is just for me and I'm being selfish or I'm being greedy. But instead, you're thinking, oh, I'm doing it for the starving kids in Africa or the people that are in poverty in Chicago. And if that's what motivates you to allow more into your life, then so be it, and Godspeed to you. But then, and this is so wonderful and miraculous, you have this money that you can direct to wherever you think it's going to do the most good. You can become a dispatcher for success. There you go.
I mean it, everything you said. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Claudine. Awesome. We got D here. So D Madrano, I know you had a question from earlier, and then Megan DiMartino is after you. So go ahead, D.
Yes, sir. Doc Joe, thank you so much. Welcome to Clubhouse, and thank you for spending your Friday night with us. I will be very brief. In your book, The Secret of Attracting Money, you write about a concept that I would like you to elaborate on. It's the
Hmm.
concept of what if down versus
Ah,
what if up. Can you elaborate, please? Thank you so much, sir.
thank you for the question. I'm glad to elaborate. This really helps us understand how our mind is working, and it ties into how we started a couple hours ago when I said most of our thinking is critical, most of it is negative. Most of our thinking is what if down. And what that means is, what if it goes wrong? What if this doesn't work out? What if this is boring? What if none of these techniques work for me? What if everything works for everybody else, but it doesn't work for me? And as we ask these what if down questions, the down's referring to we're starting to feel down. We're starting to feel discouraged. We're starting to feel depressed. We're starting to feel less than happy, less than enthusiastic, and our energy goes down. We can feel it. The opposite, though, is what if up? And there's a wonderful book called What If It All Goes Right by Mendy Audlin. And I wrote the foreword to it. We've been friends, and I encouraged her to write the book a long time ago. What If It All Goes Right teaches the what if up method. So instead of thinking what if down, we want to think what if up. And so instead of thinking, oh, it's going to be a waste of time, you ask yourself, what if it's a great time? What if this is a turning point in my life? What if what I'm about to do is going to work out? What if I learn something from this, or I meet somebody from this, or I earn something from this that'll be joyous and surprising? So you ask a different kind of question. And in a way, this is how you become a dog trainer for your own brain, for your own thoughts. Instead of letting your thoughts run like wild animals going, or wild monkeys, to use the Buddhist term, and going downhill, what if downing everything, you turn it around, you stop and go, no, let's look at the other side. What if it works? And what if this is fantastic? And you ask the more upbeat questions. And in both cases, you can feel the difference. What if down questions, you start to feel down, your energy drops. What if up questions, you start to feel happy, your energy goes up. So, in a very general, tight answer, there you go. And thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir. I've definitely thought what if down in so many situations, but I'm changing my mindset.
Excellent. Excellent.
Awesome. Thank you, D. Appreciate that, folks. You guys, welcome. Welcome. You're in the Finance Club. We got Dr. Joe Vitale here, one of the main stars from The Secret. Definitely give Dr. Joe a follow. He's been here for several hours, here about 2 hours plus, giving us his grace and presence. Give him a follow, folks. This is his debut to Clubhouse. He's almost got 300 followers today. We want to make Dr. Joe warm and welcome and come back and bring all his friends. He's got this crazy rock band, unbelievable. I can't wait to hear Led Zeppelin. I mean, just amazing people. But thank you, Dr. Joe. Appreciate you being here. We got a lot more questions. So I don't know, Dr. Joe. I don't want to. I want to respect your time. What do you think?
let's let let's do a few more. I'll tell you when I say uncle.
Okay, sounds good, Dr. Joe. You're doing great, by the way. Appreciate you being here. Do you have any? What do you
Thank
think
you.
of Clubhouse? You like Clubhouse so far?
That's a great question. Yeah, I do. This is kind of fun. I love the energy of the different people. I love their bios. I love their sincerity. I love the questions I'm getting. I love the respect I'm feeling. And I love how you're operating it. You're a pro at doing this. You keep things moving, and great narration and articulation and introductions. So, yeah, I'm liking it.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. And one little tip, and this is for a lot of new people in here, folks. So if you want to understand, this is really the beauty of Clubhouse networking, right? And the first step is to have a good bio, have a good profile picture. So when you click on the person's face, you can actually go in and see their bio, see what they're doing, what's up with them, what accomplishments they have, or whatever they want to tell you. Then they have several links, two links at the bottom to their Twitter page and to their Instagram page. Okay, so like if you click on my Instagram page, you'll see I don't really have that many followers on there. It's one of my weaker platforms. You go to Twitter, I got about 20,000 followers. I wish they had a Facebook page. I got an amazing Facebook group I'm creating here. But folks, that's how you get to know people. So you click on the links at the bottom. They have the clubs at the bottom. So if you want to follow, the finance club, for example, there's a little green house at the top. You click on the green house and you click follow. But if you really want to follow the person which makes up the club, and folks, we proved this before. I mean, I built the club from 40,000 to almost 100,000. The old club before I started using my old clubs, right? Before I started using these clubs, and it doesn't matter how many followers are in the club. It really matters the person. So if you want to come to these stages, you got to hit the person's profile and click follow and select always. It hits the bell, so every time they come in here, you're going to follow them. You're going to show up right on their stage. Okay. So that's the best way to do that. So with that said, all right. So we had Megan DiMartino. Before we get to Megan, folks, remember to follow everyone on stage. We got an amazing Gold Badge Mod Squad here. They've all been hand selected, and also to hit the plus sign to ping in all your friends so they can enjoy this content too. Megan, welcome, Megan. How are you?
Thank you, Dr. Finance. And I am so thrilled, Dr. Joe, to even say hello. I have been following you really forever. We are contemporaries in times around the sun together. Interesting. I have two questions actually, but I guess I'll ask the first. Are you still in Austin? Where do you live?
No, I'm not. I'm not in Austin. I am between Austin and San Antonio in the central Texas Hill Country.
Okay, well, I live in that same general area, so that was exciting.
Cool.
To know that, yeah. So, I don't know if you heard many people introduce themselves, but I shared that I am a holidays girl just over the horizon, and it's never too early or too late to create the life of your dreams. What's uh-huh. And so what's interesting about me coming here synergistically and synchronistically is that the woman before me said about your I'm down, what if I'm up? What all goes right? So my real question here is, so I'm so glad you're in the area. So A. But B is that, are you optimistic? I'm a hope and possibilities girl. And I don't have to embellish upon this. And everyone in this room is thinking the same thing. It's about what is going on. So what do you think, sir? What do you think?
And Dr. Joe, I just want to preface. So Megan is actually good friends with my mentor Sharon Lecter, co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. So she comes to a lot of these stages. She's probably passed you in circles at some point. So you guys are definitely part of the same sphere. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. But yes, what is your heart saying to you?
I love the question, and I love the way you asked it. It's very sincere. It's surprising, and yet at the same time timely. So, am I an optimist? Yes, absolutely. Yes. I wasn't always, but I am these days, and I'm going to continue to be. And that's part of what I'm helping other people to be. Because I think the optimists are the ones who look for the good, find it, and get things done. The alternative to being an optimist isn't very pleasant. We were just talking about what if up thinking and what if down thinking. The alternative to the optimist is the what if down approach. And then we're into negativity, then we're into self loathing, criticism, gossiping, and we're just digging our own graves at that point and keeping history recycling. We need to look up. So I'm an optimist, and I love the tools of optimism. For example, one of my favorite books of all time was written in 1913, Pollyanna, The Glad Game by Eleanor Porter. And I know some of you have seen the movie, maybe some of you have read the book. but I still play the glad game. And the glad game is the idea that no matter what is going on, no matter who you are dealing with, there is something good in that situation, something good in that person, something to be glad about. And I too have heard all of the complaints where people say, oh, don't be Pollyannish, don't put your head in the sand. And that's not what Pollyanna was doing. In fact, the author, Eleanor Porter, had said at one point that Pollyanna was very much in touch with reality. She knew what was negative and what was dark and what was scary, but she chose to play the glad game and look for the good within the darkness, within the scary, within the uncertain. So I'm playing that game in our uncertain times. As for what's going on, I post videos on Instagram almost every day. I'm Dr. Joe Vitale there, Dr. Joe Vitale, so people can follow me if interested. And in some of those videos, beginning as soon as when the pandemic started a couple years ago, I started saying, yep, there's a conspiracy, but I called it a divine conspiracy. And I reinterpreted every negative thing that people were saying, even right down to, I said, when the government said, stay in your room or go to your room, I said, well, that's the universe. That's the divine telling us you have a timeout. Go on in your room now. It's time for you to go and do some meditation. When the governments all said, go inside, I said, that means go inside yourself. Go meditate, go contemplate, go reconnect, go create. When they said, stop going out in public, do the social distancing, I thought that means we're supposed to go and, in our seclusion, do all the things we always wanted to do when we had time to do it. Most of us didn't like our jobs and were complaining about it anyway. So I said, that's kind of a good thing too, isn't it? There's a great resignation going on because people are waking up, many of them, to what they really wanted to do. So this is a long answer to your question. The short answer is I'm an optimist. I look for the good. I'm seeing that there's a divine hand behind everything that's going on. I don't know how it's all going to unfold, but I also know one day at a time, it's all fine. Ride it out. Stay connected. Stay up.
Thank you, Megan. Megan, does that help?
Oh, it's beautiful. And thank you so, Dr. Joe. You know, the other
Thank you,
thing,
Megan.
thank you.
And Dr. Joe, I want to introduce you to, I got a friend on stage, Mr. Awesome, Eric Swanson. I don't know if he's here, if he's available, but so Eric is actually he created this unbelievable book called 13 Steps to Riches. And I think you would appreciate this because Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, 13 Steps to Riches, right? That was what was in his book. So he actually made a book for every one of those steps, and I'm a part of it. We got actually a few people on stage in that. Stacy Ross Cohen's in here, etc. And the guy you just spoke to earlier, Frankie's a part of that. And we have many celebrities like Sharon Lechter, Dennis Waitley, Andy, Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. They're all leading that book. So, Eric, you want to say hello? Actually, Doria is a part of that book as well. Eric, you want to say hello to Dr. Joe Vitale? I don't know if you
Yeah,
guys
I'd
ever
love
connected,
to.
but it's awesome.
Oh, thanks so much. I'd love to. Thank you, Dr. Finance. Great to see you, Dr. Joe. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. Look where I am. I'm having a party.
it's your it's your
Right,
debut on Clubhouse. Congratulations.
right.
Yeah, I've been following you for years and years, and
Hmm.
we have a lot of similar friends. So it's they say it's a small world. I say it's big leaders out there. So I used to work with Brian Tracy for years and years and years, and he would
Oh, nice.
always rave about you, my friend. So um,
Oh, thank you. Wow.
absolutely. I absolutely love your work, and we'd be honored if you'd be interested in doing one of the forwards for one of our 13 steps to riches coming up here, because we literally have 13 books, and we're on the fifth one coming up
Holy smoke.
this month. Is it the fifth one?
Yeah,
Dr.
we're going with
Finance,
the
is it
fifth one.
five now?
Yeah, we're
Or
going with
four?
the
No,
fifth
it's four.
one.
Specialized knowledge is four.
All right.
Yeah, so we've got like John Astroff and Sharon Lechter and just
Mm-hmm.
everybody in this. So
And
we'd
Don
love to
Green, the
include you.
CEO of Napoleon Hill, is doing the forward, I believe,
That's
for
right.
all of these.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh,
Yeah,
well, I would be honored, of course. Just contact me, and we'll make it happen.
I will. I'll have Dr. Finance connect us offline.
Okay. Okay.
Great meeting you, and I'll pass the mic back to you guys. Thanks so much. My name's Eric Swanson again. Thanks, Dr.
Thank
Thanks,
Joe.
Eric.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. And Dr. Joe, I just want to let you know you're on a sacred grounds here. This particular room, we've
Mm.
made like major $1 million deals. We've connected on the stage. Les Brown to his one of his heroes, Dr. Bernie Siegel. I mean, the things that have been
Mm.
accomplished in this community on Friday nights is incredible. And movie deals have been made. I mean, so yeah,
Mm.
definitely anything we can do to help. That's why I like this community so much, because whenever we have a problem, we just get on stage, say, all right, look, this is what we need to do. And somebody will come through and we'll figure out how to do it. Right. So like, yeah,
Nice.
yeah, it's a great community here. Welcome you. So maybe we can take 2 or 3 more questions or until you get tired, I guess.
I want to
Well, let's
say
try a couple more.
something. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Annabella. But make it
Hi.
so we only got one question per person. Okay.
Yeah, not a problem. Dr. Finance, you're doing an amazing job as always. And Dr. Joe, it seemed like the secret for success and wealth, it's really believe in yourself and stay positive. So you did something very interesting. A negative situation like COVID, you turn it to very positive. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've done, and that's what I've been helping people to do. Yes.
And that's what I did, and that's what many people, I believe, in Clubhouse. At the beginning, I think we were all shocked about struggle and what we're going to do for a living, how we're going to make money. And that COVID turned everybody a lot and work remotely. And as long as you believe in yourself and you think positive, manifest success, manifest your wealth, believe in yourself and turn negative to positive. That is the way that I think, and I've accomplished a lot, and I'm proud of everything that you've been saying. So, when you went through COVID, what was your first few months of the reaction of COVID? Because it was like shocking for all of us.
Oh, you would have to understand something. I I had just begun a divorce that became a persecution of my life and business. And I had also just lost my father. Then I lost my best friend. Then a family member attempted suicide. Then I developed a new relationship with a woman who got ill and was on her deathbed, and I was her caretaker while I was grieving and divorcing and defending, and COVID comes along. So it was an asteroid that came after a whole bunch of rocks were already dropped on me. So I don't know that it was in any single handed way making a huge difference. In some ways, it helped because of COVID. My traveling stopped, but so did going into court. All court cases and hearings and depositions were all done by Zoom, which was kind of cool because I didn't leave the house, or at least I was in an apartment at that point. So, COVID has affected everybody differently, and we're all in the same storm, but we're in different boats. So I was, tap dancing like so many people, but tap dancing differently.
That's amazing answer, and it's amazing that you've been through a lot of storms, and today you're a very positive man and proud of yourself. You know, a lot of us in Clubhouse and in the world are we're struggling or going through some changes and challenges, but as long as you keep moving forward and you find solution, that is the way to go. And you're really, I'm listening to you while I'm driving on the freeway.
All right. Thank you, Annabelle. Appreciate it. That was awesome, awesome,
Thank
awesome
you.
question. Thank you, Dr. Joe. We got Dimple up next. Dimple Dang. She's a major influencer here on Clubhouse. Marketing experts are handled. Dr. Joe, by the way, we haven't really talked that much about this, but Dr. Joe, another like skill set he has, folks, he's a marketing genius. So Dimple, this is a perfect match right here. Dimple Dang, marketing expert is her Clubhouse handle, Dr. Joe. I think you would
Mm.
appreciate that. Go ahead, Dimple.
Thank you so much. And I'm a big fan, so I have been, reading all your books. And
Oh.
my question is, so, in the past, ever since the pandemic started, a lot of people, including yourself, have gone through a lot. A lot of people have lost family members, whether it was because of, COVID, the pandemic, cancer, whatever it happens to be. And then comes also the isolation, and life is just not the same, right? And I think this is
Mhm.
not what people are used to. So I know that you have a lot of material out there, a lot of value. Are there any specific episodes on your show, the new show that you have on your networks? Are any particular book or anything that you would recommend for people to read or to listen to that would be, a good inspirational read for a time like this where we are facing the world and it is not the world that we know. It's not the world that we want. And I think a lot of us are exhausted. People don't talk
Mm.
about it, but I think people are just exhausted. We thought this would be over. It's not over. And, it takes a big impact. And I think the fact that it's a new year, it's such a great time, right? It's a great time to just have a new mindset, to believe in yourself, to, have that positive attitude, because I think with the right mindset, you can go so much further, and with having positivity and being surrounded by positive people, and you have so much great content. So what are some things that you can recommend to us that we can share with others?
What a beautiful question. I'm really thinking about that. First of all, my television show is brand new, so the sixth episode was posted today. And the purpose of the show is to bring inspiration and information every Friday to people who aren't getting it on a regular basis. So I would recommend my show. I mean, that's a little self serving, but it is free. Go to ZeroLimitsLivingTV.com. ZeroLimitsLivingTV.com. Then, as for books, I probably am too close to my own books, but I'm going to recommend two that are not by me. The very first one is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. Now, I think everybody here has probably heard it. Probably most of you have read it. It is a freaking masterpiece. It is a life changer. It is a game changer. I read it two or three times. There's a leather bound new edition that came out, and I bought it and used it as an excuse to reread it. And I read it in awe. I read it in awe because here's a man who's in the death camps, who his wife is killed, who thinks this is it, he's not going to have life again. And Man's Search for Meaning is the title of that book. I would highly recommend it. And the other thing is, the ancient Stoics really helped me get through not only the pandemic but my divorce and the other things I was talking about that I was going through. And Ryan Holiday has been writing lots of books to popularize and make them easier to understand some of the ancient concepts from Stoicism. But I was reading Marcus Aurelius, who would say things, and he was writing to himself. He didn't write for the masses. He would say things like, if you can endure it and stop complaining. He was saying that to himself, the Roman emperor. And he went through a plague that lasted for 10 years in ancient Rome. And some of those books by Ryan Holiday and those quotes from Marcus Aurelius and Seneca and Epictetus, they helped me get through and possibly could help others. And I guess I should, because I mentioned it, remind people that even though Pollyanna is considered a children's book, I think it's a self help masterpiece. And it teaches you how to look for the good in everything, including COVID. So those are a few things that come to mind, and I really appreciate the question because it really made me think.
Thank you so much. Those are all amazing
Mm,
books and suggestions, and definitely will be sharing those out to my friends and my community. Thank you so much.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate. Awesome question. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Dr. Joe. What do everything good? You still ready? Maybe a couple more questions or,
Let's
it,
take a couple more because I'm at the run to the bathroom level, and
okay.
it's
And By the
Friday
way,
evening, approaching my bedtime.
no worries. Thank you. And by the way, you're more than welcome to stick around. We got an after party. We'll probably be taking this on for another 2.5 hours or so. So
Wow,
if you want to just
you're
stick around,
amazing.
pick up some followers. I'll be promoting you. Don't worry. We're going to be building them up because Dr. Joe, he's a marketing expert. He got it immediately, folks. As soon as I told him about Clubhouse, he got it. He's here. I mean, that's marketing for you, all right? Like when you can figure out that like there's a place where you need to be to get the word out instantly. That's a great marketer for you. And by the way, Dr. Joe, you mentioned a book by Viktor Frankl called Man's Search for Meaning. Also, one of my favorites. I put his quote on my cover of my third book, The Survival of the Richest. That's how much I loved his book, with two pictures that I personally was at from Auschwitz and Hiroshima. And it goes, since Auschwitz, we know what man is capable of. And since Hiroshima, we know what is at stake. Viktor Frankl, his book changed my life. He's one of those
Yeah,
few so I commend you. I'm right up there with you with that book. It's incredible.
beautiful, beautiful.
So, okay, thank you, Dr. Joe. All right, folks, flash your mics and let's see if we got some more questions. I want to get some more questions for Dr. Joe, and then we're going to move to our next segment. All right, so we got Tamara. Tamara's flashing. Go ahead, Tamara. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to ask a question in regards to, compiling wealth to do good. So I am an entrepreneur, 25 years, and also a member of Young Presidents Organization, and we do 9 trillion in America alone collectively. And Paul Polman talks about this net positive when it comes to money. Profit and purpose go hand in hand, and I'd love to get your thoughts on how we collectively use our money as a force for good.
Interesting question. How we collectively use our money as a force for good.
Correct.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I was going to say correct.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, I'm thinking in terms of the law of attraction. I remember one time I was in Russia and there was one guy there. He says, I really want to believe. I really want to believe in the law of attraction, but there's so many people that are criticizing it. And I looked at him and I said, have you noticed that the people who are criticizing it seem to gather in groups? And do you notice that the people who are praising it seem to be gathering in groups? I said, they are proving the law of attraction. They are attracting like-minded people, and even the people who are saying it doesn't work are actually attracting people who agree that it doesn't work, which is proving that the law of attraction actually works. So when it comes to the collective helping people or making a difference with wealth, I think the same mentality and the same law of attraction is operating. That when you want to make a difference and you are pulling money in, not just for yourself, there's nothing wrong with enjoying money that you bring in for yourself, but you're also bringing it in because you have causes or people or children that you believe in and you want to help, you will automatically start hearing about the people and places and organizations that want to do the very same thing. So the easy answer for me is just tell people and show people what you're doing, and they will see, and those that are on the same wavelength are going to be attracted and will join forces. That, I think, is my late night answer.
Does that help, ma'am?
Certainly does. Thank you. And keep up the amazing work. And yeah, for everybody who is interested in business as a force for good, being profit and purpose is dear to my heart as a female entrepreneur. There's not many of us. So,
Tamara, I need to connect with you. It's Christine. And I have a whole model in mind for this. I just can't put it into place right now because I've got too many other things on my plate, but I'd love somebody else to come along and help.
sounds wonderful. I'm open
There you go.
and
Thank
available.
you for proving my point.
Thank you.
Just start talking about it, and people interested will show up.
Tamara, you got Christine down the bottom. Christine is one of the senior members of our community, Christine Brunsden. So she's at the bottom of the stage. If you want to connect with her, that would be fantastic for you guys. All right, so we have one more person that I wanted to connect with. We have Corrine. Corrine, had a question. She was up there. She's been waiting since the beginning of the room. So, Corrine
Mm.
Mills, welcome, Corrine. And what is your question? You want to just say hi to Dr. Joe?
Yeah, Dr. Joe, thank you so much for your time, and
Mm.
Dr. Fine and all the other mod squad here. Appreciate all the hard work you guys have put into this room and everybody. But Dr. Joe, I was listening to your story earlier about how you were invited to go fly in Chicago for the secret and you almost said no. I always have believed that those invitation is your future speaking to you. What are
Mm.
your thoughts and can you expand about that future inviting you to come?
That's a great question and great insight. I mentioned earlier when I was talking about my band of legends that my producer and lead guitarist co authored a book with me. And the book that he and I did is called The Remembering Process. The Remembering Process. And the whole idea of the remembering process is that the future you that already exists on some quantum level down the timeline of your experience can send back to you information, leads, connections, opportunities. And the whole book is about learning how to do that. I discovered the remembering process because when I was in the studio doing the first album and I was learning, I mean, I was struggling with things and I kind of enjoyed the struggle. I don't want to sound like I was complaining because I think struggle can be good. And I was struggling with songwriting and this, that, and the other. And I remember Daniel, my producer, saying, sometimes it's easier to remember a song than to create it. And I thought, what? What are you talking about? Remember a song that somebody else wrote? No, remembering a song that in present time I haven't actually written, but in future time, yeah, it's out there already written, maybe published, maybe recorded. And we started playing with the remembering process with the idea that what's the album cover got to look like? Well, let's kind of check into the future and see if the future can remember back to the present and inform us now. So it kind of gets heady and it kind of gets quantum physicky, but I think it's along the lines of what you're talking about. It's one of the reasons why I think a basic philosophy of life, at least for me, is to say yes to those opportunities, even when I don't know how they're going to play out. And even when I don't know with full awareness why I would do it. You know, what's the payoff? What's going to happen here? How's this going to fit into my life experience? But somehow the part of me that is nodding and saying yes kind of secretly knows it's a piece of the puzzle already put together. Yeah, there
It's
you
the
go.
secret. It's the secret, right? Thank you for that
It's the
answer.
other secret. It's the other secret. Well, Dr. Finance, I think I'm at my limit here. I've
Oh,
greatly enjoyed the party, and I thank you for your kindness of honoring me by inviting me and then pulling all these wonderful people together. I'm impressed with every single person that I've heard from, all the questions I've heard from, and I've learned about Clubhouse. I see that there's been over 2,000 people, and 230 here are hanging in there despite it going on for hours. So I love you all. I appreciate all of you. And Dr. Finance, Tony, thank you for doing this.
thank you, Dr. Joe. I appreciate it. And Dr. Joe, just real quick, I know you got to get going. And by the way, you're more than welcome just to hang on stage. And
Okay.
even silently, that's okay because that would be really good for your own promotion and everything. But we have Noah. She's one of the moderators. She's actually going to run this room and help build more influence for your name here. She just
Mm-hmm.
wants to say hi and maybe say a
Oh,
thought or two. So Noah's right
okay.
above you. She's been sitting right next to you. Go ahead, Noah.
Hi, Dr. Finances. Hi, Dr. Joe. Amazing, amazing information. You're just an amazing man, and I'm just
Oh.
really excited to hear you speak tonight. I just want to ask you, you're so creative, and so many of us are so creative, but there's a difference between being creative and actually creating in the world, which you've done so much of, written almost 80 books, and your
Mm-hmm.
music. You're such a creative. How do you bring your stuff into the world? Like, how do you actually manifest it instead of just being in your head about it? I love that you're actually creating it, but not just saying it?
Mhm. Well, I think that's a great question, and thank you for the compliments as well. That goes back to learning marketing. So let me tell you a quick story. My first book was in 1984, and I was elated that this struggling, once homeless author was finally an official author. But then I also learned that publishers don't know how to market books. In general, they're glorified printers. And I ended up having to learn marketing. I didn't know about marketing, publicity, entrepreneurship, or direct sales or copywriting. I didn't know any of that beforehand, but I needed to know it if I wanted my book to sell and if I wanted to be a professional author who made his living from his writing. So I went on my crash course, which is what I do. I go to the library back then. Today I just go to Amazon and I devour everything. And I became a pro at marketing, which is one reason why people started to hire me for copywriting and hire me for marketing. I demonstrated I knew how to do it by promoting my own books. So it's one thing to write something, but in many ways, that's the easy part. Because once you've written your book, it's just gonna sit there until you find out how to print it. Now, these days, it's easy to get in print, but even if you're in print, you still have to market it. So, the easy, quick answer is I learned marketing and I applied marketing, and that's what I still do today. I love writing books. I love books. I love being an author. I love saying I got a new book out. But unless I actually apply marketing to the printed book, it'll just die like most books do, and it'll be forgotten. There you go.
Thank you so much. Appreciate this. That help, Noah? No? Okay. No, okay, he's getting silent. All right, Noah, you got the microphone on mute, but thank you, Noah, and thank you, Dr.
Yes,
Joe.
thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
By the way, Dr. Joe, Noah is awesome in the mindset space as well. She holds a lot of very positive rooms, so
Mm.
definitely great to have her part of the community. All right, well, thank you, Dr. Joe. Like I said, you're more than welcome to hang out here. This next segment's going to be super cool. Wait till you hear these great conversations. You just chill out and listen. And thank you for spending a few hours, folks. Can we all come off our microphone and just give a round of applause for Dr. Joe Vitale on his debut to Clubhouse?
Woo!
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Joe.
so much, Dr.
Way to
Joe.
go, Dr.
Thank
Joe.
you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you so
sir.
much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. This is
We love you, Dr.
Diamond.
Joe.
And I have one quick question for you. We were trying to write down the second book, and I asked several people, and no one seemed to have written it down. What was the second book that you recommended? We got the first one, Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. What was the second one, if you don't mind?
I had said Ryan Holiday has written several books. Um, this most recent book is called Courage is Calling. But if you look up Ryan Holiday, you'll see what the other titles are. There's three or four, and see which resonates.
Thank you so much. You're incredible. This is
All right.
Diamond, and I'm complete. Back to
Thank you,
you.
Dr. Joe. Thank you, Diamond. All right, Dr. Joe, any closing remarks before we move on to the next segment?
I love you all. I'm very impressed. Godspeed to everybody in what you're doing. And as I often like to say, expect miracles. I am complete.
I love it. You're learning Clubhouse lingo already. That's awesome. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Appreciate that. All right. All right. Well, thank you, folks. We're going to be moving on to the next segment. So let's do a quick reset of the room. This is the fun part, folks. This is where we really get to talk and really bring the gold badge mod squad here, our panel, okay, to come in and reflect. And this is the part where we need you guys to really bring in a great conversation. So with that said, we got amazing Giuseppe. Giuseppe, you want to give I don't know if you're around, Giuseppe, but you want to give a quick reset for the room. I love Giuseppe's resets. Giuseppe, you there? Giuseppe? All right, going once, going twice. All right, Rex. Rex, you want to do a reset?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Everybody
Okay.
get ready. We're going to pull down and we're going to refresh the room. And to do that, just put your finger on Giuseppe and we'll pull down now and let's reset the room. And while you're doing that, also go up and look at the little greenhouse up there and join the club. as well as follow everyone who's on the platform and on the stage, because it's about building community and connecting and networking, and you'll be glad that you did. Also, go take a look at their profiles and look at the fact that they're connected on Twitter and Instagram, because you can connect there too. And who knows where that's going to lead, right? And I want to thank Dr. Finance for making this room available, and for Diamond and all the people here who have made this possible. I want to thank Joe Vitale for coming in this evening, and thank you all. And you might want to continue by pinging in some people and letting people know that the room is still going, and the conversation is just now beginning. And with that, I'm Rex, and I'm complete.
Thank you, Rex. Appreciate you, man. And thanks for all your support, Rex. You've been awesome helping out tonight and helping to establish and make this room possible. So Rex Sikes, folks, he's a legend in his mindsets, in the mindset space. He's been doing this for 40 years, folks. And actually, Rex, I forgot to tell you today, I did get your book. I just received it the other day. You should check out Rex's book, folks. Thank you, Rex, by the way. It's called Life on Your Terms. And he's really an incredible guy. So definitely check out Rex and his book as well. All right, folks, as Rex said, hit that plus sign, pinging your friends. This is the fun part. We're really going to get into some deep dives. I want to welcome Diamond Diva and Rex and Doria Cordova. We got Giuseppe in the house, and Noah, and we got Cheryl and Ella. We got Fred. We got Joe. We got Vinny. We got Safoa and Tracy, Frankie, Navia, D, Lady Jules, Kareem, Dimple. We got Annabelle in the house. Annabelle, how are you? Megan. We got Michael. We got Edna's here. Edna, you got a balloon. That means you have been on Clubhouse for 1 year. Congratulations, Edna. She's part of the senior member of the community. Congrats again. Happy New Year, Featurey. And we got Olga and Nune. Welcome, Nune, and Darlene and Michelle. And we got Ann here and Pauline. We got Beverly. Dr. Chandler's in the house. Tamara. Savannah is here. Awesome. Sandra and Cassandra and Lynn and Kamakayism and Georgina. Michelle. We got Dana. We got Rachel. We got BJ. Andrea, Kevin, Stacy's here. Stacy, good friend. And we got Eric, Mr. Awesome here. Welcome. And we got Wonder.MC. Welcome, Wonder.MC. We got Dawn, Elizabeth, Christine, Nancy, Hans, Alicia. Mr. Larry is in the house. All right, folks, you're in the Finance Club every Friday night. Make sure you're here, folks. Let me just tell you what kind of superstars we got lined up. We got 2 billionaires in January lined up. I just did a podcast interview with one yesterday. Okay, this guy just wrote the book, Can You Really Think and Grow Rich? Approved by the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, Ramiel Beltrawi. He's coming here very shortly. We got Ryan Blair coming here at the end of this month. He, I don't really even know his story. Something like about $1 billion in exit, something like that. He's a New York Times, #1 New York Times bestseller. We got Joe Foster, the founder of Reebok, coming, and I'm going to surprise you on the rest. Let's just put it this way: the past 2 weeks, I made some connections, folks, that are going to be bringing superstars that would never even have thought of been able to get the Clubhouse over the next 3 to 6 months. I need your help, folks. There's a few people I would love to have on stage, so if you know them, I'm trying to get Tony Robbins on here. And let's see, we got Bob Proctor. I'd like to get on the stage. So if anybody knows any of them or Brendan Burchard, let me know. I would love to connect, or if you have any other ideas. Okay. So with that said, folks, hit the plus sign and let's start the party. We're going to talk about what is the secret to attracting money. All right. So who would like to go first? Actually, we've got a big stage here. So the best thing to do is, yeah, let's do popcorn style. Let's see how that goes. Just state your name and comments on what you thought of Dr. Joe Vitale's, any feedback on that, feedback on the Finance Club, or feedback on what is the secret to attracting money, maybe your personal opinion. Who wants to go first?
Hey, Dr. Finance, it's Nune. I'll jump in until someone is ready to speak. A little public service announcement. If we go to the club and invite people so we can all strengthen our resources. Thank you. Love you. Thank you for a great evening.
Thank you, Nude. Appreciate you being here. Nude, what is your thoughts on the title of the room? What is the secret to attract? What is your secret to attracting money?
You know, it's something resonated with me in the conversation. The part, I think it was Doria that said sustaining it, or sufficiency leads to abundance. And my personal experience has always been a relatively healthy one with money and finances. And I've always considered myself lucky in that aspect. So I think maybe with the support of friends, family, business relationships, I think that's what's resonating with me. Sufficiency leads to abundance.
That sounds great. Thank you, Nune. Appreciate that. Awesome, awesome. All right, so I want to welcome. We got Sarah here. I'm bringing some new faces here, folks. So and I don't always bring just superstars to the table. I like to reach out to the audience, people with not that many followers. I mean, they're definitely probably superstars outside Clubhouse, but I like to bring people with just a few followers on here, 2 or 3 every Friday night, just to give that little help too, because we all were there. We all started out with 100 or 200 followers at some point. So welcome, Sarah. Mr. Larry, welcome, Mr. Larry. How are you, sir? Any thoughts on the topic of the room?
Hey, Mr. Dr. Finance. Actually, man, I came in at the tail end. So I think you did that on purpose, man.
Yeah, I'm always checking
But
everybody, but yeah, thank you, Mr. Larry. Well, what's your thoughts? What are the secrets to making money? What's the secrets to attracting money?
man, I think for the most part, man, I think we all have a lot of the same responses. But I'll just sum it up by saying, man, you really have to go after it, man. You have to really want it. One thing is for sure, talk is cheap. You can say you want it, but if you're not going after it, man, that's one thing. And I even think in business, man, like even myself, being the founder and CEO of my business, I have to learn to make sure that I delegate as well. I realized that I can't do it all on my own, making sure that I hire enough employees and the right employees that can do the job, appropriately so that I can really focus on customer service as well so that I can generate that money. Because if I got more people doing the job that I'm doing, then that means the more opportunities that I can bring in. So, man, yeah, just summing it up, man. Sorry that I missed the everything that went on, but I'll be showing my support, man. Thanks for the stage. It's Mr. Larry, and I'm done speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. No worries. We actually got this on recording, so you can definitely, if you're interested, come and check it out. It will be
Hey,
playing soon to the theaters near you as soon as we wrap it up in a few hours. So thank you, Mr. Larry. Always appreciate you here. And by the way, folks, if you need to make any profile pictures, Mr. Larry's your guy. A lot of the pictures you probably see on the stage probably came from Mr. Larry. He's a wonder here on Clubhouse and has helped a lot of people out with that stuff. So. Thank you, Mr. Larry.
Hey, Dr. Finance,
you
can
got
I
it.
jump in for a second? It's Mr. Awesome.
Oh yeah, Eric. What's up, Mr.
What's
Austin?
up,
How are you?
man? What's up, guys? Hey, real quick, I just have one statement to make about finance, about money, about attracting it. What I've noticed is it's currency to me and attracting riches. 13 Steps to Riches is one of my books. Attracting it is all contingent on my energy level, where I flow my energy. And I'm not talking about hyping up like rock and roll, dancing on chairs or anything like that. I'm just saying, where am I really focusing my energy? I've noticed when I'm down and my energy level's down, and I've got those, like Dr. Joe was talking about, the yeses and the nos, what if it is, what if it's not? Well, where are you? I always take a check mark, or like I check myself, and I say, okay, where am I? And then I correlate that to where my income's coming in, my finances, all these really great things about attracting money. Well, you can detract money too, right? And a lot of people do that. It's the law of attraction, not the law of distraction. So I just want to share that it's all about energy. It's all about where you're flowing it. So, and keeping it positive. So again, my name's Mr. Awesome.
Can
Thank
I
you,
Hey,
step
Mr.
Dr.
in?
Finance, it's Rex. Can I jump in?
Can I step in, Dr. Finance? This is
Yeah,
Dee.
sure. Who was the first person? A woman spoke.
This is Dee.
Oh, D. Yeah, go ahead, D, and then Rex. Go ahead, D.
I'd like to share that I've never heard of the whole Pono prayer, and I love it. So I am sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. So it redirects your negative energy, not only about money, but about healing and different areas in your life. And so redirecting that energy in a positive way of thinking instead of thinking lack and limitation. And then I also love the applying the what if up. So your thinking shifts to a positive way of directing your mind. You start to expect something different. So the power really is in us. The power is in you and your mindset. This is Dee, and I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Appreciate that excellent feedback. And Rex, you're up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there were a number of really great points that Joe made um, that we probably ought to revisit when it comes to um, the secret to attracting money. And one is it's really not about attracting it, it's about creating, it's about making it, it's about what you intend to do and then following through. Again, his life story is one of making things happen, whether it's books, whether it's reinventing himself, whether it's moving from marketing to spirituality, whether it's saying yes to opportunity. All of those things played a part in creating who Joe is today. And there's a number of really important pieces here. One is he said, I learned to say yes, and so I said yes to the secret. And you should say yes, and you should be able to recognize and spot opportunity, but you also need to know when to say no to distraction, no to discouragement, no to quitting and giving up. There's times when you need to say no. As Muhammad Ali had said, a lot of times I don't feel like training, but I train anyway because I know that being a world champion is more important than not training today. So he had to say no to his feelings of not wanting to do something in order to say yes to his larger dream. And Joe exemplified that, and that's great. He also, mentioned my home study course, the Ultimate NLP home study course, where he learned an exercise that I gave him back in the 90s called the Errol Flynn, which is to laugh in the face of your difficulty. You can't take difficulty and and approach it as if it's a hardship that you can't overcome. If you can laugh at it, then it becomes manageable. Then it becomes something that isn't a problem. And when you can turn your problems into avenues for success, you can create anything. So attitude is truly, truly important. But again, it goes back to you have to have the right attitude, but then you have to have the follow through. You don't sit in your apartment and wish for money, or even if you want money and you just want money and you want money, all you're doing is creating more wanting. And so, what Joe talked about was giving money. So, you give money, you give of your energy, you give of your, and Dr. Awesome just pointed it out. Where your attention goes, your energy flows. And when your energy is high and vibing, then all things become possible. So what Joe did tonight was very, very beautiful because more than anything else, his own story is one that each of us should take to heart when it comes to learning about the law of attraction, and that it's not going to necessarily happen overnight, although it could. And you may encounter lots of hardship and difficulty, but how you go through it and how you journey along the way determines how you ultimately get to your destination. And through it all, if you persist and you commit and you have a cheerful, positive, optimistic attitude, you will prevail and you'll accomplish incredible things that you couldn't even begin to imagine when you started out. And that's the Joe Vitale story. And I'm very pleased that he could be here today. And I'm glad to call him a friend for just about 30 years. So thank you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Rex. Appreciate that. And Rex, Joe Vitale, I was looking on your new book that you just sent me too. I saw that he gave you basically an awesome testimonial on the cover of your page too. Eye opening, empowering Dr. Joe Vitale, author of The Miracle, amongst so many other things he did in that book. A couple testimonials as well. So that's incredible. Thank
Thank
you.
you, thank you for that. One thing that I appreciate, Joe gave me a great quote. There are a lot of great quotes in the book and since the book, but I'm really proud of the foreword, which was written by Napoleon Hill's great granddaughter, who said, "I consider Rex my present day thought leader." And I mean, she is just, I'm connected to the Napoleon Hill family, and to me, that's one of the most wonderful things about all of that. And then, of course, having Joe take a picture of himself with the book and give me a quote was just really, really marvelous.
Thank you, Rex. Appreciate that. So, folks, we got a lot of people walking in now that may not know what's going on. So, we had Dr. Joe Vitale here. He's one of the stars of the famous movie The Secret, as well as a famous author in so many books. I believe he said over 85 books, and just a top expert. He's also a testimony to The Secret. He's 60 years old. He says, "I want to play I want to play music, and becomes a musician. He assembles a rock band of legends. Literally, I think he said it's getting a little late, but basically all many superstars from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in his band at 60 years old. So in 8 years, he made 15 albums in addition to everything else he was doing. So incredible. Well, thank you. Appreciate that, Rex. I want to welcome some new people to the stage. We got
Can I jump
Ariel.
in?
Yeah, yeah. Who's that?
Yes, I
Giuseppe?
am.
Yes, go ahead, Giuseppe.
Yeah,
Sure.
I love exactly what he said. You know, what my question, I was very nervous because, you know, it was my mind for everybody is a motivational speaker. I started to move my first step with him and all, you know, the motivational speaker, the 25 years ago. And what I said and what my life changed, Dr. Finance, a lot of time I heard people talking about law of attraction. Okay, law of attraction, you don't attract yourself what you want, what you desire, what you dream. Law of attraction, you attract yourself what you deserve. But if you take action, you need to move yourself. Your life change not only if you desire it, if you want it, if you dream it. Your life change if you first step all of attraction, if we read the same book, is leave your comfort zone. Because the question is, if you have exactly in your brain, in your mind, in your skill, in your knowledge, and you did take action, your life is exactly how you dream it. If it's not, it's because you never take action. You never leave a comfort zone. And what I love, no, Joe Vitale teach me in the courses is every people forget the most important first step on law of attraction. You need to start your day for what you do, for what you need, not for what you love, for what you like, because it's 100%. If you start the day, it works, no, for your dream, for your desire, for your business, for what you like, it's easy. For what you love, it's easy. And when it's afternoon, it's night, you are tired, it's impossible. You start to work with the difficult. That is exactly why people left me when I say today that I'm awake every single day 4 a.m. because the first hour, 4, 5, I read in English a book to improve my English because I don't love, I don't like, but I need and I must to do that. And that is my wish for everybody. Stay alone, take notes, take a pen, and this is my intention for this 2022. I want to be better, I want to increase, and my best advice ever for everybody, you need to stay with the people that grow of you. Because like Warren Buffett say, if you stay sit on the table, you know, you are the best, you are a richer person, you have more knowledge, you are more result in your back, you are sit in the wrong table. This is me, this is Giuseppe, and I'm done. Thank you.
Giuseppe, that is awesome. Thank you, Giuseppe. Appreciate that. And that makes a lot of sense. Excellent feedback. All right, folks. So quick
May I
little
go?
yeah.
Oh,
Who's there?
this is Olga.
Okay, Alden, just a second.
Okay.
Just want to let everyone know we got a lot of people coming here. We got what is the secret to attracting money? We had Dr. Joe Vitale here, folks, from The Secret. So that's what we're talking about. We're going over some of the things that he spoke of earlier. And this is the Finance Club. So definitely give it a follow, folks. Follow Diamond and myself. We host these rooms every Friday night between 6 and 12. Just the main speaker usually comes between 7 and 9 p.m. That's Eastern time. And also, folks, before you go, Olga, I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm assembling two major things in the background. Okay, I don't have an answer. I don't have an exact details at this moment, but I'm getting closer to the truth. One is the mastermind. So I have a mastermind I'm assembling. It's a 2-day mastermind. I'm only selecting about 15 to 20 people. Okay, Diamond's going to be a part of that. We're probably going to have 1 or 2 major celebrities a part of that. 2 days intensive, and then everyone that's on that in that mastermind will be a part of. I'm going to give them a 5 to 10 minutes on the podcast interview. Okay, we got over 7 million views on that. So if you're interested, just send me a DM and we will send you more information as soon as we get that, hopefully in the next 3 to 4 weeks. Second, I'm putting together a compilation book. I have a lot of major people, major superstars that are going to be in that. I'm only selecting 30 to 40 people, part of that book. And we're going to have some rock stars in there. Okay, and I'm gonna turn on my marketing engine for that. So again, we're only selecting about 40 tops, probably 30, because I want to get 5 to 10 celebs in there as well. So if you're interested in that, send me the DM as well, and we will get you more information hopefully within the next 3 to 4 weeks. With that said, folks, follow everyone on stage, hit that ping sign, and ping all your friends in. And Olga, you're up next. Olga, welcome.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for bringing me up and for letting me connect to Joe Vitale. I would like to say that when I put on Facebook right now pictures from the Clubhouse and this room, people actually ask me, how did you get into the book? And the craziest thing is, I was approached on Facebook by some person from the groups that I know, and she asked me to be to co-write a book with Joe Vitale, John Gray, Joe DiMartini, and it's just amazing. So the point is, when we are aligned and we there is a little bit opposite of, like, when you're aligned, you get surprises from the universe, and then you actually have to step up and work. This is one point. And the other point, what I understood from Joe Vitalis when he was talking, it's when you let when you share the money. And in my own um, kind of like a sad way, I was thinking, oh, I gave money to people. I didn't give money to people. I lent money to people and they don't give it back. And when I think about it, it frustrates me. And I notice my own emotions, like frustration, first disappointment, then frustration, then anger. And then it's just like all these emotions that coming up, and it's very difficult to deal with them. But what Joe said, I just decided today to just let it go, and I know that those money will return to me in any other way. So that's my kind of wisdom that I got today from this room. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Olga. Appreciate you. Thank you for your excellent commentary. So, folks, we have some amazing people that have been running through the stage tonight. I've been watching who we have, and I'm just very excited and thankful that we have so many amazing influencers here on Clubhouse. I mean, superstars all the way to the top. I didn't know. I didn't want to say anything. John Ledger was here earlier. He's the CEO of Sprint. We've had some people that have been on the stage that. Incredible. We got the old crew back. This is great. So,
Hey, Dr.
folks,
Finance.
every Friday night, yeah, just a second,
Okay.
please, while I talk. So, every Friday night, make sure you're here, folks. We host this between 7 and 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We got some amazing, amazing guest speakers coming up soon. So, thank you for joining us. All right. So, go ahead. Who is next?
My name's Sarah Helsel. Is there any way that I can speak, or
Yes, go ahead, Sarah. You got
is
the
there a
floor.
queue? So I wanted to come in here to speak on what my project is. So I've had a very difficult time with this because originally I was labeled bipolar for grandiose ideas. One time when I thought the universe was speaking to me, and um, it made me lock down on what I thought I could be able to achieve because I didn't want to be labeled as a mental case, basically. Um, but when in being in these rooms, I've definitely come to believe that it's not a mental issue at all. It's that I have a great idea, and it's one of those ideas that can change the world. So my idea is to change the care paradigm so that we can bring a revolutionary internet and technology platform together to provide free global health care for everyone. I've seen so many health disparities. I worked as a nurse practitioner um, between the rural areas, the impoverished communities, and I currently live in a rural area, and I don't want my son to have that. Not to mention, we've been uh, raised with the COVID, and it's just taken a lot of everybody. I burn out as a nurse practitioner. during that time. And I don't want to see other people have the same happen. I couldn't get healthcare at the time because um, couldn't afford to take time off of work to make appointments for that. Um, I've worked very hard in my life. I've ran away from home. I um, dropped out of high school at 17, halfway through my 10th grade year. I ended up having to put myself back into college, and then back in twice more. I ended up with 3 degrees, including my master's for my nurse practitioner. Then I got out and found out it's a male-driven world for medicine. And some of the doctors wouldn't even talk to me, wouldn't give me 2 seconds of time until they saw my passion for taking care of my patients. And once they did, then they were more than willing to listen, and I had their ear. And I've never met a stranger. Anybody who I meet, I pick their brain because um, everybody has something to give. Everybody has a story to tell. And I've been left out of so many conversations, and I don't want anybody to ever get left out. So if you don't look like a scam, you're probably in my friends list because I've added everybody in any room that I've ever been in. Um, so
Thank you,
what?
Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. And do you have
Yeah.
a response to maybe the topic of the room, which is what is the secret to attracting money? Do you have any commentary on
So
that?
the secret to attracting money is to find good people who are willing to invest in you and create symbiotic relationships. Sometimes you have to start at the bottom and grab another person at the bottom, and you both make it up together. Our body wouldn't work without bacteria in our gut, and our bacteria in our gut wouldn't survive without us. So I'm working on also promoting some music because music definitely is the tie that binds everybody together. It, is there when we're happy. It's there when we're sad. It's there when we sing to our babies so we can get to sleep. And so it's there in all aspects. And what I did is I just put it out there that I was willing to promote free of charge because I'm getting started at it. So for me to do it and charge somebody for it doesn't make sense. But to put it out there free and let people pay me if they appreciate my gifts, then it builds me up, but it also builds them up. So we'll get there together, kind of, at the end of the day.
Thank you. That is awesome, Sarah. Appreciate that. All right. All right. Well, thank you, folks. We are moving on and just want to welcome everyone. Again, thanks again, Sarah, for joining and that feedback. Okay, so I'd like to get some more feedback from some of our Gold Badge Mod Squad. And folks, I just want to let you know, any of the moderators, please do not invite anyone up to the room without letting me know in the background first, okay? So with that said, we got Jill here. We got Michael D. Michael Butler. Welcome, Michael Butler. How are you? He's the
Dr.
master
Finance,
publisher.
I'm good. How are you?
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Michael. You want to tell us a little about yourself and maybe your thoughts? I think you probably know Dr. Joe Vitale. Michael D, folks, he's the now CEO of Mark Victor Hansen Library. Mark Victor Hansen sold the most books out there, 500 million books, the Chicken Soup for Soul series. And Michael D. Butler is running that program. Michael, you want to tell? Oh, by the way, you got a balloon. Michael, you've been here for 1 year on Clubhouse. That's incredible.
Hey, Dr. Finance, I just stopped in to wish everybody a free gift for everybody. Balloons for everybody is a great room tonight. Yeah, Dr. Joe is great. You always host some great rooms. I love it. You're doing some cool stuff. And I got to say, I don't think there's anybody that works harder than you on Clubhouse, man. And on Friday night, some people are taking off, and you are just, man, your work ethic is really commendable. And you always got a great room. I'm loving it, brother. And I see Edna's got a balloon. I've actually seen quite a few balloons here tonight. I was scrolling the crowd. Big shout out to Edna. Big shout out to Esther is new. She's got a party hat. Portia is new. She's got a party hat. You got a great room. Farard's here tonight. Julian, Courtney. I got to say, you attract people from all over the world that are new to Clubhouse. You got Doria Cordova here. and Rex. So you always got a great room. So Dr. Finance, just a big shout out. I think if you can't have fun in life, then you can't really help as many people, and everybody has a rough day. Everybody has a rough week from time to time, but there's somebody that needs a hug. Somebody needs a word of affirmation. Somebody just needs somebody to acknowledge them. And it doesn't matter where you're at in life, how old you are, it's a total stranger or somebody at work. You could just make their day by saying a positive word. So you're doing that every day. So I applaud you, brother.
Thank you so much, Michael. And I just want to say, so folks, Michael was actually on the podcast. We talked for about an hour and a half. If you want to check out his interview, it's Michael D. Butler. But Michael is incredible. What he's doing in the background with Mark Victor Hansen's amazing. And Mark's become a good friend of mine as well. Mark is going to be bringing some superstars to this stage. So I applaud Michael and Mark for their efforts and what they're going to be putting together. I don't even want to name names, folks. Let's just let it happen. So just stay tuned, right, Mike? We got some major superstars lined up in the background. It's probably going to be joining us.
We do. We got some exciting things we'll be sharing with everybody soon. So keep following Dr. Finance. Always hit the button, hit the always button, and be in here. I was a little late. I had a family commitment, but you always host the greatest room. So every Friday night, block it out, and amazing things happen when you network with amazing people. I see Fred here. I see Tracy. I see Megan. My fellow Texan there is Megan. Uh, just it's epic. So I applaud you for making the app work. I mean, the more the harder I work, the more success I have, and so it just amazing. And this is fun work. So I'll let you do your thing, sir.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. And yes, you're right about the Friday thing. I never really wanted Friday. Like, yeah, everybody wants to go out and hang out on Friday, but in a way, COVID is a blessing and a curse at the same time. Got nowhere else to go on Friday now. But at the same time, like it just worked out that way when we had the longest running room, and we just been running it ever since. It's been going on every Friday since I guess April 2021. Major superstars like Mark Victor Hansen. So thanks, Mike. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for coming up, and you're always welcome here. So thanks, man. Okay, all right. Well, that's great. I just want to introduce a few other people that came to the stage, and we got Jill in the house. Jill Brown, welcome, Jill. Jill, you want to say hi?
Hi, thanks so much for inviting me up. I just saw the title of the room, thought I'd pop in and listen to a little bit of it. And I agree with what Michael said that what you do on Friday nights, it really is inspiring. Here's what I was thinking. I was like, oh my God, he's working on a Friday night. I am so lazy. So I thought I'll pop in and get a little motivation to do a little bit of motivation work on a Friday night. So for those of you who don't know me, I know a lot of people up on the stage. So hi everybody. I won't name everybody, but Diamond, Rex, I don't know you, Doria. We follow each other. Hey, Noah, one of the beautiful women on Clubhouse. Cheryl, you too. Ella, Fred, Joe. So it's good to see. I have so many friends up here. I can't. And Nivea and all the gorgeous women, Dimple. So hi, I'm Jill, and I am a physical transformation coach. That's what I do. I've been real busy helping people overcome their problems with food over the year and almost 2 years now of COVID. People have really gotten into some bad eating habits, fell off the exercise wagon, started to have a lot of mindset issues, holding them back from getting in great shape. I'm 54 years old, so I am just a big proponent of people as they get older of taking better and better care of their health, because it doesn't matter how much money you make. I'm sure you know this, Dr. Finance. It doesn't matter how successful you are in life. If you're not healthy, if you're not taking care of your body, if you're not taking care of your fitness, then it doesn't matter how much money you have. So that's kind of what I do. I help people overcome obstacles with food, training, mindset, and keep them accountable. So you can click on my bio, head over to my Instagram. My TikTok is also the same, Jill Brown Fitness. And if you're interested in what I do, I'm happy to have a chat with you. I'm done speaking. Thanks, Dr. Finance. Back to you.
Thank you, Jill. Appreciate you being here, Diamond.
This is Diamond. I just had to say hello to Jill, and she's so modest. She is an absolute rock star. I love the work that you're doing, Jill. It's always a pleasure to have you here, dear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Diamond. Awesome. I also want to welcome. We got a few other people. Nikki Nicole here. Welcome, Nikki. Wow, you're up to 8.7 thousand followers. Nikki has, I think you're almost going on the 1 year as well. I believe so. Remember when I first was growing up on Clubhouse, you were still here. Welcome, Nikki. How are you? December 24th. Oh, wow. So you passed the 1 year. Congrats. Nikki, you want to say hello? All right, Nikki Nicole, whenever you're ready. And then we got, let's see, we got Christine in the house. Christine Brunsden. If you want to say hello, we got
Hey,
Nate.
Dr. Finance, how are you?
Good, Christine. You doing well yourself?
Not too bad. And this is the first time I've spoken to you in 2022, so I just want to wish you Happy New Year, and I wish you all the health and prosperity that it can bring for the coming year. So all the best to you. Keep running these fabulous rooms, and I'll keep showing up.
Awesome. Thank you, Christine. Appreciate you coming here. Christine, also a part of one of the senior members of this community. She's been showing up for many months and been through many stages. So welcome again, Christine. Thanks for being here. I also want to say hello to Marisha. Marisha was also she's part of the senior members of the community as well. Welcome, Marisha. You want to say hello?
Hey, Dr. Finance! Happy New Year to everyone in the room.
Happy New Year, Marisha. I love it. I love the energy. That's awesome. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Dr. Finance?
Great, Marisha, and we had Dr. Joe Vitale here earlier, and he dropped a lot of gems. What is your thoughts on what is the secret to attracting money? What is it? What is your secret? What does attract the money in your life? Maybe you have some commentary on it.
That is an excellent topic and so much to say about it. But one thing that I will say is being a giver. That's one thing that I will say for sure. To make sure that that you give, just generously give.
That's a great point. Thank you, Marisha. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stage. All right, and we also have let's see, we got Wonder MC here. Welcome, Sathita. You want to make a comment or just say hello? How are you tonight? And BJ, welcome, BJ. Are you available? Oh, we got Savannah. Welcome, Savannah. How are you?
Hello, and it is my first time speaking in here as well for the new year. So, happy new year, Dr. Finance. Happy new year, beautiful Diamond Diva, and every single one of these moderators and speakers. It's so wonderful to be back in here with you all. What is the secret to attracting money? So, you guys, I'm going to be honest with you. The best way to attract money is when you have zero blocks. That's something I really struggled with for a long time, right? A great example of a block. When we want more money, right? If we're in an unstable place financially, the first thing that we do is, oh my God, how am I going to get money? I need to get money. How I need this, I need this, I need this in my bank account, right? And that's the only thing we think about. That ends up being a block. You actually project that negative energy, and that becomes your reality. So, the secret to attracting money is doing all things in love. If you want to become a millionaire, and you think, okay, well, if I go work this job and I'm going to be really unhappy, but I'm going to become a millionaire one day, it's not going to do it. The way to attract money, the way to be successful, financially successful, is don't focus on money. Focus on people, you guys. Focus on relationships, building those relationships, right? Because money is a byproduct of the value that you bring to other people. So just be yourself, and every single thing that you do needs to be in love. What do you enjoy doing? What brings you your highest happiness? What brings you that? Because when you're happy and when you're able to look at yourself in the mirror every single day, and you're able to say, you know what? I feel really good. I feel really good about who I am and what I'm doing. And it's not about how far I have left to go. It's about how far I've come in my life. That's how you attract money. That's how you attract any success in your life. When you do things that truly make you happy, you get to make other people happy. You get to do things that make you happy. other things are going to start to fall into place. Other things are going to start to happen to you that you didn't even imagine. You're going to start manifesting all those things, and everything that you ever possibly imagined for yourself will happen. But you have to do things in love. The main focus needs to be, how can you serve other people? What value can you give to other people? Because at the end of the day, you guys, as much as everybody wants to be rich and famous and have all these luxurious things in life, if you can't pass anything down to other people, what's it all for in the first place? If you can't give the knowledge and the things that you've learned along the way to other people, what's it all for? It's not for anything. So do things in love and do things to give back to other people. And go into relationships genuinely just wanting to connect with people, wanting to get to know people. What are other people doing, right? And the most important thing, the secret to attracting money: surround yourself with people that are successful, people that can help you, people that can guide you, people that also want you to succeed and become the best version of yourself. Those are the secrets to attracting money. Just being yourself, doing things in love, and making sure that you are providing value to other people in some way, shape, or form. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance, and all of you incredible moderators up here for having me. It's so wonderful to be back. This is Savannah, and I'm complete.
Wow, that is so incredible. Thank you, Savannah. I appreciate that. You always add great value. By the way, follow Savannah. She helps out Diamond Diva on Wednesday night, folks. So I'm supporting Diamond on Wednesday night. She's got her room. She's been doing it. She's the leader in the Wednesday night room. She was the first one doing it. So I'm supporting her over there because they're the best, and Savannah is helping her with that as always. So thank you, Savannah. Appreciate that, Diamond.
This is Diamond. I just had to say yes, 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 Savannah. I love your share as always, and you're absolutely true. Everything you said resonates. You know, it's all about coming from that highest vibration of love. And the byproduct is all those abundant things that you want in your life. Just had to say yes, Savannah. Always bringing the gems and the jewels. You're amazing. This is Diamond, and I'm complete.
Thank you, Diamond, and thank you again, Savannah. Savannah, I want to just say welcome to. We got some new people here. We got Anita. We got Danny here. Danny, I know you were here earlier, so I definitely want to give you a quick play and to say hello. Welcome, Danny. How are you, sir?
Good man, how you guys?
Happy New Year. Yeah,
Did I
2020.
tell you Happy New Year yet?
Oh, I'm sorry. Happy New Year 2020.
Exactly.
You guys, that's a private joke between the whole community. I made a mistake last week when I put the room together, folks. It's titled 2020, but you guys caught me on that. That's great, and I left it on Facebook that way too, just for fun and giggles. So go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, no, hold on one second. Let me put my. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, you sound good. Somebody's got a hot mic though.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Yeah, yeah. So, man, attracting money. Um, I don't know. I've never been. I mean, I used. All right, I used to think that attracting money was the thing until I got around people that uh taught me different. And it's not the money that you need to attract, it's the things that bring the money that you need to attract, which is people, resources, um, things like that. It's like Grant says, what would you prefer, $1 billion or a billion people that know you and that want to do business with you? And it's like, I feel that a lot of times people look so much about the money and they're not looking at the bigger picture, which is you want people, you want to collaborate, you want to build relationships, you want customers, you want, no matter what it is that you're doing, whether it's whether you're an employee, whether you're in sales, whether you have a business, you need people. People is that's the wealth. People have what it is that you need. And if you're looking to attract money, in my opinion, you're looking at the wrong place. It's not only my opinion. It's I mean, Dr. Finance, Diamond Diva. You guys know the people I've been around. And a lot of people would feel the same in terms of the idea of success, and that is other people have exactly what it is that you need. You're not going to get to where it is that you want to get to alone. You're not going to get to where it is that you want to get to having a one-sided and a one-track mind. It's going to have to be a collaboration and partnership between other people. So as far as I'm concerned, the true wealth is other people partnering, collaborating, and that's who you need to learn how to attract.
No, that's actually, Danny, that is brilliant. It's hitting this conversation from a different angle because you mentioned Grant. And I know you do a lot of things with Grant, but Grant always says that money follows follow the
Follows
influence. I'm
attention.
sorry, I can't talk right now. Yeah, I'm sorry. Say it again.
Money follows attention.
Money follows attention. Thank you. Money follows attention, and that's exactly what you're talking about. You get the eyeballs, and like you said, how many would you like, $1 billion or a billion people? If you get a billion people on your side, I mean, how much intangible value is built in that you can't count for yet? It could be much more than a billion. Now, it could be a lot less. We don't know. You could be dealing with a billion broke people, right? Like you only need one rich person, and you can make more than $1 billion. If you got a billion broke people, you might not, but you might. But attention eventually would catch up. So you have a great point, Danny. I appreciate that.
He's
All
coming in
right.
to support,
Okay,
man.
Danny. Yeah, thank you, Danny. Always a pleasure having you here. I want to welcome. We got Sandra Horton, and then we got Navia as well. So Sandra.
Yay! All right, all right. I'm so excited. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I love you, Dr. Finance. I love everybody. I love the conversation today. And hi, Rex. Hi, Noah. I know so many beautiful people in here. I just feel so grateful. One of the things that I truly just want to honor is I love how the energy has always been the best. In some rooms, the energy kind of flows up and kind of flows down. There's always awesome energy in this room. So I just want to honor you and thank you, Dr. Finance, for that. You have exceptional people. One thing that really stood out for me today as the growth catalyst when listening to Joe, he's the master. There's so much that we've all learned, and I can only speak from my truth. One of the things that really resonates for me, especially around growth and money and attraction and abundance is about that focus. What we and Rex talks about this too in his amazing book Life on Your Terms, is that what you focus on truly expands, and what you get is what you focus on. And what I found in working, as a business leadership consultant, is that sometimes, especially around money, and people are scaling their business, or they can get to a point in their worlds, they get stuck. They get stuck on what they're focusing on. They're not able to really truly pull out and observe themselves. They're not able to look in the moment of presence. And what I loved about what Joe shared earlier, is the opportunity to really elevate and ignite ourselves differently, to shift our perspective. And I always go back to that growth thing real fast, Dr. Finance. Growth is the gratitude. It's like, how did he ground himself? How did he stay present in the gratitude when he had nothing? He's fought and he sought new ways to have the gratitude, to bring in the resources. He was observant of himself and others who were so amazing in what they were doing. That's that observation. And he had a winning attitude is the W, the T is his truth, and H is his happiness. And that's my growth acronym. And he laid it out again today. So that's what I want to share. We all have potential. Be in our presence, focus on things that will shift us and grow us. Anything is possible. Thanks, Dr. Finance. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Sandra. Appreciate it. Excellent commentary. Thank you for being here and supporting us, and definitely appreciate you being here on Friday nights. So we have a few more people I want to say hello to. I'm going to be passing it off to the next group of co-hosts after this. So I want to say hello. We got Navia in the house. Navia, you want to say hello and tell us maybe your thoughts on the topic? We had Dr. Joe Vitale here, and if you missed it, that's okay. Just what are your thoughts on what is the secret to attracting money, in your opinion, I guess? Navi, are you here? Okay.
Hey, Dr.
Navarro, we got.
Finance, can
Yes,
I
go ahead.
share my thoughts as Michael?
Oh, Michael. Yes, Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's, the thing with the pencil exercise and the gratitude, like that's like the shift and pivot. We've all gone through a story like Dr. Joe Vitale because, when we had the COVID pandemic happen, we all had to go through a struggle. Like, hey, what's going on? Shift and pivot with the attitude. And then, look at the blessings of the pandemic. Not that we agree with it or don't agree with it, but the blessings, counting our blessings, new opportunities, like even on Clubhouse, right? Look at all the great people we got to unite with and collaborate with and get to know as we get relationships going. And, there's so many opportunities through the relationships on Clubhouse. And so we've turned, you know, tears into joy, sadness into laughter, and so forth. And I really liked this one. Like, there's so many things he said. The one thing that about that pencil, just and then here's the notes. I'm just going to read them. He talked about his book Karmic Marketing as well, but he said pick up a pencil, then you are feeling good with the Ho'oponopono and the gratitude and the greatest money making secret in history. That remember that guy mentioned that book, and then he talked about karmic marketing. He basically said be grateful, prosperous, and happy, and instead of lack and scarcity, see opportunity and prosperity. Are you giving? Are you giving money? You need to gift in order to be open and receive. And are you giving money on a regular, joyous basis? Give money regularly. Who or what inspired you, and what kickstarted you? And then he said, give 10% of whatever you received without any expectation. Money needs to circulate, and you need to give it and receive it. So doing it for others as well. Like when you basically the other thing that I really got out of it was the Pollyanna, that movie. I have to go see that movie now. There's always something to be glad about, and how to look for the good in everything, including COVID. And finally, but I never got to ask the question, but I did ask him a question in the back channel. I thought it was really interesting about and incredible about his musical aspirations at 60. So I asked him a question about, hey, can you play a song in front of me? And can I play a song in front of you? Just an idea I had. So I told him about the idea in the back channel. And that's about it. Thanks.
Thank
So
you.
many
Thank
great
you,
things.
Michael. Awesome. And he probably, I can't speak for him, but I've already asked him, and he probably will be coming back with his superstar band. So, talk about the amazing things that Clubhouse leads to. And if he did, I'm just saying, if for those of you who know about the rock and roll and all that stuff, his band of legends, he says he don't play without them. So, I mean, you heard the people that were in that band; they were all part of the whole Hall of Fame rock and roll. Uh, so it's incredible, and if we had them here on Clubhouse, I mean that would just be amazing. So even if to do a 5 minute song, just to have them in here, I think that would be super cool. So Mike, I think you would appreciate that.
Definitely. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having him here. It was great.
Awesome, thank you, Michael. All right, so I want to get a couple more just hellos out there, and then we're going to turn the mic over. So we got John the Bombs in the house, and John, if you want to say hi, we got Dr. Chandler. I didn't hear from Dr. Chandler tonight. Dr. Chandler, if you want to say hello, you're more than welcome to. All right. Anyone else want to comment that hasn't spoke already? See, we got Anita here. Welcome, Anita. How are you? Anita, I believe you were sending some Instagram likes. So, folks, that reminds me, folks, definitely go off Clubhouse and find a lot of the people here. Okay. So, if you want to find my profile on, for example, Facebook or Instagram, come say hi over there. This party doesn't have to stay just on Clubhouse, right? Like, I have Instagram, I got Twitter, got Facebook, got LinkedIn. Come say hi over there, expand the community. If Clubhouse goes down tomorrow, how are we supposed to stay connected? So going back to the points made earlier about connections, right? It's one way to increase track money. Well, we go off this platform. So folks, if you want to take a picture of this stage, send it on, let's say, Facebook or Twitter or Instagram and tag me. I'm still getting used to Instagram. It's my weaker one, but if you tag me on it and I'll try to find it while I have low followers on there. I will reshare it if you even do that on Instagram. But I'll definitely like it and all that other good stuff. So, all right. Someone else wanted to speak. I saw a hot mic somewhere. Go ahead. Is it Tracy? Oh, welcome, Tracy. How are you?
Oh, Dr. Finance, is it me,
Tracy?
Tracy, or Tracy with an I? Aussie Tracy, or
Yeah, Tracy. Yeah, Tracy from Australia. Welcome,
hi,
Tracy.
hi. I have been missing for a little while. There's been a bit happening over here, so I am sorry, Dr. Finance. It is my favorite room. It's my first one back for about 3.5 weeks. So I heard the whole thing with Dr. Joe, and it was unbelievable. And I think, aside from everything that everyone has said, and like Danny touched on it a little bit in terms of the resources and wanting to attract those things into your life, and the money will come with that attention. um, I think abundance is one of the other things too, to put alongside with money as just being another currency. Money is just another energetic currency. And, Bob Proctor, I know you want to get him on so bad, and I'd love to get him on for you. But when you listen to one of Bob Proctor's meditations called the Abundance Meditation, he talks about witnessing the abundance that Mother Nature provides, including the leaves on the trees and the sand on the beach, and the birds in the sky, all of the abundance that surrounds us. When you not only just focus on gratitude to be able to bring more of what you can be grateful for in your life, but when you focus on abundance, and then when you add the visualization around the money aspect, which Dr. Joe spoke about in terms of you've got to bring that visual component into it as well. When you marry the visual with an abundance around money, I've found that that's one of my secrets, and it's one that I definitely tap into on a daily basis. Like right now, I'm talking, and I know, Dr. Finance, you love it when you can hear the birds in the background, the birds that you don't have over there, those sounds. So I'm
I
hoping you
love
can
it.
hear
I
them.
love it. Yeah.
But I'm looking at like all the trees. Like I live in basically a rainforest next to the beach. So I'm looking at the sand. I'm looking at the water in the ocean that is the Pacific
Tracy, will you
Ocean. I'm
stop? You're
looking
making me jealous. Come on now.
but I'm looking at the trees, the leaves in
I'm
the
in
trees, the
cold
birds, the
Philadelphia here.
sounds.
Have mercy on me, please.
Oh, well, it's about like
Same,
38
Dr.
degrees.
Finance. I'm in cold New Jersey. I hear
Oh,
ya.
Savannah.
Oh, yeah, Savannah, we just had an amazing snowstorm. And by the way, I know it just passed your way too. So, but go ahead, keep telling us some more. I like it, Tracy. I like it.
Yeah, so it's about like taking as many times as you can to be able to witness abundance, and noticing that abundance will arrive in all areas of your life. And then if you're someone that can attach yourself to the mindset strategies, like Diamond Diva does and all the rest of us, when you attach a lot of your mindset strategies, and the more psychological aspect to it, and you attach it to the idea of tapping into the energy and the currency of abundance, and apply it to money, then that is a surefire formula for me. And then the second thing that I want to just say is that no one should ever, and this kind of goes without saying, but I feel like for some reason there is something that I feel like no one's touched on it today. I don't think that I've heard, and people obviously need to hear it, that money and attracting it into your life, and being able to have money, it has zero to do with your worth. And so you're basically falling over from the very get-go. If you want to start attracting money into your life, don't worry about doing all of these other steps that everyone's talking about. If you're attaching money and financial wealth or value to your worth as a spiritual being having human experience, if you're attaching those two things together, then you've fallen over from the get-go, and you've already put up a block, like Savannah was saying. But it's more than a block. It is a lesson. It's a lesson that you're obviously here to learn. And so when you can get over attaching your self-worth with your monetary worth, you got to do that first before you can go off and do the rest of it. And Dr. Joe did mention that in terms of the healing aspect of it, and the things that you got to heal before you can really accelerate and be a full expression. So I'm Tracy, and I hope that helps. Thanks, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate that. And no, that was excellent. That was excellent commentary, Tracy. You always add value. And yeah, so no worries. You haven't been here in 3 weeks. I know there's been a lot of stuff going on with the holidays and whatnot, but we're bringing the community back, and you're always welcome to be here. Tracy is another example. She doesn't look at her. She doesn't have that many followers, 811 followers, but Tracy is a superstar. She's actually been here so many times. She came here September 2nd, and only 4 months, but she comes faithfully every week. So thank you, Tracy. Appreciate your support.
That's nice.
All right, folks. I'd like to, before I turn over to Mike, I just want to pause for a second, okay? Um, I just want to hear some feedback from you guys. I don't know if you know this, like behind the scenes, I'm doing an incredible amount of work and labor to make these rooms happen, the connections and all that stuff. I can't even explain the kind of stuff I have to do. It just takes time, and to explain it to in depth, it doesn't even sound right to regular people. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Right? So I just want to get like some feedback from you all. I want to know that I'm in the right direction. I'm serving you guys well. So if I get the right feedback from you, I'll keep going. So I just want to know if I'm doing something wrong. That's okay. I can take it, because you know what, that for me, it means I need to make a little bit of change. So anybody want to just add some commentary to the value that these rooms are bringing? And I can take it. If you disagree with anything, just be professional about it. Of course, don't hurt my feelings. But I'll deal with my ego later. What do you guys think? Do you like these rooms? I mean, we got incredible
Yes.
speakers lined up.
This is Diamond, and I'm going to kick it off. And I'm just going to say, Dr. Finance, you are a legend. And I love absolutely every single guest that you bring. And, I have to second what you're saying, guys. You have no idea how much work it takes behind the scenes to secure guests of the caliber of people like Dr. Joe Vitale. Are you kidding me? To spend his Friday evening with us and pour in like he has is truly because of Dr. Finance and the person that he is. He's able to attract these types of individuals. But it does not come without action. As we know, when it comes to the law of attraction, he puts quite a bit of action behind attracting these high caliber guests. And, one of the best ways you all can support him is by continuing to show up and invite more people into this space. We want to have, the best guests possible. And we want them to see a room full of people appreciative of this valuable information. And, speaking on behalf of me and my household, we believe that everything that you are bringing is of value. Every single week, I heard someone say earlier that you outperformed the previous week, and it's absolutely true. So I want you to be encouraged and know that you truly are making an impact on my life and countless others. So keep up the great work, Dr. Finance. And it truly is an honor and a pleasure to serve and support you. And guys, I have to admit, Dr. Finance does the heavy lifting truly to make this happen. I just want to thank you so much. This is Diamond, and I'm complete.
This
Wow,
is
thank you so
Janice.
much, Diamond. I appreciate that so much. Yes, I know Michelle had something. Go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, thank you. Hold on.
And by the way, you can be honest with me. I'm okay with it. We're just taking a quick break from this, but this is important. And if you guys have something negative, feel free to let me know. Any way
Oh.
that I can change the stage to help you guys, I'm open ears. I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm definitely gonna listen though.
Dr. Finance, I have absolutely nothing negative I could possibly say. This room is phenomenal. It's you, and we know you work really, really hard, and just you bring such good content and pick great people, and I'm just in awe of everybody who's been speaking. So I just wanted to share one thing, and this is coming from a relational standpoint with money. I'm kind of the balance girl here, and so I don't know if people recognize as much. The relationship that we have with money really impacts our scarcity and abundance as well. And also, the phrase of how we do one thing, or how we do anything is how we do everything, really applies in terms of balance. And the relationship to money leads to one of the biggest stressors that knocks people off balance. And I hear that probably more than just about anything from anybody. It's their relationship with money. And so, a few of the things that I've just learned over time, for myself, I'll just say that I grew up with a family that on the outside was very affluent, but on the inside, my dad was struggling, not all the time. And I heard all the time about, how he was always out of money and didn't have money and had to work longer for money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then they'd have these parties with some hoity-toities. I'm a kid, and I felt like people were snobby. And in fact, I grew up Jewish, and there were some anti Semites who actually came in. We were told not to let anybody know we were Jewish and things like that. So that formed a paradigm for me that money is bad. And it took me a very long time. I'm a reformed lawyer turned mediator. And when I became a lawyer, I had the hardest time charging money because I didn't like money. I didn't want money. On the other hand, I'm very philanthropic and I support a number of charities. It took me a long time to realize this isn't about me, and it's about, how we can help others. And that's my purpose. And, I think probably for everybody in this room, the same thing. So what I wanted to just mention is in the relationship with money is, first of all, thinking about how you feel about the money. And, as you have a positive feeling about it, do you have a negative feeling about it? And then it's how we treat our money, even down to the point of how do we throw it in your purse or in your wallet, or do we fold it up? Do we have our money instead crumpled? And even to those kind of things, we're respecting or not respecting our money. And I do believe that somebody very early tonight said money is energy, or energy is money and money is energy. And so, and I believe that as well. So I think that impacts it. And so I'd say number one is, how are we treating our money? How are we thinking about our money? And changing, if we have any negative thoughts whatsoever about money, or even the word scarcity enters the mind, just changing the mindset, I think, is really critical. And the other thing is, and this was good advice I heard from someone else before, and I think it's pretty much an axiom, but is pay yourself first. And so so many times what we do is we're thinking in a lack mindset, which is, I've got to make sure I can pay these bills, and I've got to make sure I can do this, and then there's nothing left over. And so the adage of pay yourself first is so important, and that actually was really impactful for myself. And so changing my mindset to the point of, this is allowing me to help so many people, and to the point where, like this last holiday season, I didn't even stop to think about how much I was spending. I just, wherever there was a need, I was able to do it because of being able to set it up, that I had the ability to do it. So, so that adage about giving is really important. Several prior speakers mentioned that. So that's all. This is Michelle, and I'm complete.
Wow, thank you so much, Michelle. Appreciate you. Awesome feedback. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the club. All right, folks. So I'm going to actually turn this over a little bit to Diamond, and then we have Noah comes afterwards. I appreciate Noah sticking by. She's always supporting at the end as well. So thank you, Noah. Thank you, Diamond, always. So with that said, I just want to just conclude. I want to wrap up my thoughts. And this is an entrepreneurial statement I'm about to make as well. So typically, entrepreneurs, especially successful entrepreneurs, they have to do millions of things, and it doesn't matter rain or shine, however you feel, get to work, right? Like that's what a successful entrepreneur does. I didn't really want to do Friday nights. It just happened that way. Everyone was talking about that, Eric Swanson, et cetera. It's okay. I like it as long as I can serve you guys. Um, I wasn't even feeling well this week, but I made it happen. And I'm not trying to. This is definitely not coming off like bragging or anything, but it's a point I'm trying to make, which is that it doesn't matter like if you feel a certain way or you don't want to do something. Sometimes when you have to do it, you just do it, right? You do it if you want to be a successful entrepreneur. You're going to have to do things that you may not want to do. It's part of the work, but that's what makes successful people get to that level. You have to do hard things, right? So I'm here, slightly not feeling well, but I got to run a stage for 5 hours. Like I'm doing it because I have to do it. I want to serve you guys. And the point I'm trying to make is that if you want to run a successful business, or you want to make money and you really want to be great, you're going to have to step it up, even if you're not feeling well. Okay. So just you fight through it. Now, I'm not saying ever dismiss your health. Health always comes first. But at the same time, there are points where you're going to have to make sacrifices. So, with that said, I want to thank you all for being here tonight. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed Dr. Joe Vitale. We're certainly going to get him back. We got some amazing speakers lined up. Just in January alone, we got Joe Foster coming here. He's the founder of Reebok, folks. That was the #1 sports apparel brand ever. Okay, I think Adidas will wind up acquiring him. I don't know the whole story, but at one point Reebok took them all out. And Joe Foster, his grandfather, invented the spiked shoe. This is crazy. He's coming on the podcast on Tuesday. He'll be on stage next Friday. He's coming early, folks. Oh, I'm sorry, not next Friday. Two Fridays from now, whatever that is, because he's in the UK, we're doing it between 2:30 and 4 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want to get that, it's an early show, but we'll probably throw another guest in at nighttime. All right. And then next week, we got Rex has helped me out with this. We got Rami Elbatrawi. He's a billionaire. Had him on the podcast yesterday. Not just a billionaire, he's a very kind hearted person. He wrote the book, Can You Really Think and Grow Rich? And it was endorsed by the CEO of Napoleon Hill Foundation. This guy is connected to so many people. He's coming next Friday, folks. All right. Then we got at the end of this month, we got a #1 New York Times bestseller called, his name is Ryan Blair. The guy's amazing. Talk about a $1 billion, I think, in exits. I don't have the exact numbers, but you want to check him out. Ryan, Blair. He's coming on the end of this month. I'm just giving you a snapshot of some of the people in the background. We got tons more lined up, some more billionaires. And I don't just bring anybody. I've turned down a lot of people to the stage that were billionaires. I turned $1 billion down and several other like 9-figure entrepreneurs because I'm trying to find people that have a good heart and that can help the audience. That's most important to me. So with that said, folks, I also want to, I think it wouldn't be right to mention again 2 incredible opportunities I have out there for you guys. I have the collaboration book I'm putting together. I'm looking for 30 authors who want to join. I don't have the exact figures yet. It's going to be pricey, but what you're going to get is amazing value. That's why I'm taking so long to put this together, because I want to make sure it's right. We're going to get a lot of bestsellers. A lot of major influencers in that book. So if you want to be a part of that series, it's going to be an incredible collaboration book. Just send me a DM, let me know. And then we got the mastermind that Diamond and I are putting together. We're going to have 2 intensive days. I'm going to invite probably 1 or 2 major like business celebrities to join us. And then everyone, including the book series, actually, I'm going to have a 5 to 10 minute interview on my podcast. You get invited to that as well. So they'll be a little bit pricey, but you're going to get a lot of value. I always try to give at least 5 to 10 times more value than what I'm offering. So if you're up for it, it's a great opportunity to build your way into the inner circles and really start to expand your brand, whatever that may be. I know I've been learning a thing or two about marketing, so I can probably help to boost a lot of you guys when you get on the podcast. Of course, we're gonna give you some more exposure to publicity as well. So with that said, folks, I want to thank you again. And let me see if I had something else. Oh, I'm looking for some more celebrities. I mentioned this earlier. I want the biggest names possible. If you know some major celebrities, folks, like Tony Robbins or whatnot, we'll eventually get them on here. All right. But I want you guys to help out, and let's build the stage. And if you can help out, you'd be sitting up here like Rex Sikes tonight, and we can have 1 million people on stage, and you can get a lot of publicity. So there's an opportunity here, folks. You're right there. You're right next to the opportunity. If you know somebody, let us know. Just DM us, and we'll make it happen. With that said, thank you all. Happy Friday. Love you guys. And we're going to be having some amazing more rooms. Can't wait to see you again. Diamond Diva, are you ready to take over?
Dr. Finance, before you jump off, this is Savannah speaking. I
Oh,
just
Savannah.
wanted to pop in here really quick and just acknowledge your question earlier about how the rooms are running, and you just wanted a little bit of advice and a little bit of input from everybody. So I just wanted to give you your flowers, Dr. Finance, because you know what? I know that there's been some changes, and for anybody in this room that's listening right now, we all know that change is not easy. And you did it. You did it, Dr. Finance. You have this incredible club now. You bring together these incredible moderators and the speaker panel and the guests that you bring in here. I mean, you truly, truly, each and every single one of you in this room right now, you're changing lives just by sharing, just by coming together and really opening up this space for people to be able to come to learn and to teach as well. So I just wanted to give you your flowers. I think these rooms are running incredibly. I think this club is absolutely incredible for anyone that's looking to learn about how to become an entrepreneur, about how to attract money, about anything. I think this is the place to be, and you're doing a phenomenal job, as well as Diamond Diva and Rex and Noah. And any other moderators that you do have up here when you have them. I think that this is truly life changing to be a part of these rooms and to be a part of such an incredible family and community like this. So I just wanted to add that for you, just from my personal opinion. And this is Savannah, and I'm complete.
And
Thank you,
this is
Savannah.
Marisha, Dr. Finance. I concur with everything Savannah just said. Ain't no sense of me repeating it. because I feel exactly the same way. And so I want to give you flowers as well.
Dr.
Oh,
Finance, I
thank
do
you,
too.
Rachel.
This is D, and I know not it speaks about your commitment to the club, right? Look at how many people have come into your room since the beginning, and I have been on here since the beginning. You have brought in more than 2.5 thousand people. That speaks volume about you and your commitment to this club. I opened a club, or not a club, a room yesterday. 10 people showed up. So with 2.5 into your club, into your room tonight, speaks about the commitment and the love for your community. And I thank you, and I am looking forward to seeing and listening and being here for you. You have my support 100%. So, guys, can we please unmic and thank Dr. Finance?
Yeah.
Woo!
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Thank you,
Dr.
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 Finance.
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 Thank you.
Woo!
Wow. Thank you, D. I appreciate that.
Woohoo!
Yeah, and wow, you ladies are awesome. I got to say though, first of all, thank you. I don't know if any of you know the story of how the Friday night happened, but basically, I left the big club that we were running about 5 weeks ago, and it's been a little bit of a. You want to talk about entrepreneur stuff? It's hard to see, like, coming from, this is nothing though, D. Like, I know you appreciate that, but 2,500. I was running a room, and Diamond and everyone else from the old community will attest. We had 500 people in there almost every moment I was running that room, and like to come from that and come into my own clubs in the first like 4 or 5 weeks, we only had sometimes 30 to 60 people, at the low points. I mean, that's a hard pill to swallow coming from the kind of rooms that we have. But in a matter of 5 6 weeks, we're now back. We're back where we were. People from the Matrix and Metaverse, whatever it is, they found us back, the old community, to bring that old community back here and to make it start happening again in my own club, which is, it's amazing. And I don't look, I'm not, I know it's my club, but it's really all of our club. I just happen to control because I know exactly what it takes to create a safe environment, a positive environment for you guys, and doing it this way. I'm thankful to you guys that you're here and support me, because yeah, I'm here and I'm giving my free time, but I'm not holding the gun to anybody. I said you guys are all here for your own free will on a Friday night. To me, I bow down to that. I mean, that's incredible you guys are doing it. Let me tell you something. I was a finance professor for 10 plus years at 6 universities. I had a hard time getting 35 students into the room. I lucky if I had 10 people there because they had to be there. They had to be there to get their grades. You guys don't have to be here and you're showing up. I mean, that's incredible. I love it. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. So thank you. Got to nurse my voice, but thanks again. Appreciate you, folks.
Hey, Dr. Finance, just one quick word. I just wanted to kind of give you some flowers really quickly before anybody else kind of chimed in, before the room leaves. And Diamond Diva, absolutely love you. You are really amazing and such an inspiration. I've been following you guys for probably about a year now. I think January 9th will be my 1 year anniversary on Clubhouse. And I've learned so much on Clubhouse. This app is amazing, but one of the most important things that I wanted you to know is that you are one of the ones that I really follow the most. And anytime that you are in a room or Diamond Diva is in a room, I'm always trying to be there, even if I'm only popping in for just a few minutes. And I just want to let you know that I really appreciate everything that you have to offer. I think your rooms are absolutely amazing. Every time that I've been able to pop in and listen, it has been extremely helpful. And I completely suck at money. I suck at money. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit I suck at money. I didn't grow up with money. And so for me, money was just like I heard someone else say here previously, just a little bit ago, money was kind of a bad thing. We didn't have a lot of money. So I think subconsciously that's kind of what I kind of think about money. But on the flip side, on the positive side of that, thank you so much for what you were doing and what you were giving to this community. It's amazing, and we all need this. We can always all of us can always be a little bit better with money. So I truly appreciate you, and Diamond Diva and all the moderators up here. And that's just what I wanted to say. I just wanted to say thank you so much. Appreciate you very much. Enjoy your Friday night.
Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Walking up the stage now. So,
Wait,
Diamond, are you ready to take over?
Dr.
Appreciate you
Finance.
guys.
I just wanted to
Yes.
say that it's awesome. Your energy here is awesome in this whole room. But, you know, as a guy, I don't know if I'd really send flowers, but I would send you a beer or a coffee virtually or something. I don't know what
Oh,
a
right
guy
now, I'll
sends
gladly
to another
accept a beer.
guy.
Thank you, Michael.
All right. You're welcome.
Awesome.
Hey, Dr. Finance, it's Christine. Before you go, I was just going to ask you. I've been in some rooms and I've heard a lot of people talking about different money and strategies, insurance, and all that kind of stuff. And I realize just how lacking we are in financial literacy, and wanted to ask you if you have any plans in the future to run some financial literacy rooms for entrepreneurs.
You know, that's a great question, Christine. Many of the things that I've done, and it's kind of odd, like coming on Clubhouse. Initially, I was coming in and jumping in rooms and giving my opinions of finance and money. And somehow one day, Friday, I showed up and I just became a host. I never thought I'd be a host, right? Like it has nothing to do with my background at all. Like I'm a finance guy, but I never get to talk about finance. So yeah, I mean, I got my 3 books out there. I would just recommend you guys check them out. I wrote them for my first one, particularly for my students, called Necessity of Finance, and then the second one, The Most Important Lessons in Economics and Finance, and then finally, The Survival of the Richest. That's a little bit off the deep end, but you got to work your way to that. But those books I would start with. It's a free way to really, well, a cheap way to really get some of the essence of what I teach. But yeah, for sure, it's a certain point. I'm pretty confident we'll be opening up some rooms that I'll be deep diving into a lot of my work, and I'll step back as a professor. I just need a host to really take over because I can't be a host and a commentator at the same time. I learned that the hard way. There's really no way to do that. To be a host on stages these sizes, it takes an incredible amount of multitasking, and there's no way I can give my full energy to be teaching while I'm doing that, right? So yeah, I will. I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out a way. But the best way, really, if
I've
you want
got
to
you.
get,
I've got you. I've got somebody that can possibly do that for you. He just started a podcast called Mike Mike Check 1 2 1 2 or something like that. Anyway, let's discuss in the back channel because I think that would be something that would. I mean, you can ask everybody else here too, but I do think it's something that we don't get a lot of times from our parents, and we didn't learn it in school, and we didn't learn it when we got into the working world. And I always say there was no magical fairy that showed up when I had kids and taught it to me then either. So it's great that you could maybe run some rooms and beef up people's knowledge with respect to all of the different literacy and in finance.
absolutely. Thank you, Christina. Excellent question. Appreciate you being here. All right, folks. Thanks again, folks. I'm going to rest my voice. Thanks. Appreciate you all. And Diamond, you ready to take over? Then we're going to do Noah. So, by the way, folks, we have to close down in about an hour in order to keep the recording up. I don't know what this thing is with Clubhouse. They only give you 6 hours to do a recording. I wish they would do more, but that's the current rules. So we can open up another room after that. So in about an hour, we just have to close this up, and then we would open up another one if you guys wanted to. It's totally up to the host. So I pass the mic to Diamond. Thanks again, folks. My hand, I give it up to you guys. Thank you.
This is
Thanks.
Diamond, and you know you can't leave Dr. Finance without everyone coming off the mic and giving you a clap and a round of applause. So thank you so much, Dr. Finance. Woo! Another
Feel
amazing
better.
night.
Feel better.
Yes, sending that healing light to you. You're absolutely incredible. And guys, that just speaks to Dr. Finance's character. Even on the night where he had a legitimate reason to not be here, he still said, you know what? I'm going to serve and I'm going to make sure that we have our amazing guest, Dr. Joe Vitale, because I know he has a great message. So thank you so much, Dr. Finance. Please get some rest, dear. You've been working very hard to bring this event to us here today. We want you to get that healing white light and prayers and all the support so you can be here for yourself, for your family, and for all of us next Friday for your next amazing guest. So thank you again for all that you do. If you guys haven't started following Dr. Finance yet, then make sure you PTR right now. Click on his profile. You will see him in the first position. Make sure that you're tapping on his profile, hit the follow button, and set that bell to always. So you can always be notified when he's in this room, as well as all the other amazing rooms that he hosts throughout the week as well. But don't just stop here on Clubhouse. Make sure you connect on his Instagram, on his Twitter. And if you have the updated version of Clubhouse, you're in for a real treat because he also has the Dr. Finance Live podcast link above. You can connect and actually see the interview with Dr. Joe Vitale, where he goes even deeper. Is that possible? Yes, it is. All of Dr. Finance's interviews are incredible, which is why he has over 7 million views on his YouTube channel where he hosts his Dr. Finance Live podcast. It's incredible. Like literally every week he gets a new million views because his content is that great. So make sure you take the time to subscribe to his YouTube channel, subscribe to his podcast, and connect with him over on Facebook where he has 680,000 plus members. Wow, Dr. Finance, you really are making an impression in the world. And just thank you again for all your value. As well as taking the time, guys, to PTR right now and clicking on that link at the top. We have the Finance Club. Welcome, everyone. Dr. Finance has multiple clubs, so make sure every time we host these rooms that you just double check and make sure you are following that club. He is growing all his clubs so he can have the appropriate guests in the appropriate club. So click on that greenhouse at the top today and become a member. And while you're at it, let's take the time right now to connect with everyone on the stage. We have Noah and Cheryl. We have Ella and Fred. We have Safoa and Tracy. We have Frankie and Nivea. Dee and Lady Jules, Dimple, Megan, Michelle, Pauline, Beverly, Danny, Dr. Chandler, Tamara, Zabana, Sandra, Dana. We have Wonder, the MC. Okay, yes, we have Christine, Michael, Jill, Marisha, CJ, Renee, Dr. Tommy Mitchell, and Frank. Each and every one of them are rock stars. They spend every single Friday here supporting this room, making it possible to have an excellent panel. They're leaders in their field, and trust me, these are the people that you want to know. So make sure you're tapping on each of their profiles, giving them a follow, ringing that bell, setting it to always, and connecting on all socials. Slide into those DMs and making meaningful connections happen today. And guess what, guys? We're not done yet. We have about an hour, just like Dr. Finance stated. So go to that lower right-hand corner and tap on the plus sign and bring some more guests into the room. Because I'm telling you, there's so much value from this panel. We're going to open it up for some more questions, for more comments. And I'm going to briefly do a recap and pass the reins over to Noah. So today's special event is what is the secret to attracting money with Dr. Joe Vitale? So many great takeaways from today. Did anyone want to share what their number one takeaway was from tonight? What were your thoughts on the question of how to attract money in your life? Any experiences that you want to share? Oh, and I just see in the PTR that we have Rex back with us, as well as Doria Cordova. Doria, yes, the floor is yours, dear.
Hello, I love it when you're running the show by yourself. It's always so exciting.
Oh, thank you, love.
Well, I was just going to say, I just wanted to confirm what Joe had said a little bit earlier. And the whole thing is about taking action. And I really, really liked when he was sharing about that, that whole thing about that money being evil. And even though some people are too young to possibly have had grandparents like I did that lived through the Depression, like I had an auntie that was really, really successful. And every time that she served herself her tea or coffee, she would say, I take it without sugar, I mean, every single time. And I would say, yes, auntie. And I said, why? Well, because we didn't have sugar during the Depression. I mean, she said that her whole life, right? And so I just noticed when I started doing a lot of clearing on myself was that was so ingrained in my DNA because I had heard it. She was my favorite auntie and she held me when I was a baby. She probably was saying that from the time I was born. So I was raised. I mean, I swear to God, I'm surprised that I don't weigh 200 pounds because I still clean all the food off my plate or give it to my sweetie to finish it up. I cannot throw away food and all these things. So it's a really good thing to notice what it is that we do automatically, and that has been so ingrained in our psyche and in our DNA. So it's like self mastery comes from us noticing just how we behave, how we act from moment to moment, and then on the spot, just clear it. And just literally say to yourself, I say to myself, there's more than enough, there's more than enough. I do my own thinking, I have my own experiences, I have more than enough. I have tremendous sufficiency and abundance in my life. And that little tiny trick just has changed my life. Of course, I've been doing it for decades, but I just wanted to share with everyone that is one of the most powerful things to do, to just notice when we have scarcity, when we see programming that comes up, and then just change it on the spot and make new choices. And with that, I'm complete.
This is Diamond, and I see the mics flashing on that comment, Doria. And I just have to chime in briefly on that scarcity mindset comment. I will tell you that was one of the biggest blocks for me as well. And one of the things, like you were saying, we're raised, you never waste food. And so I developed this habit, even if I was full, if I had food on my plate, I would keep eating it because it was deeply ingrained in me that you don't waste food under any circumstance. And so I could just really, that really resonated with me, how that scarcity mindset is so deep in our programming for many of us, and it proliferates not just through money but in all aspects. You start feeling like you're not enough, and that all these other things, there's not enough opportunity in the world, and it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper in that rabbit hole. But shifting your mindset and stating things like there's more than enough, there's abundance all around, and taking the time to recognize it in nature and taking the time to create space for it truly has been life changing for me. So thank you so much, Doria. I have to hand it over to Rex. I saw him flashing, and then we're going to go to Noah. Rex, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Diamond, and always good to hear from DC. Doria, you're marvelous and wonderful, and I love you. Thank you for being here. I think Joe hit it on the head when he aptly pointed out, as do you, but most of us don't need abundance training. I mean, the world's abundant. We don't need more abundance. We think we do, but we don't need more abundance. There's already plenty. What we do need to do is stop the poverty thinking, stop the lack thinking, and shift. People say, I want to create more abundance. There isn't more abundance. There is already abundance, but it's letting go of the constraints that hold us back, letting go of the limitations that prevent us from seeing the abundance. And one of the most, I think, powerful practices that anyone could do, and I don't think this was necessarily mentioned this evening, is to simply be grateful for everything you have. And Wallace Wattles pointed this out in Science of Getting Rich. Gratitude is the number one thing that unlocks a door, because if you can be grateful for the little you have, you can be grateful for the lot you have. And it's I think Joe or somebody said the term tonight, money follows attention. Well, we've been saying, you know uh, energy flows where your attention goes. I mean, that's a pet phrase for everybody, so it is true. So where do you want to put your attention is not on abundance necessarily, but on being grateful for everything that you presently have, being totally satisfied and grateful. This is, I think, where you recognize sufficiency. You're totally, completely a- accepting that the world's already abundant, and that all that you have, or the little that you have, is more than enough. And if you can recognize that, then you open up the floodgates for all the stuff that's already available to you and already there, and kind of like waiting for you to just go, okay, give it to me. But people chase it, and when you chase it, it means you don't have it. And so the more you pursue it, the less likely you'll get it. It's kind of like people say, well, I want a new car, and then they spend years wanting a new car as opposed to getting the new car. And I think so. I think what we learned this evening, and or elsewhere, or at any time, is stop the impoverished thinking, accept that there's abundance already around you, and then be grateful for everything you have, and fall in love with being grateful, and fall in love with life, and you'll find more of life coming back to you in ways that you could never ever begin. Because the biblical promise is that it'll come to you pressed together, overflowing, and shake it down, pressed together and overflowing. It will surprise you with how it comes to you. So with that, I'm Rex, and I'm complete.
This is Diamond. And thank you so much, Rex, for that powerful share. And you hit a big one right on the head when you talked about how, people get into scarcity when attracting abundance, right? They start focusing on when is it going to happen? They get impatient, they get anxious. And it's like the more that you chase it, the further the goalposts is moved back. And so it's all about that gratitude, because that's actually what allows you to open up space for the abundance to come in, because you're like, hey, this, I actually have so much right now to be grateful for. And that's when you get on the right frequency and vibe to attract it. So very powerful share. Thank you so much for that. And I saw Noah flashing furiously. Over to you, Noah.
Just because I was clapping, so much wisdom on the stage, so much incredible people. I just love the energy and love everything that everybody said. I always say together we are one, WON, and that connection is the key to all we want in lives. And it's true, we're always just one connection away from the right people to be able to elevate our life. And as we elevate ourselves, we get to elevate others as well. So I just love connections. I love people. I love just all of us standing up for each other to have an incredible life. And I love what everybody said about abundance. Abundance is a flow, money is a flow. And I kind of connected to the flow of anything you want, right? The flow of gratitude. Gratitude has a beautiful flow to it. Love has a beautiful flow to it. Money has a flow to it. Giving has a flow to it. All these things have an energy of flow. Energy is flow, right? Energy doesn't sit; it keeps moving. The flow of possibility, the flow of action, right? When we're in action, we're flowing. The flow of the light in the world. We flow it, we exude it, we bring it out into the world. So whenever we want to bring something more into our lives, more into the world, we have to be in the flow of life. We have to connect to the flow of life, because when we're not connected to the flow, we are stuck, we are left behind, we are frustrated. And so the more we can connect to the flow, to the present moment, to right now, and to our gratitude, our love and light, the more we get to create the life we love. And I'm grateful to be here with all of you tonight, and love that this night has been amazing. So I'm just so excited.
This is Diamond. And wow, Rex, did you want to chime in off the back of that?
Yeah, I did. A thought occurred to me. It was something that Danny said, and I know that Doria will resonate with this because Doria's, great in terms of saying it's not just about the cash; it's about your resources. And if you've got, resources that are extended, that are people, places, things, other things besides money, you are ultimately rich. Danny said, he posed the question: would you rather have $1 billion or a billion people? And some people will look at this. Well, I'd take the money, but you think about that for a second. If you had a billion people and the billion people gave you $1, you'd have $1 billion. But if you had a billion people and they gave you $10, you'd have 10 billion. Or if they give you $100, you'd have 100 billion or $1,000. In other words, it would be far more beneficial to have the resourcefulness of a billion people in your corner than to just go after the cash. Because that billion people, what one person might say, well, I don't have $1, but I have, a hotel in Hawaii that you could stay at. Or by the way, you could use my jet, or here, take my car and travel across the country. The amount of wealth that you would have by having a billion people, you know, uh, would be almost unimaginable compared to just saying having $1 billion, because $1 billion isn't going to grow. It's not going to do anything other, I mean, obviously it'll grow if it's invested, but what I'm saying is it's just cash, it just sits there, or it's just a digital thing, it just sits there. But people are living resources. So, if you look around and you look at your network, this including this room, and how far the reach of each and every one of us is, if we connect up as people, we are resources to each other. We have more combined wealth here than we could ever have alone if we were just going for money. So this is a truly rich place. So the question becomes, is there a secret to attracting money? It might be better to say, is there a secret to creating or attracting, this resourcefulness and this overall wealth abundance than it is to just then attracting just money. And with that, I'm Rex and I'm complete.
This is Diamond, and thank you so much, Rex. As always, you bring in so much value here today, and I love that question as well. The people are the money, and you're right, hands down, it's all about the people. I always say life is all about relationships. The relationship with yourself, and then the relationship with others. And I love what Noah said about connection and the flow and how everything is energy. Absolutely, yes, yes, yes to that. And one of the things that I really loved about what Dr. Joe Vitale said today is he said it's a great idea if you want to attract abundance when it comes to money, to give the money to people that make the most impact in your life without expecting anything in return. And I just love that concept so much. And you can truly see how that would absolutely bring abundance in your life, just making that impact onto others, the ones that made the most impact on you, and just sending that positive energy out there is so healing in so many ways. And I can just see how that would bring nothing but abundance. And I can think of times where I have given and I have, been in that position to be able to bless someone. And it really does give a ripple effect of nothing but positive vibes all around, even when in most cases those people can't actually be the ones to give you that money back. It comes back to you in different ways, maybe not in the form of the money, but in other positive ways, positive energy, positive vibes. Just being a part of that whole cycle of energy is incredible. So thank you so much for the shares, guys. I'm going to do a quick recap for those of you who missed the share from Dr. Joe Vitale. I also encourage you to tap on that replay. We will be closing the room in about a half hour, and I'm going to be passing the mic after this brief recap over to Noah. If Noah decides with Dr. Finance, we're going to open another room. We'll make sure we let you know. We want to be mindful of the time because we want to make sure we capture this incredible replay. So what I'm going to do is just kind of recap some of my notes. If you guys have more notes, feel free to send those over to me because I absolutely love all the information that was shared. So I'm going to quickly go through some of the things that stood out to me. And if we have space, maybe we can talk about a couple of things that stood out to you as well before we close out this space. So one of the first things that I love that he did is he talked about some of his most popular books. He said he has over 80. I do not have all of them. And now I'm on a mission to complete my collection. And some of the books that he shared was there's a customer born every minute. I'm actually familiar with this because some the legend marketers like Russell Brunson and others have talked about this book about P.T. Barnum and the impact there. So I'm looking forward to adding that one to my collection. He also talked about hypnotic writing, and that's all about sales letters and writing copy. He talked about Zero Limits, his Ho'oponopono book, which I'm really excited to add that one to the collection as well. The Attractor Factor, which is my personal favorite and really was a game changer for me in shifting my mindset to abundance and understanding the law of attraction. His newest book, Karmic Marketing, which I actually ordered today. I cannot wait for that one to come in, which talks about the secrets to a success mindset. He also has a TV show, Zero Limits Living, and Zero Limits Living TV.com to find out more information, as well as Zero Limits Podcast. So make sure you're checking all those things out. Cannot wait to see it for myself. He also referenced some older books, the 1928 edition of Law of Success by Napoleon Hill as well. So other things that he talked about as a 3-step process for how you can awaken your thinking and begin to shift your mindset. And he said, first, you got to ask yourself the question, what do I want? And I love that because it's all about having that clarity, right? And he went to a deeper dive about that selection process. And then he added that the second step was to add a visual representation of the thing that you want. And that's incredible because how the brain operates and thinking of images. And it's absolutely true. It's more powerful, which is why vision boards are a personal favorite of mine and so impactful. And then step 3 was to add that magic ingredient of emotions, that energy emotion. And then he says, from that point, you're able to shift your mindset into a state of gratitude, which will redirect your mind to being able to awaken. And then you can start to use the law of attraction consciously, right? Intentionally instead of unintentionally, which is the key because we're always attracting whether we realize it or not. The question is, are you doing it intentionally or unintentionally? He also talked about how money matches mindset. Money matches mindset. And he gave us a really compelling story about how he was homeless for a time in his life and the very disturbing thoughts and relationship that he had with money and how it took him time to really understand it. And I actually asked him a question about this because I was like, wow, I did not know this about his story. And he said what allowed him to shift is because he actually found himself while being homeless living in the library as much as he could. But instead of just being there, he did the smart thing and began to read books on personal development to improve his life. And that's exactly what happened for him. He was able to awaken, if you will, transform and shift his mindset. And as you know, the rest of his history, he is the legend that we know today. He also talked about how many people have this major block surrounding money, which is the belief of that money is the root of all evil. And we all, or the vast majority of us, were able to complete that sentence, right? And it's really interesting because that is not actually a phrase that was used in my household, although all the other ones about money not growing on trees and money being hard to find were certainly thrown around. But that phrase wasn't actually used in my household, but yet I also knew how to complete that sentence. That's really powerful when you think about that. But he said, what you actually need to shift to is the longer sentence, which is the love of money is the root of all evil. The love of money, emphasis, the love of money is the root of all evil. And he talked about he knows people who have lots of money and they're actually not in love with their money, but they leverage the money. And that they understand that it's important to have a good relationship with money. They also understand that they deserve the money and that it's really about being able to make that impact with money and having a relationship that's in alignment, right, with your goals, which I agree with everything that he said. He also talked about how he was able to have a really interesting experience with a pencil story, which I love so much. And that's where he actually applied the principles of being able to really shift his mindset into the state of gratitude. And this was still during his homeless period where, it was a bit challenging for him, to say the least, to develop that attitude of gratitude. But he was able to do it by experimenting with a pencil. And when he first looked at the pencil, he said, okay, what good things can I think about? And originally his thoughts were not that great. He's like, I can write this pencil to, write all the bad things that are happening and write all the things I don't have. But then he began to shift and say, I could also write a screenplay. I could also write a poem. I could also write a book. And that's when his vibration changed. And that's when he started to shift into that attitude of gratitude. And he also noted on that pencil that there was an eraser and that he could erase all the things that he wrote on that list that weren't serving him, like, complaining about his situation or identifying the things that he did not have. And in that moment, the pencil became a very powerful symbol for him of how you can shift your mindset literally within minutes. And that's when things started to continue to move in the right direction for him. He also talked about the power of the Ponopono prayer. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me and thank you. And just on a personal note, when I first learned about this, it was profound for me. If you take the time to do this prayer and really, really set your intentions on it, it really is transformative. And he said it was for him as well. So much so that he wrote not one, not two, but 3 books on the topic. And so make sure you check those out to find out more. He also talked about, see, I'm gonna check on my notes. One of the best reasons to be successful is so that you're able to make a difference with your success. And it goes back to all the great statements and shares we heard here. It's about impact. It's about impact. It's about love. It's about sending that positive energy out, not expecting a return. And the byproduct is success. The byproduct is abundance. The byproduct is being able to turn that impact into income and all the great things that you want in your life. And he says this is a great way to keep your mind focused. So it's not about you and how much money you can put in your account, but it's about the impact that you're able to take and accomplish ultimately with those resources. He also talked about being able to ask yourself the right questions. And I love this so much. Think about our thoughts. And, it's really interesting when you think about the study 60 to 90,000 thoughts. What are the contents of those thoughts? The vast majority of us have had lots of negative thoughts running through there. And it's very common for us to repeat the same negative thoughts over and over, which create those belief systems and those patterns of behaviors that do not serve us. And the way he described it was, you got to do the what if down and shift that to the what if up. So the what if down, those are the wrong questions, if you will. What if it goes wrong? What if things don't work out? What if I fail? What if I'm not enough? All those negative questions that we may have had running through our heads. And then the shift is to go to what if up. What if it does work out? What if I do actually step into greatness? What if I learn something new? What if this turns out to be the great opportunity I've been looking for? And just making that shift can actually put you on the right frequency of actually getting things done. He also talked about Pollyanna. The Glad Came by Eleanor Porter, and definitely want to check that book out. And really, what he surmises, it was just about a person who was very optimistic, and no matter what was going on in her life, she always found something to be glad about. And that just goes back to the attitude of gratitude, taking the time to look for the good within the darkness. And I think that's a message we all can use right now as we see all the changes that are happening in the world. He believed that there's a divine conspiracy going on, and all the things that we're experiencing are for us. And I absolutely believe that things are happening in our lives for us and not to us. And that he believes that everything that we have going on is part of a bigger divine plan. He also shared some more books that he thought were powerful. Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning, as well as a variety of books from Ryan Holiday that he recommended we all kind of check out and see which one resonates with us. He also said it's important to take the opportunity to say yes. Say yes, which is how he ended up being in The Secret. He questioned it for a moment. Is this something I want to do? But his intuition told him to say yes, and he went for it. And as you know, the rest is history. He is now a living legend in The Secret. And so many more notes, but I don't want to take too much time because I want to make sure we hold space for Noah. Hopefully you enjoyed that brief summary and recap. For those who are just now joining us in the room, welcome to the Finance Club. We're in What is the Secret to Attracting Money? And we had an amazing interview today and masterclass with Dr. Joe Vitale. If you haven't already, click on that green house and join the club today. Click on the link for Dr. Finance's live podcast and check out that full-length interview with Dr. Joe Vitale. Trust me, you're going to thank me later. And make sure you also subscribe to the podcast, both on YouTube as well as on all the platforms where the podcast is held. Also, while you're at it, tap in with the club founder, the curator of this space, the man that makes it happen every Friday, rain or shine, Dr. Finance himself. Make sure you're giving him a follow, ringing his bell, setting to always, and connecting on all his social platforms. He has both his his Instagram, and his Twitter link today. And while you're at it, go ahead and connect with Rex and Daria and Noah and all the amazing speakers on this panel. Trust me, these are the rock stars. These are the leaders. They're top in their field, and they've been hand selected by Dr. Finance himself to bring you value. So make sure you're following each and every one of them, ringing their bell, setting to always, and connecting on all socials. Tapping that plus sign. We still have more value to bring. Cannot wait to hand it over to Miss Noah. She is a rock star. And if you don't know Noah, make sure you check her out as well. She is an empowerment and transformation catalyst. She absolutely loves to help people find their unique gifts so they can find their life purpose and lead an impactful life. Thank you so much, Noah. Appreciate the time here today. And thank you all for the opportunity to serve you. And as always, if you believe it, if you take massive action, you can achieve it. This is Diamond, and I am complete. Passing over to you, Noah.
First, unmic everybody and give Diamond a huge round of applause. Diamond,
Way to
you're
go.
just amazing. Thank you
Woo.
so much. You really are. Your energy, who you are, what you bring, so much knowledge, so much wisdom. I love listening to you. You're amazing. Thank you so much. I feel so honored. This has been the most incredible room tonight, you guys. I am just on fire with all of this. So excited to be here with all of you. And the question is, are you ready to shift direction in your life? It's 2022. This is like the perfect time to shift directions in our lives. And today we've been so inspired how this incredible man, Dr. Joe Vitale, has been able to go through the darkness to get to an incredible place in his life. His journey is absolutely amazing. All that he's accomplished is mind blowing. Like, he must be using his time with so much intentionality that he's able to create all these incredible things. I was really moved by what this man has manifested in his life. And the question is, where are we limiting ourselves? How much more potential do we have to do more of the work so we can create more in our lives? So we can shine even more bright and bring even a bigger impact to this world, because we are here to create an impact. We are here to change the world. Each one of us is special. Each one of us is unique. And each one of us came here to make a difference. And the world needs each one of us to make that difference. So, what are we doing in our lives? How are we shifting and changing? And I want to start by just maybe being a little vulnerable and sharing with you how I'm changing in 2022. I have been running events where I live in Boca Raton, Florida, since 2017. And this year I had to take a hard look at what I was doing, because those events that I've been doing since 2017, even though I got very well known in the community, I was bringing a lot of value to people, I was doing so much for other people, I wasn't doing enough for myself. Because I don't know if you've ever run events, but events, they're not very profitable usually. And I put so much of my love and energy, pushed so much of myself and so much of my life and my purpose on the back burner. And I know my purpose is to bring more love and light in the world. But at the same time, I wasn't feeling that purpose. I was trying to fill everybody else's cup. And it left me, empty, and especially in a financial way, because I was giving and giving and giving cups, but not feeling my own. So I had to make a hard decision this year. And the decision was that I'm not going to, for right now, I'm going to put a hold on my in-person events, and I'm actually going to do workshops and things that are going to bring profit to me. I'm going to launch my high vibration jewelry line and bring more high vibration into the world, which stands for gratitude, for love, and for growth and transformation. And by doing that, I know that I'll be able to do even bigger things in the world, because the more my cup is full, from the overflow that my cup I will have, I'll be able to give so much more. So, what are you doing in 2020? Direction are you changing? What are you doing to better your own life? I would love to hear from you. I would love to hear your shares. So, just go ahead and tap your microphone, and anything that you want to share, or even about what we heard tonight about, how you're attracting more money into your life. What are you doing to shift and change? That's what I've done in my life to shift and change this year. So, life is about shifting, changing, and recreating ourselves. And as you could see in his story, he's done so much of that, shifting, changing, and recreating. And that's why Joe is where he is today. And what are we doing in our lives to do that? And I'd love to hear from some of you on stage. So let's keep the conversation going, and just go ahead and tap your mic okay. I see somebody. Let's see who tapped your mic. Go ahead and speak up.
It's Momo here.
Okay, yes, I would love to. Hi, good evening.
Uh,
Great to have you here with us.
yeah, happy Friday. We made it, right? Great club, by the way. So this is my second startup that I'm doing currently. I'm dabbing into blockchain technology, and we're rolling into products and services for NFTs, non-fungible tokens. I know it's not sustainable, so I'm not a hypocrite. I know it's not sustainable because it burns up data centers and it's bad for the environment. Well, you have Elon Musk saying that, right? But I guess this is the kind of trend today. And, I've been minting and providing services as well as consultation for clients whom are artists. And we're building our platform right now. And, finance serves a excellent, function, which is for transaction, is that how we're going to get paid, right? And there's many outlets on, the technologies that exist out there, like Square, NCR, whom I used to work for as a developer in transaction technology. And there's other actually companies. Sorry, that's my cuckoo clock. Um, Other tech companies out there that work on transactional technology. You have PayPal for business as well. Um, do you have any information on the perks of all these different companies that offer that service for the function of transactions from A to Z? So that's my question. Um, Thank you, Momo.
Does anybody want to answer that? Okay. Thank you, Momo, so much for
I just
yeah,
wanted to say something. This is America's
sure.
Supermom.
Awesome. Thank you. Go ahead. Beautiful.
I don't have any knowledge about that, but one thing I will say is that language is important. And whenever you are doing any work, that energy that you carry can be successful or it can not be successful. So when you're following your passion and things that you want to do, the things that you want to put your time into, how you feel about that is important because a lot of times we look at how other people might have monetized certain things and we begin to think in scarcity, but there's abundance, creativity, innovation. And you mentioned a lot of those different companies, and they all kind of are in the same realm, and they all are making money. So anything that you're doing, it's important to think about the value that you bring to others, and the money will come. So, how you approach that is important because when you're an adopter and you are doing something that a lot of people may not understand, you have to advocate for that in order for it to continue to thrive. If you think back to Steve Jobs with the iPhone that many of us are on right now, who were started out on this app, it wouldn't be what it is if he did not continue to fight for his dream, in spite of other people not necessarily understanding that. So Elon Musk, there's a lot of people that are doing great things that the crowd may not understand, and they're standing out because they are passionate about what it is that they believe in. So I just want to encourage you to stay positive. Um, it's not profitable yet. Just simply adding yet to the end of your sentence can really move you forward in 2022. It's the beginning of the year, and uh, there is no limit to your success if you believe it. This is America's Supermom. I'm done speaking.
I appreciate it. That was good insight. Yeah, but this is just the gimmick to get where I really want to get in sustainability is where I want to start doing micro farms. Because my family, we have a background in farming, so that's kind of like my end goal. But I need to buy land, and it ain't cheap, right? So, in order to get there, I need to do bad things to the environment, I guess, right? So, but yeah, that's my end goal in sustainability is I believe that everybody should, have a micro farm in their backyard. It's grow your own the vegetation and so on and so forth. And because, you see the inflation now, when you go to the grocery stores and, I actually, for the first time in my life, I've seen celery for $5.99. Scary.
Thank you, Momo, for your question. And I would just want to say that again, not getting away from the scarcity mindset is really important because we're talking about abundance and how to create more abundance and bring more flow of money into your life. So when we get connected to scarcity, when we're abundant, scarcity is not in the picture. So we're trying to go more into the flow. How can we connect more into the flow and not be in that scarcity mindset. And I love what you said about sustainability, because I think it is important to be conscious. And I love that, consciousness part of it, being able to do better and be better. So thank you so much for your contribution. And who else would like to um, go ahead and speak on the conversation for tonight? What is the secret to attracting money? Does anybody have something on stage they want to share? Please go ahead and flash your mic, and I would love to hear from you. I see Dr. Yasmin on stage. Would you like to share, beautiful, or Cynthia?
I can share. I'd love to.
Okay, beautiful. I
Thank
would love.
Noah. I've never been on this room, and I saw the title and I thought, oh my goodness, this looks right up my alley. I am in the process myself of supporting women. I'm putting on a summit in such a way, and part of it has to do with finance. When a situation happens where, in my case, it was a dissolution, which is called a divorce, I was beside myself, especially since I had been the moneymaker in my home. And I feel like I let my power go, my voice. And what I want to do is empower women worldwide to reclaim their life, and especially with finance, because we get in this situation with a marriage, for example, and it's our she esteem, our individual person kind of becomes one. And I want to get back to she esteem, we esteem, and he esteem, and that we all set goals. And that I feel like as a female, we need to do that as well as males. But I'm putting on a summit that involves the areas of life which involve self care, and part of that is your finance. And I believe in this totally. And so I really like this room. Uh, it is Friday night, and that's okay, because I'm here to learn and grow and offer my help to help other people uh, not let themselves go in a marriage, and um, become all that they can be individually without the we. I hope that helps here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Cynthia. Great share. And I wish you a lot of success with what you're doing. It's definitely very needed in the world. The more we can help others, the better the world will be. So thank you for the work you're doing. And how do we learn to say yes to ourselves more? Are you saying yes to yourself this year? He talked a lot about saying yes to himself, especially when he got the call about The Secret and he was doubting it. And then he decided to say yes to himself. How often do we doubt ourselves as far as saying yes to ourselves? What are you doing this year to say more yes to yourself, to listen more to the guidance of the universe? Because you're always guided. I've lived my whole life through the guidance of others, people that come into my life, and I know that they're positive, their energy is positive, and they want the best for me. But the question is, are we listening? Are we listening to those messengers, to those people that come in and share something with us? And that is the secret. To be a good listener makes a huge difference in our life. So who would like to share something about how by listening they actually learn to say yes to themselves and make better choices in their lives? I would love to hear from any of you on stage, or anything that you took away from tonight that you want to share with us. So the microphone is open, so go ahead and just let me know that you want to speak. I see so many amazing people here in the
Hey
room.
Noah, can I share? It's
Hi,
Sandra.
beautiful.
It's Sandra.
Yes,
How
of
are you?
course. I would love to
Awesome.
hear from you.
Thank
Great to have you here.
thank you, my beautiful friend. I just wanted to kind of jump in and add something that really is very real, very raw for me. You know, as a growth catalyst, I've combined my 25 plus years, transformed, I'm present, I'm in the moment. But you know what I've realized lately is that there's a new conversation that is happening, that wherever you are in your journey, we have to truly have a moment of stop, reflection, and observe. And what I really feel is needed, and what the opportunity for growth is really asking ourselves, what and how do we define authentic connection? Because in our own growth potential, in the moments of awakening, of looking at possibilities, wherever we are in these moments, we have to be very aware of the lens, the context of how we're looking at the people who we surround ourselves with. Because what I am finding is that the definition, I can only speak from my own lens, it's my lens. But when we listen, as you asked, when we listen to others, we have to really go into the truth of what is it that these individuals are saying to us? What am I saying to myself? Am I clear on, is this an authentic connection? Is this the authentic sharing between two people? Because what I'm finding right now is that people want the heart to heart conversations. They want to feel, they want to see, they want to believe in someone or something that will help them get from their current reality to a future reality. But what I have found from my own personal journey and having to have some crucial conversations with people who I trusted, I had to release them because there was a deception. There was a failure that someone had said they were going to do something. That's for them, but I had to make a choice to relook at what I was hearing, what I was feeling, and what I was seeing. So, all I would ask everyone here in these moments is take the opportunity to really truly look at yourself, listen and hear what it is, the individuals you have, and surround yourself. There's so many beautiful heart led leaders out there, and just be that mindfulness, because when we do that, we can bring in even stronger, amazing people into our lives that will support us, that will give us that other additional new mindset that will bring our abundance to that next level. I hope that makes sense. It's about presence, it's about shifting our perspective. So thank you so much, Noah, for allowing me to share. And as a growth catalyst, anything is truly possible. I yield the mic. Thanks, Noah.
Wow, Sandra, thank you. What there? And I loved everything you said about stop and reflection and observe and looking for heart to heart connections. Beautiful, beautiful share. Thank you so much for your contribution. I love that share. And Dr. Yasmin, did you want to speak?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you,
Awesome.
Noah.
Of
I
course.
loved everything that was shared. I wanted to add and answer your question about how do you listen? How do you say yes? And the first thing to do is to remove judgment, because the moment you have a judgment, you have labeled it as good or bad, and you cannot listen beyond that. So the first step is to acknowledge potentially the judgment you might have, because you might not be able to say yes if you have a judgment. And the judgment might be about the other or might be about you. Like as Dr. Joe Vitale said, he had doubt. When you have doubt, you have judgment about yourself. So the idea is to stop, as Sandra said, become aware of your judgment and try to go beyond it and push it aside and listen by say, what is this for me? Because if everything is for you, you can always listen, because you can always receive since it's for you. So it's about constantly doing that movement of transformation, where in order to be open, in order to receive, in order to say yes, you have to be in gratitude. You have to be in the giving and receiving. And in order to be in that, you have to be beyond the mind and you have to be outside of judgment. So that's one of the biggest secrets to attracting in general. And that's the way you are in your being. You're outside of your mind and you're into your being. And when you're into your being, you are aligned and you can receive. So I wanted to add that. Thank you so much, Noah, for calling me in.
I loved what you just shared. We have to remove judgment, right? How often are we there judging things, judging people, even before we really know much about them or about the situation? What I've learned to tell myself is when those judgments come into my head, I say to myself, thank you for sharing, but I know it's not the truth. And that kind of helps me realize that I'm just judging right now and I need to stop the judgment. So I just love what you said about judgment and about getting out of your mind and connecting from a different place, from the soul place. So thank you so much. What a beautiful share. Who would like to add to the go ahead and type your mic.
I I I can add something.
Okay, Momo, go ahead.
No, I like the last two comments on decision making. That's very important, especially like studying, the market, your community. If you're a small business, it's always it's needed to study your community and see what trends are being set, what small business are succeeding, what people are buying, what are their habits, and that data is out there. But yeah, like it really does come down to decision making and the way you're going to brand it as well as market it. Kind of like when you're a kid selling lemonade on the side of the road. I was very good at it. The Boy Scouts, selling cookies in front of Sam's Club. The youth, jumping into sales. That's pretty cool. Um, and it's really target marketing. So we know that we can go in front of Sam's Club, sell cookies, popcorns, and support whatever Boys and Girls Club, right? So they have the secret recipe down. They know what to do. They get the permission of the establishment. They set up shop in front, as well as participating in current bazaar events and stuff. And there's technology out there is that for transaction and financial technology like Square, can hook it up to your phone, set up a list of all the items that you have, and if you sell a product that you have that a consumer might be interested in, a transaction can be made instantaneously on your phone or through a iPad or whatever, through different services, as I mentioned earlier. And I actually did the research on that just a minute ago. It's what they have different products and services that serve your business needs. Now, if that's the greatest marketing gimmick I ever heard, it's wonderful. So you can work with a consultant, they can set up your business and teach you how to use their platform. But decision making is very important. And this is just kind of like, on the financial technology side, I know finance people are stressed with all the business, FINRAs and all that. But, this is kind of like a bridge on, transporting the money. So I thought I'd share that. Thank you, Momo.
Thank you so much, Momo. And yes, money can flow in so many different ways, especially with technology today, right? There's no limits to how we can do transactions with each other and how we can connect with each other and how we can flow from one another, the cash flow or the money or the abundance, and share it with each other. And that's what it's all about. When you give, like he said tonight, Dr. Joe, you get. So the more you give, the more you have. You actually have more of a responsibility to give back. So I love the giving part, and I think it's so necessary to do that in our lives in order to receive. And I want to just reset the room because we need to close soon, because there's a time, we only have 6 hours, and then we have to make sure the replays are on. So you're in the Finance Club, run by Dr. Finance. He's up there in the first position. Please make sure you follow him, ring his bell to always. He has an incredible podcast. Over 7 million views on his podcast on YouTube. So make sure you follow him. He's also an author of finance books. And tonight we had Dr. Joe Vitale in the room. He was amazing. He shared so many incredible things with us. He's an author of over 80 books, and he has really done so much work. He has a band of his own. He's just very self-expressed, very much in the world, living his gifts, doing his passion. I want to just end the room by maybe a few people sharing what they're grateful for, because gratitude has such a high vibration. And if anybody wants to flash their mic and just say what they're grateful for, I would love to hear from you. Okay, Dr. Yasmin, let's go ahead to you, beautiful.
I wanted to add one thing that you said that I think would be a bit of my gratitude, which is you said, we have to give to get. I would want to say the reverse. You have to get to give, because a lot of people give and end up being of service, and their heart is full, but their pockets are empty because they give everything. And the idea is to really have the idea that to get so that you can give. And that's usually the difficulty that people have. So I'm very grateful for you to give me the opportunity to share that. And I'm very grateful for this room because it's such an important topic. And I think it's so good to be able to open people's mind, because if everybody was wealthy at the money level, at the health level, at the mind level, we would all elevate each other. So love you, love this room. Thank you.
I absolutely love what you said, Dr. Yasmin. And that's what I'm doing this year, is shifting that mindset, right, of also receiving and not just giving. So such a great point to everything. Thank you so much for adding that in. And I'm grateful for you. And Renee, did you want to say something
Oh,
beautiful?
I was just clapping for Dr. Yasmin, my friend, so many friends of mine on this beautiful stage. Noah, you are right there, and I am just so grateful for all of you. I'm grateful to have a voice, as many of you in this room, or a good handful, know that and Sandra, yes, that I physically lost my voice in 2013 and was told I may never be able to speak again. I was quarantined before that word became a thing in 2020 and 2021, and now into 2022, where I was isolated for 4 months, and it took close to 1 year to fully regain the outer voice. It was the inner voice that ended up taking that outer voice away. So now, as a transformational coach, I can definitely serve, and this is what I do in helping others to find and use that voice from within and to put it out there into the world. So grateful to have my voice back. I'm grateful I'm sitting in my mom's home where I was able to spend New Year's with her. My dad passed in 2018, and I'm grateful to be able to spend time with her in this life and to share times like this with her and to be with all of you. It's a blessing, if it's a gift, and my heart is full. And thank you so, so much for allowing me to share my voice on this stage. This is Renee, and I yield the mic.
Renee, and we are grateful for you, and we are grateful you have your voice back. We're going to need to close in a minute. Anybody else want to quickly say what they're grateful for before we shut down the room?
Hey, Noah, Dr. Finance here.
Yes.
I know it's late. I opened up another room if you want to. It's totally your call, but we can start filtering people into that because I just don't want to lose
Yes,
the
that's what I was
recording because
saying.
it's
Yes.
6 hours. Totally your call,
Okay.
though.
I'm okay with that's fine. That sounds great. Okay, so we're gonna move to another room. If you guys would love to move over there, would love to be in a conversation with you all. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. You're amazing. Grateful for you all. And let's meet in the next
So,
room.
okay,
Okay,
thank you, Noah.
see
So
you
what I'm going
soon.
to do is I'm going to post a link to the top, folks. So all you need to do is just hit the link. As soon as I post it in there, let's leave the room open for about 2 to 3, for another minute or two. And then you just click the link. You can move it into the next room, okay? So I'll set that up for you in just a moment, Noah.
Okay, sounds awesome.
Okay, there we go. We got it. We got the new room, folks. It's the after party room. If you want to go there, just click the link at the top of the screen. We'll keep it open for another minute or two, and I'll meet you all on the other side. And Noah, if you want to just hang out here for about 1 to 2 minutes, and then I'll see you on the other side. So, folks, because we're going to continue to party into the other rooms. Follow that link to the top. We'll see you in the next room. Okay. There's a 6 hour rule in order to keep the room running. So for recording purposes. So thank you, everyone. Have a great night. I'll see you in the next room. Okay, folks, we'll keep it up for just another 30 seconds. So follow that link to the top, folks. We already got the other room going. There's about 45 people in there already. So just follow that link, and we'll see everyone in the new room. And they're going to carry over the after party for another hour or so. So thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. And we'll see you next week as well for the other major guest celebrities coming in. So see you soon, guys. We're closing down in less than 30 seconds. So just follow that link. You'll go right to the next room. We got it set up for you already. Thank you. And don't forget to follow the club.